What if Naruto carried more than the nine tails? On the night of his birth, something darker slipped through the Reaper seal, a power tied to death itself. Now Naruto is offered a world where no one ever dies, but saving everyone may mean trapping them forever. This is the story of the throne he refused.
The night Naruto Uzumaki was born, everyone remembered the monster. They remembered the nine tails tearing through the sky like living disasters. They remembered the roar that shattered rooftops, the claws that carved through stone, the burning red eyes that turned brave shinobi into trembling children. They remembered the fourth Hokage standing before the beast with a newborn in his arms and death at his back. But almost no one remembered the silence after the seal. That silence was the part history forgot. For one breath, after the fourth Hokage completed the Reaper death seal, the battlefield went still. The fox's enormous body twisted, its chakra dragged screaming into the tiny body of an infant who had not even learned how to cry properly. The sky dimmed. The wind stopped. The dead leaves hanging in the air did not fall, and behind the fourth Hokage, the Shinigami opened its jaws. It had taken what it had been called to take, a soul, a price, a life. But something else heard the door open, something that had not been summoned, something that did not belong to the world of chakra, blood, and breath. It came through like a shadow slipping between two fingers, not large, not loud, not like the nine tails. It was colder than that. The thing had no shape at first. It was only a stain in the air, a darkness so old that even the Shinigami seemed to pause around it. The battlefield lamps flickered. Blood on the ground stopped steaming. The fourth Hokage, already dying, turned his fading eyes toward the newborn child. For one impossible instant, he saw it. A second shadow beneath the fox's seal. A thin black thread curling around the spiral on his son's stomach, hiding under the red storm of Kurama's chakra like a snake beneath autumn leaves. The fourth tried to move. He could not. His body was finished. His soul was already being pulled away. His last technique had taken everything he had left. The shadow touched the baby's seal. Naruto stopped crying. The infant's tiny hand opened, then closed, as if gripping something only he could feel. The fourth Hokage's eyes widened. "No," he whispered. No one heard him. The shadow sank beneath the seal. The Shinigami closed its jaws. The fourth Hokage died, and Naruto Uzumaki, child of prophecy, Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, orphan of the leaf, carried two prisons in his body from that night onward. One held a beast. The other held a throne. Years passed. History chose the simpler story. The Nine Tails had attacked. The fourth had sealed it. The village had survived. That was the story everyone could understand. That was the story everyone could blame Naruto for. No one spoke of the second thing, not because they were hiding it. Because no one alive had seen it clearly. Not even the third Hokage, who had stood close enough to feel the Reaper's breath, had understood what brushed against the edge of the world that night. He had only felt a strange cold afterward, a winter inside the bones, vanishing as quickly as it arrived. So the village moved on. Naruto grew, he shouted, he fought. He laughed too loudly. He filled empty rooms with noise because silence had always felt like a hand around his throat. He became the boy who refused to let bonds break. Even when the village hated him, he wanted it to see him. Even when Sasuke left, Naruto chased him. Even when enemies tried to crush him, Naruto reached for them with open hands instead of closed fists. He was the bridge builder. The one who believed that pain could be answered without passing it onward forever, and that was why the shadow waited. It did not want a cruel boy. Cruelty was simple. Cruelty broke things quickly. The shadow wanted someone who loved deeply enough to fear loss more than death, someone who would do anything to keep his people from disappearing, someone who could be offered the kindest curse in existence. Naruto did not know any of that on the morning his blood refused to fall. It happened during training. The sun was high over training ground 7, warm enough to make the grass smell sharp and green. Naruto stood in the middle of a crater with his sleeves rolled up, sweat dripping from his chin, and a half-finished Rasengan spinning in his palm. Across from him, Sakura folded her arms. That one was unstable, she called. Your chakra flow twisted near the end. Naruto grinned, even though his shoulder ached from the last impact. Yeah, that's why we practice, right? Kakashi sat on a nearby post with one leg dangling, his orange book open in one hand. His visible eye looked lazy, but Naruto knew better now. Kakashi was always watching. Sai was crouched near a tree, sketching the crater Naruto had made 10 minutes ago. You have drawn that hole 3 times, Naruto said. Sai looked up. It has emotional depth. It's a hole. Exactly. Sakura sighed. Focus, Naruto. Naruto gave her a thumbs up and formed another Rasengan. Blue chakra gathered, spinning tighter and tighter. The familiar sound filled the field, rough and humming like a storm trapped in his hand. Then the sound changed. It dropped lower. The blue light dimmed. For a heartbeat, the Rasengan looked gray. Naruto felt something inside him open its eye. Cold ran from his stomach to his fingertips. The Rasengan collapsed, not exploded, not failed, collapsed, as if something had swallowed the life from it. Naruto blinked. Huh, Sakura stepped forward. Naruto! He looked down at his hand. A thin cut ran across his palm. It must have happened when the chakra destabilized, but he had barely felt it. He expected blood. A little sting. Sakura yelling at him for being careless. There was no blood. The wound was open, red at the edges, but dry. Naruto stared at it. For a strange second, he felt embarrassed, like his own body had forgotten how to behave. Sakura, he said slowly, is this normal? Sakura was already moving. She grabbed his wrist and turned his hand toward the light. Her teasing expression vanished. Green medical chakra glowed around her fingers. She touched the cut. The chakra flickered. Sakura pulled back as if she had touched ice. What was that? She whispered. Kakashi's book closed. Naruto tried to laugh. Maybe I'm just so tough now, even my blood is scared to come out. No one laughed. Sai stood. The wind moved through the training ground, but for Naruto, the warmth was gone. The grass around his sandals darkened, not burned, not crushed, just losing color. A tiny ring of pale blades spread outward from where he stood. Sakura noticed it too. Naruto, she said carefully. Step back. From what? Just step back. He did. The pale grass stayed where it was. Kakashi appeared beside them in a blur. His hand hovered near Naruto's stomach, not touching the seal. Naruto, Kakashi said, and his voice had lost every trace of laziness, have you felt anything unusual lately? Naruto almost said no. That was his first instinct. No, everything was fine. No, do not make people worry. No, do not let anyone look at him like he was dangerous again. But Sakura was still holding his wrist, and Kakashi's eye was sharp with the kind of fear adults tried to hide from children. Naruto swallowed. I've been seeing things, he admitted. Sai tilted his head. What kind of things? Naruto looked toward the tree line. There was an old man standing there. He was not one of their team. He wore a faded leaf flak jacket from a much older style, and one side of his face was marked by a wound that should have killed him. He stood half behind a tree, watching Naruto with sad, patient eyes. Naruto had seen him 3 times that week, once outside Ikaraku, once near the memorial stone, once reflected in the dark window of his apartment after midnight. Every time Naruto looked directly at him, the man faded like mist. He's there again, Naruto said. Kakashi followed his gaze. His entire body went still. You can see someone, Naruto frowned. You can't! Sakura's grip tightened. Sai's ink brush lowered. Naruto looked again. The old man raised one hand, not a greeting, a warning. His lips moved. Naruto heard nothing, but somehow he understood. Run. Then the old man dissolved. The temperature dropped so fast Naruto's breath fogged. Far below his skin, beneath the place where Kurama's chakra burned like a sleeping sun, something laughed without sound. Kakashi grabbed Naruto's shoulder. We're going to the Hokage Tower. Now. Naruto did not argue. That scared him more than anything. Tsunade examined him in a sealed medical chamber under the tower, not her office, not the hospital, a chamber Naruto had never seen before. Its walls were covered in old ceiling scripts, layered so thick they looked like black vines crawling across stone. 4 Anbu stood outside the entrance. Shizune moved around the room with scrolls, ink, and chakra needles, her face pale with concentration. Naruto sat cross-legged in the center of a circular seal drawn on the floor. His shirt was open, exposing the spiral on his stomach. He hated this part. He had made peace with Kurama in ways most people still did not understand, but there was still something humiliating about sitting shirtless while adults stared at the mark that had shaped his entire life. It made him feel like a container again, a weapon, a problem. Sakura stood near the wall, arms folded tight, refusing to leave. Kakashi leaned beside her. Sai had been sent to inform Yamato, but Naruto guessed he was probably lingering nearby anyway. Tsunade knelt in front of Naruto, one hand glowing with medical chakra. "Tell me again," she said. "Everything?" Naruto sighed. "The training wound didn't bleed, my Rasengan turned weird, grass went pale under me, I've been seeing dead people, not every second, just sometimes." Sakura flinched at the phrase dead people. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. I think they're dead. Some of them have old leaf headbands, some don't look like shinobi. There was a little girl outside the dango shop yesterday, she kept staring at the sky." Tsunade's jaw tightened. "How long?" "A week, maybe a little more." "And you didn't tell anyone?" Naruto looked away. Tsunade's eyes hardened, but her voice softened. "Brat!" "I thought maybe it was stress," Naruto muttered, "or Kurama being weird." Inside him, a familiar growl stirred. "Do not blame me for this, brat." Naruto stiffened. Kurama rarely sounded uneasy. Tsunade noticed the change. "The fox said something?" Naruto nodded slowly. "He says it isn't him." Tsunade placed her palm over the seal. The chamber lights flickered. Her chakra sank into the spiral. Naruto felt it like warm water moving through old scars. Tsunade had the strongest life force control of any medical ninja he knew. Her chakra always felt alive, stubborn, golden green, like spring forcing itself through cracked stone. Then it touched something under the seal. The warmth vanished. Tsunade's eyes widened, her hand froze. For half a second, Naruto saw Tsunade not as the fifth Hokage, not as the legendary Sannin, but as a woman who had seen too many people die and had just recognized the shape of death wearing a new mask. She tore her hand back. The medical chakra around her fingers had turned black at the edges. Shizune gasped. "Lady Tsunade!" "I'm fine," Tsunade snapped, but she was not fine. Naruto saw it. Sakura saw it. Kakashi saw it. Tsunade stood slowly and looked down at Naruto's stomach. "There's another seal," she said. The room went silent. Naruto felt his mouth go dry. "What do you mean, another seal?" Tsunade did not answer immediately. She made a hand sign, then another. The black scripts on the floor glowed. Lines of chakra rose from the circle and wrapped around Naruto's torso like threads of light. The familiar seal appeared first, the 8-trigram seal. Naruto knew its shape now. He had seen it in his own mindscape, had felt its gates, its locks, its old pain. Then Tsunade pressed her thumb to the center. "Deeper," she whispered. The chamber groaned. A second pattern appeared beneath the first, not red, not blue, not the golden glow of Minato's work. Black, thin, elegant, wrong. It formed a ring beneath the 8-trigram seal, almost invisible unless forced into the light. Symbols Naruto did not recognize curled around the edges. They did not look like leaf script. They did not look like Uzumaki sealing formulas either. They looked like cracks in glass. Sakura stepped closer. "That wasn't there before." Kakashi's eye narrowed. "Or it was hidden under the Nine-Tails chakra." Tsunade's face was grim. "This is older than anything in our archives." Naruto laughed once, sharp and empty. "Great, that's always what you want to hear about the creepy death seal in your stomach." Tsunade looked at him. "Naruto?" He hated the way she said his name, like she was about to tell him someone was gone. "What is it?" he asked. Tsunade's hand curled into a fist. "I don't know." That was worse. Tsunade always knew something. Even when she was angry, even when she was afraid, she stood like the world was a table she could break if it refused to make sense. But now she looked at the black seal like it was staring back at her. Shizune scanned one of the scrolls. "Lady Tsunade, the readings are impossible. It's not behaving like chakra." "Everything behaves like chakra," Sakura said. Shizune shook her head. "Not this." Naruto felt Kurama shift inside him. The fox's massive presence rose in his mind like a mountain of flame. Brat. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment. He stood before the inner gates of his seal. Water stretched beneath his feet. Pipes groaned overhead. Behind the bars, Kurama's red eyes burned in the darkness. But the mindscape had changed. The water was too still, no ripples, no echoes, and behind Kurama's cage, where there should have been only shadow, Naruto saw a door, small, black, ancient. It had no handle. Kurama turned toward it, lips pulling back from his teeth. That was not there before, Naruto said. It was, Kurama rumbled, hidden, sleeping. Buried under my chakra and your father's seal. Naruto felt cold even inside his own mind. What is it? Kurama did not answer right away. That frightened Naruto more than if the fox had roared. At last, Kurama said, when the fourth used the Reaper Death Seal, he opened a path no living shinobi should open. Something followed the scent. Something from the place where souls pass when even chakra stops remembering them. Naruto stared at the black door. Is it a demon? Kurama's eyes narrowed. Worse, the door pulsed, once. Naruto woke back into the chamber with a gasp. The floor seal was smoking. Tsunade caught his shoulder. Naruto, I'm here, he said quickly. I'm here. The black symbols around his stomach had faded again, sinking under the spiral like they had never existed. But the cold remained. Kakashi stepped forward. What did Kurama say? Naruto hesitated. Everyone was looking at him. Sakura with fear, Shizune with worry, Kakashi with calculation, Tsunade with the kind of protective anger that made mountains nervous. Naruto forced the words out. He said something followed the Reaper seal into me when I was a baby. No one spoke. Outside the chamber, somewhere far above, the village went on living. Merchants shouted in the streets. Children ran across rooftops pretending to be ninja. Smoke rose from food stalls. People laughed. People complained. People made plans for tomorrow because tomorrow had always come before. Naruto suddenly wanted to be outside. He wanted ramen. He wanted Iruka-sensei scolding him. He wanted to argue with Sakura about training. He wanted anything except this stone room and the black mark under his skin. Tsunade turned to Shizune. Lock down this chamber. Send for every Uzumaki sealing text we have. Quietly. No council, no elders, no rumors. Shizune nodded. Kakashi said, what about Naruto? He stays under observation. Naruto snapped his head up. Hold on, Grandma, Tsunade glared. Do not grandma me right now. I'm not staying locked up. You have an unknown death-related seal inside you that just drained my chakra and turned your Rasengan gray. And locking me in a basement is supposed to help. It helps me keep you alive. The words hit the room hard. Tsunade looked away first. Naruto's anger softened. He knew that tone. He had heard it when she spoke about Dan. About Nowaki. About every person she could not save, no matter how strong she became. Naruto looked down at his palm. The cut had finally closed, still no blood. I'm not running, he said, but don't treat me like I'm already gone. Tsunade's eyes flickered. Sakura stepped forward. Then let us help. Naruto glanced at her. Sakura's voice was steady now, but her hands were clenched. You don't get to carry this alone because you're scared we'll look at you differently. That trick stopped working a long time ago. Kakashi smiled faintly under his mask. She's right. Also, you are very bad at hiding things. Naruto gave him a tired look. You read books in public with that cover and you're judging me? A fair point. For one moment, the fear loosened. Then the chamber lights went out, not dimmed, out. A wave of cold rolled through the room. The ceiling scripts on the walls ignited in black fire. Anbu shouted outside. Tsunade moved first, slamming her palm to the ground. Barrier! Golden lines erupted around Naruto. Sakura joined instantly, feeding chakra into the formation. Kakashi's Sharingan flashed open. Shizune threw a spread of tags toward the walls, each one bursting with white light. The darkness swallowed the light. Naruto felt the floor tilt under him. No, not tilt, thin, as if the stone beneath him had become paper. Something below was pulling, not his body, his shadow. It stretched downward, sinking into the floor like ink in water. Naruto? Sakura shouted. She grabbed his arm. For a second, her hand passed through him. Her eyes went wide. Naruto looked down. His legs were fading from the knees down, not disappearing, becoming transparent, like he was being remembered badly. Tsunade lunged and slapped a seal tag onto his chest. Anchor him! Kakashi grabbed Naruto's other arm. Hold on, Naruto tried. He planted his chakra into the floor, into the room, into the village itself. He reached for Kurama's power. The fox answered with fire. Red chakra exploded around him. For one heartbeat, the darkness recoiled. Then something beneath Naruto opened its mouth. The red chakra froze. Kurama snarled in pain. Naruto felt the fox's power being pushed back, not by strength, but by authority. Like a king ordering a flame to kneel, a voice filled the chamber. It was gentle. That was the worst part, not monstrous. Not roaring, not cruel, gentle. At last, it said, the black seal on Naruto's stomach burned through the tag Tsunade had placed there. Every symbol in the chamber cracked. Tsunade's face twisted with effort as she poured more chakra into the barrier. "Who are you?" The voice did not answer her. It spoke only to Naruto. Child of the open door, blood of breath, vessel of the fox, unknowing heir, Naruto gritted his teeth. "I'm nobody's heir." The darkness seemed amused. All heirs say this before they see the throne. The floor vanished. Sakura screamed his name. Naruto's hand slipped from hers. For one terrible moment, he saw them above him like figures on the surface of a pond. Sakura reaching down. Kakashi's eye wide. Tsunade smashing her fist into the barrier, breaking her own seal apart to chase him. Then the world folded. Naruto fell. But it was not like falling through air. It was like falling through memories that did not belong to him. He saw a battlefield where no bodies rotted because the dead stood waiting for permission to leave. He saw a river made of white lanterns. He saw children walking hand in hand with old men, all of them transparent, all of them looking toward a gate that would not open. He saw a woman made of shadows kneeling before a throne of bone and moonlight. He saw a crown floating in darkness, shaped like antlers, ribs, and winter branches. He saw himself sitting beneath it, older, colder, eyes black as a starless sky. No, Naruto twisted in the fall, clawing at the nothing around him. "I said no." Something laughed, not the gentle voice, something deeper, something hungry. Then he hit water. The shock stole his breath. Naruto sank into a black lake under a pale sky. For a moment, he could not tell which way was up. The water was cold enough to bite, but it did not feel wet. It moved around him like smoke. Faces drifted beneath the surface. Not corpses, not monsters. Just faces, sleeping, waiting, passing by in silence. Naruto kicked upward. His head broke the surface. He gasped. The air tasted like ash and winter flowers. He swam toward a shore made of smooth, white stone. His palms scraped against it as he dragged himself out, coughing, shaking, furious and afraid. Then he froze. The world around him was impossible. A vast realm stretched beneath a colorless sky. There was no sun, but everything glowed faintly, as if lit from behind by dying moonlight. Black trees stood without leaves, their branches hung with paper lanterns that burned blue. Far away, mountains curved like sleeping beasts. Rivers of mist crossed the land, carrying whispers instead of water, and before Naruto stood a city. No, a court. A palace of pale stone and dark glass rose from the center of the realm, built around an enormous gate taller than any mountain in the leaf. The gate was circular, carved with thousands of symbols, and cracked from top to bottom. Souls gathered before it in silent lines, fading in and out like candle flames. Some passed through, most did not. The air trembled with waiting. Naruto pushed himself to his feet. His clothes were dry now, that made no sense, but he was too busy staring at the gate to care. "Where am I?" he whispered. A blade touched the back of his neck. Naruto went still. The presence behind him was quiet, not hidden, quiet in the way snow was quiet before it buried a village. "You stand in Kakuryo," a girl's voice said. "The hidden ghost realm, the court between death and return." Naruto slowly raised his hands. "I'm guessing this isn't near the land of fire." The blade did not move. "You are alive," the girl said. Naruto tried to glance back. "Usually, no living body should stand here." "Yeah, I've heard that a lot today." The blade pressed closer. Name yourself. Naruto Uzumaki, Leaf Shinobi, and I really don't like people pointing sharp things at my neck. Silence. Then the blade withdrew. Naruto turned. The girl standing behind him looked about his age, maybe a little older, but everything about her carried the stillness of something ancient. She wore layered robes of white and deep violet, tied with black cords marked in silver script. Her hair was pale, almost blue under the ghost light falling straight down her back. Her skin had the soft color of moonlit stone. Her eyes were gray, but not empty. They were guarded, careful. Like she had been taught never to want anything where another person could see. In her hand was a narrow sword made of translucent bone. Naruto lowered his hands. "You're not a ghost," he said. Her expression did not change. "No, but you're not exactly alive either." Something flickered in her eyes. "Careful, heir," Naruto stiffened. "Don't call me that! Then do not carry the mark." He looked down. The black seal was visible now, burning beneath his shirt through the cloth. It did not hurt. That made it worse. The girl looked at it with something almost like dread. "The court felt you awaken," she said. "The gate felt you. The withering felt you." "The what?" Before she could answer, the ground trembled. A sound rolled across Kakuryō, not thunder, a heartbeat, slow, huge, wrong. The souls gathered before the cracked gate lowered their heads. Lanterns flickered blue to black. The girl's hand tightened around her sword. Naruto felt Kurama stir inside him, but the fox was distant here, like a bonfire seen through fog. From the palace steps, a procession emerged. Figures in pale armor, tall, silent guards whose faces were covered by masks carved into expressions of grief. Behind them came robed nobles, some transparent, some solid, some with features that shifted like smoke. They moved with the solemn grace of funeral dancers. At their center walked a king. He was tall and thin, wearing a crown of white branches. His robes trailed behind him like mist. His face was old but not weak. His eyes were the same gray as the girl's, and when they settled on Naruto, Naruto felt as if every goodbye he had ever refused to say was being measured. The girl bowed her head. "King Raigetsu." Naruto did not bow. He was still deciding whether to run, fight, or demand ramen as a negotiating tactic. The king stopped several steps away. "So," King Raigetsu said, voice soft as a closing tomb, "the living heir arrives at last." Naruto clenched his fists. "I'm not your heir. I didn't ask to come here. I don't even know what this place is." "No," the king said, "you do not." His gaze moved to the cracked gate behind him, "but your world will know soon enough." The girl stepped beside the king, still holding her sword. Raigetsu glanced at her. "Princess Yamira, you have seen the mark." "Yes, father, princess." Naruto looked at her again. Yamira did not look at him. King Raigetsu lifted one hand. The air before Naruto rippled. An image appeared, Konoha, not as it was, as it could become. The village streets were empty under a gray sky. Doors hung open. Food stalls stood abandoned. The Hokage monument had dark cracks running through the faces. Shadows gathered at windows. On the road near the academy, ghostly figures stood shoulder to shoulder, unable to leave, unable to live. Naruto stepped forward. "What is that?" "A warning," Raigetsu said. The image shifted. The hospital. Sakura stood in a hallway filled with pale hands reaching through the walls. Kakashi knelt before the memorial stone, surrounded by shapes with familiar silhouettes. Tsunade stood over a body Naruto could not see, her hands glowing, her face broken by the knowledge that healing had limits. Naruto's breath caught. "Stop!" The image vanished. Yamira watched him now, her expression unreadable. King Raigetsu spoke again. "The reincarnation gate is failing. Souls cannot pass as they should. The dead linger, the living feel the weight. Your world and mine are pressing against each other like two wounds refusing to close." "What does that have to do with me?" The king's eyes fell to the black seal. "When the Reaper opened its path on the night of your birth, the withering dark marked you. It chose the only living vessel strong enough to survive its touch. You are bound to the gate, bound to this realm, bound to the throne that keeps death from devouring life and life from imprisoning death." Naruto shook his head. No, I'm a shinobi. I'm from Konoha. I already have one thing sealed inside me. I'm not taking responsibility for a broken death gate, too. A murmur passed through the court. Ymira's gaze sharpened, but there was something else beneath it, surprise. As if no one had ever spoken to her father like that, King Raigetsu did not grow angry. That unsettled Naruto more. You may refuse words, the king said. You cannot refuse the bond. Naruto pointed at the gate. Watch me! The heartbeat came again. This time the cracked gate answered. Black light leaked from the fracture, the souls waiting before it trembled. Ymira stepped back. Even King Raigetsu's face tightened. Naruto heard the gentle voice again, not from the king, not from Ymira, from the crack in the gate. Naruto Uzumaki. His blood went cold. The black light stretched like fingers across the stone. I've waited inside your shadow since your first cry. Naruto's fists shook. Who are you? The voice was warm, almost kind. I am the withering dark. I am the mercy beyond endings. I am the hand that can close every grave. The court lowered their heads in terror. Ymira did not. She lifted her sword, though Naruto saw the tremble in her wrist. The voice continued. You have lost so much, child. A mother's arms, a father's voice, a teacher's safety, a friend's loyalty. Again and again, the world teaches you that love is only a thing waiting to be taken. Naruto's throat tightened. He hated how calmly it spoke. He hated that every word knew where to cut. But I can make a kinder world, Ymigare whispered. No more funerals, no more names carved in stone. No more reaching for hands that vanish. Take the throne, and no one you love will ever be lost again. For one heartbeat, Naruto saw it, a village where nobody died, Jiraiya laughing at Ikaraku, his parents waiting at his apartment door, every fallen shinobi walking home, no empty chairs. No memorial stones, no grief hidden behind brave smiles. The promise struck him harder than any enemy ever had. Then Kurama snarled inside him. Brat, Naruto gasped. The vision shattered. He took a step back, breathing hard. No, he said. The black light paused. Naruto raised his head. His eyes burned, but his voice held. That's not kindness. That's a trap wearing someone's face. For the first time, the gentle voice lost a fraction of its warmth. You will learn. The crack in the gate pulsed. A wave of darkness shot across the ground, straight toward the image of Konoha still fading in the air. Ymira moved, but Naruto was faster. He did not think. That was always his problem, and sometimes his greatest strength. He jumped between the darkness and the fading vision of his home, slamming his palms together. Shadow clone jutsu? Nothing happened. His chakra sparked and died. The realm swallowed the technique before it could form. Naruto's eyes widened. Ymira shouted, Chakra is thin here. The darkness struck him in the chest. Pain should have followed. It did not. Instead, Naruto felt absence, the sensation of a door closing somewhere inside him. The black seal burned from beneath Kurama's power. Something answered, not fully, not yet, just enough. A cold pulse erupted from Naruto's body. The darkness recoiled from him. The court gasped. Ymira stared. Naruto looked down at his hands. For a second, his fingers were outlined in black light, not chakra, not nature energy, something else. Something that made the silent souls turn toward him like flowers toward a dead sun. King Raigetsu whispered, The heir's shadow wakes. Naruto clenched his hands until the light vanished. I told you, he said, though he did not know whether he was speaking to the king, the demon, or himself. I'm not your heir. Yamigare's voice softened again. Yes, it said. You are. The gate's crack closed slightly, just enough for the black light to retreat, but the damage remained. The souls kept waiting, the court kept staring. And Naruto understood with a sinking feeling that refusing the title did not free him from the problem. Ymira lowered her sword slowly. For the first time since they met, her expression shifted into something almost human, not fear, not duty, curiosity. You stood between it and your home. She said. Naruto looked at her. Of course I did. Even though your power failed, especially then. Ymira seemed to consider that answer as if it belonged to a language she had never learned. King Raigetsu turned toward the palace, bring him to the pale court. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I'm not done asking questions. No, the king said. You have only begun. The masked guards moved aside, creating a path toward the palace and the broken gate beyond it. Naruto looked back at the black lake, at the impossible sky, at the countless souls waiting for a passage that no longer worked. Somewhere far above, in the world of the living, Sakura was probably shouting at someone. Tsunade was probably breaking furniture. Kakashi was probably blaming himself in that quiet way he had. Naruto touched the seal on his stomach. Cold answered. The voice was gone, but its promise remained like a thorn under his heart. No one you love will ever be lost again. He hated it. He hated that a part of him had wanted to believe it. Ymira stepped beside him. This way, she said. Naruto looked at the palace. Then at the princess who had called him heir with a blade at his neck, but now watched him like he was the first living fire she had ever seen. He started walking. Above them, the dead lanterns burned blue. Behind them, the gate cracked a little wider. And deep beneath Naruto's seal, the throne waited. Naruto had walked into enemy villages, cursed forests, snake hideouts, and battlefields soaked with killing intent. None of them felt like Kakuryo. A battlefield hated you loudly. A forest hid things in the dark. Enemy villages had walls, guards, rules, and people pretending they were not afraid. But Kakuryo did not hate him. That was worse. The hidden ghost realm watched him with the patience of something that had buried kings, children, monsters, heroes, and every person who once believed they could escape the end. The air itself felt old, not dusty, not dead, old in a way that made Naruto's bones understand they were temporary. The path to the palace was made of white stone, smooth as river rock. On either side, black trees leaned inward, their branches heavy with blue lanterns. Each lantern had a name written on it in silver script. Some names burned bright, others flickered weakly. Naruto slowed as he passed one. The script shifted before his eyes. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw a familiar name, Jiraiya. His chest tightened. He stopped. Princess Ymira stopped beside him, silent as snowfall. Naruto stared at the lantern. The name changed again, becoming something he could not read. Did you see that? He asked. Ymira followed his gaze. The lanterns show what the living carry. Naruto frowned. What does that mean? They do not show the dead as they are. They show the dead as they remain inside you. Naruto's hand curled. So this place is messing with my head. No, Ymira said. It is being honest with it. Naruto looked at her sharply. She did not flinch. The princess walked with her sword lowered at her side, but Naruto had the strong feeling she could raise it before he finished blinking. Her face stayed calm, but not in the way Sai's face used to be calm. Sai had been empty because others had carved too much out of him. Ymira's stillness was different. She was not empty. She was locked. Every movement she made seemed trained, every breath measured, every glance given only after permission from some invisible law inside her head. Naruto knew that kind of cage. He had grown up inside one made of whispers and locked doors. So, Naruto said, because silence always made him uncomfortable, are you going to explain why everyone keeps calling me heir, or am I supposed to guess? You were told enough. I was told I have a creepy second seal, a broken death gate, and some shadow demon wants me to sit on a throne. That's not enough. That's barely the start of a bad mission briefing. Ymira's eyes moved toward him. Do all shinobi speak to princesses this way? Only the ones who point swords at my neck. A few steps behind them, the masked guards shifted. Ymira lifted one hand slightly. They stopped. Naruto noticed that she had authority here, real authority, but she wore it like a chain, not a crown. The court will explain what must be explained. Ymira said. Naruto snorted. That means they'll explain what they want me to believe. For the first time, something almost like amusement touched her face. It vanished quickly. You are less foolish than you look. Thanks, I think. You are also more foolish than you think. That one sounded less like a compliment. It was. Naruto almost smiled. Then the path curved and the palace opened before him. From the lake shore it had looked huge. Up close it looked impossible. The palace of the Pale Court rose from a foundation of black glass and white stone, each tower shaped like a frozen flame. Bridges arched between them with no supports underneath. Curtains of mist fell from balconies and vanished before touching the ground. Along the outer walls were carvings of people walking through gates, then being born again as children, animals, trees, rain, and stars. At the center stood the reincarnation gate. Naruto could not stop looking at it. The gate was not attached to the palace. The palace had been built around it, like everything in this realm existed only because that circle of stone allowed it to. It was taller than the Hokage monument, wider than the Valley of the End, and its surface was covered in millions of tiny carvings moving slowly like living script. But the crack through it ruined everything. It ran from the upper curve down to the base, jagged and black, leaking faint threads of shadow. Every few breaths the gate shuddered, and the souls waiting before it trembled. There were thousands of them, maybe more. They stood in lines that curved through the courtyard and disappeared into misty streets beyond the palace. Some were shinobi in old armor, some were farmers, some were children holding toys. Some were strangers from lands Naruto had never seen. Most did not seem frightened. That made it worse. They seemed tired. Waiting had become part of them. Naruto swallowed. Are they all stuck? Ymira's expression closed. Not all, some still pass. But most don't. No, how long? Longer each year. Naruto looked at the gate. Why? Ymira's fingers tightened around her sword. Because the king weakens. Because the gate is old. Because the withering dark presses against the fracture. Because your world has learned too many ways to steal souls from the cycle. Naruto glanced at her. Edo Tensei, her eyes sharpened. You know of it. I've seen it. The words felt heavy. Haku, Zabuza. The dead used as weapons. Souls dragged back into bodies made of dust and orders. It had been wrong then, and it felt even worse now, standing in front of thousands of souls who were waiting for a door that no longer worked. Ymira watched his face carefully. Your world treats death like a border to cross when convenient. Naruto looked down. Not everyone. No, she said, but enough. They entered the courtyard. The souls turned as Naruto passed, not all at once, one by one. A child with translucent hands, an old woman with a missing shoe. A man wearing the forehead protector of a village Naruto did not recognize. Their eyes followed him, and every gaze felt like a question. Can you open the way? Naruto's shoulders tightened. He hated this feeling, the feeling of people hoping at him. It was not that he did not want to help. He always wanted to help. That was the problem. Hope was heavy when it belonged to people with nowhere else to put it. A young boy stepped out of the line. He could not have been older than 6. One of the masked guards moved to stop him, but the boy slipped past, staring up at Naruto. You're warm, the boy whispered. Naruto froze. Ymira's face changed. It was small. Barely there, but Naruto saw it. Pain. The boy reached toward Naruto's hand. Can you take me home? Naruto's throat closed. He crouched. The guards tensed. Ymira said sharply, Do not touch him. Naruto stopped, his hand inches from the boy's. Why? Living warmth anchors the newly dead. If he clings to you, he may forget the gate entirely. Naruto looked at the boy. The child's eyes were wide, hopeful, confused. Naruto knew that look. He had worn it too many times outside doors that did not open. Slowly, painfully, Naruto lowered his hand. I can't take you home, he said. The boy's face fell. Naruto forced himself to continue. But I'll find out what's wrong with the gate, I promise. The boy tilted his head. Promise? Naruto smiled, though it hurt. Yeah, I'm good at those. Ymira looked away. The boy stepped back into line. As Naruto stood, his fists shook. The blue lanterns above him flickered. From the crack in the gate, something whispered, such a kind heart. Naruto's body went cold. Ymira heard it too. Her sword rose halfway. The whisper faded into the stone. Naruto stared at the crack. Ymigare. The name sat inside him like frost. The pale court gathered in a hall where the ceiling showed no roof, only a colorless sky full of slow-moving stars. Naruto was brought before a circular chamber of white steps descending toward a black floor polished like still water. The nobles of Kakuryo stood on the steps in layered robes, armor, veils, and funeral masks. Some looked human. Others had eyes like lantern flames or fingers that faded into mist. At the far side of the chamber sat King Raigetsu on a throne made of pale wood and bone-white stone. Naruto did not like the throne. It was not evil-looking. That was the problem. It looked solemn, necessary, ancient, like something people had suffered around for so long they forgot to question it. Princess Ymira stood to the king's right, not seated. Standing, Naruto noticed that too. A woman in dark robes stepped forward. Her face was covered by a veil of silver chains. "The living vessel stands before the pale court," she announced. "The marked heir of the withering seal. The bridge between breath and return. The promised consort of the gate's keeper." Naruto's head snapped toward her. "Wait, consort?" A murmur rippled through the court. Ymira's face did not move. That confirmed it more than any answer could have. Naruto pointed at her, then at himself. "No, absolutely not. We are not doing that." The veiled woman stiffened. "You will address the court with reverence. I'll address the court after someone explains why I just got cold promised anything." King Raigetsu raised one hand. The chamber quieted. "Naruto, use Uzumaki," the king said. "The gate cannot be stabilized by force alone. It requires a living anchor and a royal key." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "That sounds like a fancy way of saying you need me and her." "Yes." Ymira stood perfectly still. Naruto looked at her, "And you knew." "I was raised knowing," she said. The words were flat, not proud, not ashamed, just fact. Naruto stared at her. "Raised knowing you had to marry some random person with a creepy seal?" "No," Ymira said. "Raised knowing I was born for the gate." Something in her voice made Naruto's anger stumble. The court did not seem uncomfortable. That made him angrier. He turned back to the king. "She's your daughter. She is the gate's keeper. She's a person." The hall went silent, not because the words were wise, because they were strange here. Ymira's eyes moved to him. For the first time, her cold mask cracked openly, only for a heartbeat. But Naruto saw it. No one had said that before. King Raigetsu's gaze deepened. "You speak like a child of the living. Good. You think personhood frees one from duty?" "No," Naruto said. "I think duty that eats the person isn't duty. It's just a prettier kind of prison." A few nobles hissed. The veiled woman stepped forward. "The princess is not a village girl to be flattered by mortal sentiment. She is a sacred mechanism of passage." Naruto's blue eyes hardened. "Say that again." The woman paused. Ymira spoke before the court could explode. "It is enough." Her voice was soft. Everyone listened. She looked at Naruto, and there was warning in her eyes, not for herself, for him. "You do not understand the weight of this place. Then explain it." King Raigetsu leaned forward. "The reincarnation gate governs the passage of souls from the world of the dead back toward life. Not every soul returns immediately. Not every soul returns unchanged. But movement must continue. Death must feed life, and life must return to death. That is the cycle." Naruto folded his arms. "I understand that part. The withering dark does not wish for cycle. It wishes for stillness." The chamber dimmed at the name. Raigetsu continued. "It was born in the first fear of loss. It grew in every refusal to release the dead. It is not merely a monster. It is an answer to grief, given hunger and will." Naruto remembered the voice, kind, patient, offering him his parents, offering him Jiraiya. His stomach twisted. "The gate kept it outside," Raigetsu said, "for ages, but the Reaper seal opened a wound between worlds. Through that wound, the withering marked you. Since then, its pressure has increased. The gate cracks. The dead gather. The living begin to see what should remain beyond sight." Naruto looked at the black floor. "My wound didn't bleed. The withering touches what lives through you." "Why me?" The king's face softened, and somehow that made him look older. "Because you survived the impossible. Because Abiju's chakra burned inside you from birth. Because your blood carries sealing strength from a clan that once chained monsters and death alike. Because your heart refuses to abandon bonds, even when bonds wound you." Naruto said nothing. Those words sounded too much like praise and too much like a sentence. The veiled noble lifted her chin. "The prophecy is clear. The living heir shall bind the keeper, sit the mortal crown, and restore passage through union." "There's that marriage thing again," Naruto said. It is not marriage as mortals understand it, Raigetsu said. It is a binding, a ritual alignment. Your living force, her royal authority, the gate's law, and the withering seal within you. Together they may restore balance. May, the king did not answer. Naruto laughed once. You don't even know if it'll work. It is the only path remaining. No, Naruto said. It's the only path you're willing to see. The court erupted. Voices rose like wind through a graveyard. Arrogant mortal, the gate fails while he mocks law. He carries the mark. The prophecy names him. Bind him before the withering claims him fully. Naruto's chakra flared on instinct. The floor drank it immediately. His body felt heavier. Ymira stepped down from beside the throne. The court quieted as she approached him. She stopped close enough that only he could hear her clearly. You should be careful, she said. Everyone keeps telling me that. Because here your defiance has consequences beyond bruises. Naruto studied her face. Do you want this? Ymira blinked. It was such a simple question, yet it struck her like an attack. Her lips parted slightly. The whole court seemed to hold its breath, though many of them did not breathe. Finally she said, wanting is not relevant. Naruto's expression softened. That's not an answer. It is the only answer I was given. For once, Naruto had no quick comeback. He saw it then, not fully, but enough. Ymira had not been waiting for a prince or a savior. She had been raised like a key hanging beside a locked door, polished, protected, sharpened, and never asked whether she wanted to open anything. Naruto's voice dropped. I'm not binding you to anything you don't choose. The words moved through her like warmth touching frozen glass. She looked almost frightened of them. Before she could answer, the gate groaned. The hall shook. A crack of black light flashed across the ceiling. The souls outside screamed, not loudly, that made it worse. The sound came through the palace like thousands of candles being blown out at once. King Raigetsu stood. The fracture widens. A masked guard rushed into the chamber and dropped to one knee. My king, the southern passage has failed. Souls from the river districts are no longer crossing. Some are turning back toward the living world. The court fell into panic. Naruto stepped forward. Turning back means what? Raigetsu's face darkened. Hauntings, possessions, cold zones, memories of the dead clinging to places until the living cannot bear them. Naruto thought of Konoha, the empty streets in the vision, Sakura in the hospital hallway, Kakashi at the memorial stone, Tsunade standing over someone she could not save. His hand went to the seal. Yamigeru's voice whispered from nowhere and everywhere. The first demand comes gently. The chamber froze. Black mist gathered above the floor, forming no body, only a shape like a shadow standing behind a curtain. Naruto's breath caught. Ymira drew her sword. The court bowed their heads in terror. King Raigetsu remained standing, but his hand trembled on the arm of the throne. Yamigeru spoke with warmth. Living heir, pale princess, tired king, how many more must wait while pride pretends to be wisdom? Naruto glared at the mist. You don't get to talk about wisdom after trying to crawl inside my head. I offered comfort. You offered a lie. A lie. The voice sounded almost sad. Tell me, Naruto Uzumaki, if I placed your master before you now, breathing, laughing, proud, would you call that lie? Naruto's heart slammed against his ribs. The mist shifted. For a moment, a figure stood inside it, tall, broad-shouldered, wild white hair. Naruto stopped breathing. Don't, he whispered. The figure became clearer. Jiraiya turned toward him with that crooked grin Naruto remembered too well. Hey, kid! Naruto's knees nearly gave out. Every instinct in him screamed to move forward. Every part of him that was still the lonely boy on a swing wanted to run, grabbed the old man's sleeve, and refused to let go. Ymira stepped beside him. Naruto? Her voice cut through the vision, not hard, not commanding, present. Naruto clenched his teeth so tightly his jaw hurt. That's not him. Yamigeru sighed. No, not yet. The image faded, Naruto's eyes burned. The demon continued softly. I can make it him. I can make it all of them. I can end the wound called goodbye. Naruto shook, but he did not step forward. What do you want? The black mist turned toward the gate. Open the first chain. King Raigetsu's face went pale. Ymira whispered. No. Naruto looked between them. What chain? The king answered tightly. The gate is bound by 7 ancient locks. They prevent the withering from entering the cycle directly. They also prevent repair, Ymir said. One chain loosened, and the southern passage will flow again. The waiting souls will move. The hauntings in your village will fade. Naruto's eyes narrowed. That sounds too easy. Mercy often does. No, Ymir said. Everyone looked at her. She stepped forward, sword raised toward the mist. The chains were forged from the first oaths of the dead. If one opens to the withering, it will not stop at one. Ymir's voice warmed. Princess Ymir, little key, still reciting lessons from a father who shaped you into a lock. Her face went still. Naruto felt anger flare in his chest. Don't talk to her like that. The mist seemed to smile without a mouth. Ah, there it is. The bond begins before the ritual. How beautifully dangerous. Naruto's fists clenched. Ymir turned its attention fully on him. Open the first chain before the next moonless hour, or I will let your home taste what waits behind the fracture. The black mist spread across the floor. Images appeared inside it. Kano her again, this time not empty, worse. The village was alive but wrong. People walked through morning streets with ghostly figures trailing behind them like shadows that did not match. Children cried at voices whispering from under beds. Shinobi on patrol swung weapons at things they could not touch. Hospital rooms iced over. Names appeared on mirrors. The memorial stone bled black rain upward into the sky. Then Naruto saw Sakura. She stood in the hospital, hands glowing green, trying to save a patient whose shadow was being pulled backward through the wall. Kakashi appeared next, surrounded by the shapes of fallen comrades. Then Iruka. Naruto's breath caught. Iruka-sensei stood alone in a classroom filled with children who had died years before Naruto was born. Their pale hands touched his shoulders. His eyes were open but empty, as if he were listening to voices dragging him somewhere deep. Naruto stepped forward. Leave them out of this, Ymir's voice lowered. I am not attacking them. I am simply no longer holding back what your refusal allows. Liar! Perhaps, but in 1 hour you will know. The images vanished. The mist withdrew toward the gate's crack. One chain, heir, one act of mercy. Or your village becomes a doorway. The black light disappeared. The hall remained frozen long after the voice faded. Then chaos broke loose. The nobles shouted. Guards rushed in and out. Messengers moved through walls. The gate groaned again, deeper this time. Naruto turned on King Raigetsu. Can it do that? The king did not answer quickly enough. Naruto's stomach dropped. It can, he said. Ymir's voice was quiet. Not fully, not yet, but enough. Naruto looked at her. How do we stop it? By strengthening the gate. Without sacrificing you or turning me into some death king. No answer. Naruto looked around the court. Every face avoided his anger rose. Unbelievable. The veiled noble snapped. You do not understand the scale of what is at stake. Then help me understand instead of trying to shove me into a ritual. King Raigetsu raised his voice. Enough. The word struck the chamber like a bell. The court fell silent. The king descended from his throne. Up close, Naruto could see the cracks in him, not physical cracks, something deeper. His outline flickered at the edges. His crown of white branches had black veins running through it. Raigetsu was dying, or whatever counted as dying here. The withering has forced our hand, the king said. The heir must be prepared for the binding. Naruto's eyes hardened. I said no. Then your village suffers. Are you threatening me too? I am telling you the shape of the board. Naruto stepped closer. I don't care about your board. For the first time, King Raigetsu's calm broke. You should. Every soul in that courtyard stands there because the board is breaking. Every child waiting at the gate. Every ancestor unable to return, every living person beginning to hear whispers in the walls. You think defiance is courage because in your world, enough willpower can shatter stone. Here, willpower without law becomes disaster. Naruto flinched. Not because the king shouted, because some of it was true. He did not understand this realm. He did not understand its rules. He could not punch a broken cycle back into place. But he knew what it felt like to be used, and he knew what it looked like when adults called a child's sacrifice necessary. He looked at Ymir. She had gone distant again, a princess-shaped lock. Then teach me the law, Naruto said. Don't chain me with it. The king's expression shifted. Ymira looked at him. Naruto took a breath. I'm not opening Yamige's chain. I'm not agreeing to a ritual I don't understand. And I'm not letting Konoha get swallowed because some shadow knows exactly where to hurt me. The court murmured again, but softer this time. Naruto pointed toward the gate. You said the gate is failing because the withering is pressing on it and because souls are stacking up. Then we buy time. We move the souls that can still pass. We reinforce the weakest places. We figure out what the seal inside me does without letting it drive. The veiled noble scoffed. A shinobi battle plan against cosmic decay. Naruto looked at her. Better than panicking in expensive robes. A few guards made sounds that might have been coughs. Ymira's lips almost moved. King Raigetsu studied him. You speak as though you command here. No, Naruto said. I speak like someone you dragged here because you need him. Silence. The king closed his eyes. When he opened them, he looked older. Princess Ymira will instruct you in the laws of passage and the nature of the gate. Ymira's head turned sharply. Father, you know the gate better than any soul in this court. I am needed at the southern passage. You are needed with him. Naruto saw the command land on her shoulders. Again, duty, again, no choice. He spoke before he could stop himself. Ask her. Raigetsu looked at him. Naruto nodded toward Ymira. Ask if she'll do it. The court stared as if he had suggested asking a kunai whether it wanted to be thrown. King Raigetsu's jaw tightened, but maybe the gate's crack had frightened him. Maybe Yamige's threat had given Naruto more power than anyone wanted to admit. Slowly, the king turned to his daughter. Ymira, will you instruct him? The princess stood very still. For several seconds, Naruto thought she would give the answer she had been trained to give. Duty is not asking, wanting is not relevant. Instead, she looked at Naruto, really looked, not at the seal, not at the title, at him. Yes, she said. The word was quiet, but it was hers. Naruto smiled slightly. Ymira looked away quickly. King Raigetsu nodded. Then go. The court will prepare emergency wards around the southern passage. You have until the moonless hour. Naruto frowned. How long is that? Ymira started walking. Not long enough. They left the chamber through a side passage of black glass. The noise of the court faded behind them. For a while, neither spoke. The corridor curved along the outer wall of the palace, overlooking the courtyard where souls waited before the gate. From above, Naruto could see how bad it was. The lines did not end. They stretched into ghostly streets, across bridges, along rivers of mist, and into the pale distance. Every soul was a story interrupted. Every delay was another life waiting to become life again. Naruto pressed his hand against the glass. It's not fair, he muttered. Ymira stopped. What? All of this? Fairness is not a law of death. Maybe it should be. That is a child's answer. Naruto looked at her. Yeah, and what's the adult answer? Be born as a key, marry a stranger, get used by a prophecy, and pretend you don't care. Her face went cold. You know nothing of me. I know enough. No, she said, stepping closer. You know loneliness and think it makes you fluent in every cage. Naruto went silent. That hit harder than he expected. Ymira's eyes flashed. I was not abandoned by a village. I was raised by one. Every tutor, every guard, every minister, every priest of the gate told me I was precious, sacred, necessary. They did not hate me. They honored me. They bowed when I entered rooms. They guarded my sleep. They taught me every law of passage and every song sung for the dead. Her voice trembled now, just barely. And not one of them ever asked whether I was cold. Naruto's anger faded. Ymira looked away as if ashamed of saying too much. The corridor felt very quiet. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. I'm sorry, she blinked, surprised. I was trying to help. He said, but I guess I was also acting like I understood everything. You do that often? Yeah, Naruto admitted. Usually while yelling. Ymira stared at him. Then, unexpectedly, she gave a small breath that might have been the ghost of a laugh. It vanished quickly, but Naruto saw it. The corridor warmed by one impossible degree. Ymira turned and continued walking. Come, she said. If you intend to save your village without understanding anything, we should begin correcting the second part. She brought him to a balcony overlooking the gate. From there, Naruto could see the 7 chains. He had not noticed them before. They were enormous, each one made of a different pale substance, stretching from the outer ring of the gate into 7 towers around the palace. One looked like bone, one like silver, one like frozen water, one like braided hair, one like white fire, one like stone covered in names, the last was black iron veined with blue light. The first chain, Ymira said, pointing to the bone-white one, binds the withering from touching newly dead souls directly. That is the chain it wants opened. Naruto stared at it, and if we open it, the southern passage may flow for a short time, then Ymigare will have a hand inside the gate. So we don't. No, what can we do instead? Ymira studied the gate. The southern passage failed because the souls there are too heavy to move. Heavy. Some deaths carry more weight, violent deaths, unfinished vows, names held too tightly by the living. When too many gather in one passage, the gate slows. Naruto thought of the Shinobi World Wars, revenge, buried grudges, Edo Tensei, names carved on memorial stones and carried like weapons. No wonder the gate was choking. How do you make them lighter? Release. The word was simple. Naruto hated it immediately. Ymira noticed, "You dislike that. I'm not good at letting go." "No," she said, "you are very good at refusing to abandon. That is not the same thing." Naruto looked at her. Ymira's gaze remained on the gate. The living often confuse love with holding. The dead suffer for it. Naruto's hand tightened on the balcony rail. Jiraiya's face flashed in his mind, his parents, Neji, everyone he had reached for too late. "I don't want to forget them." Release is not forgetting. Then what is it? Ymira was quiet for a moment. "I do not know from experience." That answer surprised him. She looked down at the waiting souls. "I have never had anyone to lose." Naruto did not know what to say. Then the palace shook. The bone chain groaned. A black crack spread along its surface. Ymira stiffened. The moonless hour comes early. Far beyond the gate, over the direction of the living world, a dark wound opened in the sky. Naruto felt it before he understood it. Konoha, not physically close, but connected to him through the seal, through memory, through every bond Ymigare had tasted in his heart. The demon was reaching. The gate's crack pulsed, the air filled with Yamigare's gentle voice. "One chain, Naruto Uzumaki. One small mercy. Or I begin with the teacher who first called you by your name." Naruto's blood went cold. "Uruka." The balcony beneath his hands began to frost. Ymira turned to him sharply. "Naruto, do not answer from fear." His breathing grew rough inside him. Kurama snarled, distant but fierce. The black seal burned for a moment. Naruto saw the classroom again. Uruka standing alone, pale hands on his shoulders, his eyes emptying. Naruto's fingers twitched. One chain to save him, one chain to stop it. Ymira stepped in front of him, not with her sword raised. With her hand extended, she did not touch him, but she offered the space between them like a bridge. "Naruto," she said, voice low, "if you open that chain to save one person, Ymigare will use that love to endanger everyone. That is how it wins, not by making you cruel. By making your kindness obey panic." Naruto shook. "I can't just do nothing. Then do something else." His eyes locked with hers. For the first time since entering Kakuryo, Naruto felt something besides cold from her trust. Small, terrified, new but real, he inhaled. Then he slammed his fist into his palm. "Okay," Ymira blinked. "Okay, we're not opening the chain. We're going to the southern passage." "That is extremely dangerous." "Good, that means Ymigare won't expect it. It will absolutely expect it. Then we'll be annoying." "That is not a strategy." "It works for me a lot." Ymira stared at him. Then, against every rule her life had taught her, she smiled. Only a little, only for a second, but it was real. The gate groaned again. The black wound widened. Ymira's smile vanished. "This way," she said. She turned toward the stairs leading down into the palace depths. Naruto followed. Behind them, the bone chain cracked once more. Above them, the blue lanterns flickered. And far away, in the world of the living, the first ghosts of Konoha began to knock on locked doors. The stairs beneath the pale court did not descend like normal stairs. They remembered every person who had ever walked them. Naruto realized it after the first 100 steps. At first, he thought the whispers came from behind him. He kept glancing over his shoulder, expecting to see masked guards or pale nobles following them into the depths of the palace. But there was only Ymira moving ahead of him with her bone-white sword in hand, her robes silent against the stone. Then the whispers shifted, a woman humming a lullaby, a man apologizing to someone who was not there, a child asking whether the door would open soon, an old shinobi laughing once softly like he had finally put down something heavy. Naruto looked at the walls. The black glass showed reflections that were not theirs. Thousands of shapes moved inside it, not trapped, not watching, only passing like memories caught in the surface of a river. "This place is really bad at being normal," Naruto muttered. Ymira did not look back. "Normal is a habit of the living." "Yeah, well, the living have chairs, windows, and stairs that don't gossip." "The stairs do not gossip. They're whispering. They remember. That is worse." Ymira paused on a landing. Far below them, blue light pulsed in slow waves. The southern passage, Naruto guessed. Every pulse carried cold up through the stone, but there was something else mixed into it now, pressure like the air before a storm. Ymira turned to him. "The southern passage receives souls from lands of violent endings, battlefields, execution grounds, cursed places, forgotten graves. It has always been heavy. If Ymigure wishes to prove the gate is failing, it would choose this passage first." Naruto's expression hardened. "And it's using Konoha to force me to open the chain." "Yes. Then we fix this passage before it reaches Uruka-sensei." "That may not be possible." Naruto stepped onto the landing beside her. "I don't like that answer." "It is still an answer. Then I'll make a better one." Ymira studied him for a moment. In the pale light, her face looked less like carved moonstone and more like a girl trying to understand a language spoken too warmly, too quickly, too loudly. Naruto had seen many people look at him like he was strange, but Ymira looked at him like strangeness might be a door. "You say things like that often," she said, "because they're true." "No, because you need them to become true after you say them." Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it. That was annoyingly accurate. Ymira turned and continued downward. Naruto followed, frowning at her back. "You know, for someone who barely talks, you're pretty sharp. I was educated by the dead. That sounds depressing." It was thorough. The stairs ended at a gate made of silver ribs. Beyond it was not a room, it was a river. The southern passage stretched beneath the palace like an underground canyon, vast and cold, with a river of pale mist running through its center. Souls stood along both banks, thousands of them, waiting before smaller archways that opened into the huge current. Some archways glowed faintly. Others were dark. Most of them were cracked. The ceiling above was hidden in shadow. Blue lanterns floated through the air, moving without wind. Their light revealed bridges, platforms, watchtowers, and pale guards stationed along the banks with long spears of bone and glass. But the order was breaking. Souls pushed against one another in confused clusters. Some wandered away from the lines. Others stood frozen, their forms flickering as if they were being pulled in two directions. The river itself moved sluggishly, thick with gray shadows. Naruto stepped through the ribbed gate. The cold struck him like a hand to the chest. He sucked in a breath. His stomach seal burned. Ymira noticed immediately. "Do not draw on the withering." "I wasn't trying to." "That does not matter. It answers hunger, fear, grief, and command." "You carry all four loudly." "Thanks for making me sound stable. You are not stable here." Naruto looked toward the river. A group of souls near one of the broken archways had begun to glow black around the edges. Pale guards tried to guide them back into line, but every time the guards touched them, the darkness spread up the spears. One guard dropped his weapon with a hiss. Ymira moved. Naruto barely saw her cross the distance. One moment she stood beside him, the next she was at the riverbank, sword flashing in a clean arc. White light swept out from her blade, forming a barrier between the darkened souls and the waiting lines. "Back from the edge!" she commanded. Her voice changed in the passage. It rang. The souls obeyed, not from fear but from recognition. The gate's keeper had spoken. Even the river seemed to pause to listen. Naruto ran after her. "What's happening to them?" "They are being pulled away from passage," Ymira said. "Ymigare is weighing them down." The darkened souls trembled. Naruto saw their faces now. A young woman with a cracked forehead protector, an old man in farmer's clothes. Two children holding each other's hands. A shinobi with empty eyes and armor from a war long before Naruto's time. Black mist coiled around their feet like roots. From somewhere above the river, Ymigare whispered, "Why send them onward?" The entire passage stiffened. The voice was softer than the river and clearer than a scream. "They are tired. Let them rest forever." Ymira raised her sword. "Do not answer!" Naruto clenched his fists. The black mist tightened around the two children. They cried out, not in pain, in fear. That was worse. Naruto stepped forward. Ymira snapped, "Naruto!" "I'm not answering it." His chakra surged. Blue light gathered in his palm, spinning into a Rasengan. The southern passage drank at the edges of the technique, thinning it, but Naruto forced more chakra into the rotation. He could feel Kurama watching from behind his ribs, tense and angry. He could feel the black seal underneath, cold and eager. Naruto aimed the Rasengan at the mist around the children's feet. Ymira's eyes widened. "Do not strike the souls!" "I'm not!" He drove the Rasengan into the ground beside them. The impact should have blasted stone apart. Instead, the chakra spun across the floor in a tight circle, ripping at the black mist without touching the children. For 1 second, it worked. The roots loosened. Then the Rasengan changed color. Blue became gray. Gray became black at the edges. Naruto gasped. The technique twisted in his hand, suddenly heavier, colder, hungry in a way chakra had never been hungry. The rotation deepened. The sound became a low, grinding hum like a millstone turning under earth. Ymira stepped back. "Release it!" Naruto tried. His hand would not open. The black seal burned. The mist around the children shriveled, not scattered. Withered, it curled inward and collapsed into ash-colored sparks. The children stumbled free, and the pale guards pulled them back, but Naruto could not stop. The altered Rasengan kept spinning, its cold spread up his arm. Inside him, Kurama roared, "Brat, drop it!" "I'm trying." Naruto's fingers had gone numb. Black lines crawled from his palm to his wrist like ink under skin. The Rasengan pulsed, and every soul nearby turned toward it with blank, fascinated eyes. Ymira appeared in front of him. Her sword came down. Not on Naruto, on the space between his wrist and the technique. White light cut through the black rotation. The Rasengan shattered. Naruto staggered backward, clutching his arm. The pain came all at once, not sharp. Empty, as if his hand had briefly forgotten it belonged to something alive. Ymira grabbed his wrist. The moment her fingers touched him, she flinched. Naruto tried to pull away. "You said living warmth anchors the dead." "You are not dead," she said. "Yeah, but you look like touching me just ruined your day." Her grip tightened. "Be quiet." White light spread from her hand into his wrist. The black lines resisted, then slowly retreated toward the seal on his stomach. Naruto felt them slide back under his skin like worms returning to soil. He shuddered. Ymira let go. Her fingers trembled. Naruto noticed. "You okay?" She stared at him as if the question made no sense. "I am not the one who nearly branded himself deeper." "That's not what I asked." The guards nearby pretended not to listen. Ymira looked away first. "I am functional." "That's also not an answer." "It is the answer I have." Naruto would have pushed more, but the river groaned. The broken archways along the southern passage darkened one by one. A pale guard shouted from a bridge, "Keeper, the far bank is turning." Ymira's face tightened. Across the river, a cluster of souls had stopped flickering. They stood completely still. Then they turned their heads toward Naruto. At the exact same time, Naruto felt the hairs on his neck rise. "That's not normal, is it?" No. The still souls opened their mouths. A voice came out of all of them at once, not Yamigare's gentle warmth. This voice was human. Dry, amused, fascinating. The seal responds faster under emotional pressure. Ymira's sword rose. Naruto stepped in front of her without thinking. The possessed souls smiled, all of them. Do not hide the princess, boy. I am not here for her yet. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Who are you? The voice chuckled. Someone who has spent years studying the places your kind only fear in bedtime stories. The souls lifted their hands, their fingers bent backward like puppets pulled by strings. Black symbols appeared across their palms, but they were not Yamige's smooth cracks. These were shinobi seals. Rough, layered, familiar in the worst way. Naruto knew the smell of forbidden jutsu. He had felt it before. His expression darkened. Edo Tensei? Ymira glanced at him sharply. The voice sounded pleased. You recognize craftsmanship? I recognize someone using the dead like tools. Tools are useful because they obey. Naruto's chakra flared. The passage drank at it again, but this time Kurama's anger pushed with his own. Red sparks flickered around Naruto's shoulders. Show yourself. In time, the possessed souls began walking toward the river. Ymira went still. No, she whispered. Naruto heard the fear in her voice and moved before asking why. Shadow clones exploded around him. This time the technique worked, barely. Only 4 clones formed instead of dozens, their edges unstable in the thin chakra of Kakuryo. They rushed forward, grabbing the possessed souls before they could step into the river. The moment Naruto's clone touched the first soul, the clone screamed. Not from injury, from memory. The clone burst apart, and Naruto saw flashes that were not his, a battlefield under red rain, a kunai falling from numb fingers, a voice calling for a brother. Then the memory vanished. Naruto stumbled. Ymira caught his shoulder. Do not touch possessed souls directly. Again with telling me after. Another clone vanished, overwhelmed by a dying man's last moment. The possessed souls kept walking. Ymira slashed her sword through the air. White chains erupted from the floor, wrapping around the souls and pulling them back from the river's edge. The human voice laughed through them. Royal authority. Elegant, limited, built to guide willing souls, not command stolen ones. A pulse of chakra burst from the possessed souls, Rinnegan chakra. Naruto had felt pain's power before. This was not the same, but it carried a similar gravity. A cold authority over bodies and souls, sharpened by obsession. The white chains cracked. Ymira staggered. Naruto caught her this time. Her body was cold through the layers of her robes, not corpse cold, winter cold. Can you stop them? He asked. Not if he controls them from the living side. Then I'll break his control. You do not know how. Naruto looked at the possessed souls. The black lines on his wrist had vanished, but he remembered the feeling. The changed Rasengan had touched the mist, not the bodies. It had withered what did not belong. It had also scared everyone. Including him. Kurama growled in his mind, do not be stupid. Naruto closed his eyes briefly. I need to save them. You need to stay yourself, brat. That hit harder than Naruto expected. From Kurama, it was almost gentle. The possessed souls took another step toward the river. If they reached it, Naruto understood suddenly they would poison the passage. The river would carry the enemy's control deeper into the gate. Ymira lifted her sword again, though her hand shook from the Rinnegan pulse. Naruto stepped forward. Naruto, she warned. I know. No, you do not. He looked back at her. The fear in her eyes was not fear of the enemy, it was fear of him. That hurt, but he could not let that stop him. I'll stay me, he said. Ymira's lips parted, but no words came. Naruto raised his hand. This time he did not form a Rasengan. He let chakra gather slowly. Sage mode would have helped. Natural energy was life, balance, the opposite of this place, but he was not in Mount Myaboku. He was not even fully in the living world. Natural energy here felt distant, thin, like sunlight remembered by a stone. Still, Naruto reached. He breathed in, not air. Awareness, the old lessons returned. Be still, feel everything, do not grab. Receive. For 1 second, the cold realm widened around him. He felt the river of souls, the lanterns. Ymira's presence beside him, pale and sharp, with one tiny ember hidden deep under all that duty. He felt Kurama, a furnace wrapped in chains and pride, and beneath that the black door. Waiting, Naruto did not open it. He placed one hand on the frame. A mark burned across his palm. The heir's brand awakened. Black light crawled over his fingers in thin rings. Not wild like before. Controlled. Barely. Kurama's chakra surged around it like red fire around a dark blade. Sage stillness held both apart. For one fragile heartbeat, Naruto stood between three powers that should have torn each other apart. Life. Beast. Withering. The possessed souls stopped. The human voice fell silent. Ymira whispered, "Stage 2." Naruto did not ask what that meant. He moved, not fast, carefully. He touched two fingers to the forehead of the nearest possessed soul. The world opened. Naruto was not in the passage anymore. He stood inside someone else's last moment. A young shinobi knelt in mud, rain falling through smoke. He was frightened, but not of dying. He was frightened because he had promised his little sister he would come home with a blue ribbon from the capital. The memory twisted. Black chakra cords wrapped around it, dragging the soul backward. Naruto saw the control, not a chain, a hook. The hook was made of forbidden seals and Rinnegan authority, piercing the soul's outline without fully owning it. Naruto's anger sharpened. Let him go. The hook tightened. The dry voice whispered inside the memory, "And if I refuse?" Naruto's black-lit fingers closed around the hook. Pain flashed through him. He saw another place, a laboratory lit by green fire, scrolls of Edo Tensei formulas, white masks, a preserved eye floating in a glass vessel, a man's hands covered in sealing ink. Then the memory snapped back. Naruto pulled. The hook tore free. The soul gasped. The young shinobi's face cleared. "Ribbon," he whispered. Naruto smiled sadly. "Yeah, I hope she got it." The soul dissolved into pale light. Back in the passage, the possessed body collapsed into harmless mist. Naruto staggered, but he stayed standing. Ymira stared at him. The guards stared too. Naruto touched the second soul. Then the third. Each one hit him with a life ending, a farmer crushed under falling stone while thinking of unfinished seeds. A mother who had hidden her child and never knew the child survived. An old soldier who died smiling because his students escaped. Naruto pulled the hooks free one by one. Every release hurt. Every memory left something behind, not wounds. Wait. By the sixth soul, his breathing was ragged. Black lines had returned to his arm, crawling higher now, nearly to his elbow. Kurama's voice shook the inside of his skull. Enough. Not yet. Enough. The seventh soul was one of the children. The little girl looked up at him through stolen eyes. The Rinnegan hook inside her soul was deeper. Whoever controlled this had noticed Naruto's method and adjusted. The dry voice returned, sharper now. "You are not trained for soul work, Uzumaki." Naruto clenched his teeth. "Never stopped me before. No, your ignorance appears to be a weaponized philosophy." The hook split into 5 barbs. Naruto felt each one pierce his own shadow as he grabbed it. Pain flared white behind his eyes. His knees hit the stone. Ymira moved toward him. Naruto snapped. "Don't touch me!" She froze. Not because of the words, because his voice had echoed. 2 voices in one, his own. And something colder beneath it. Naruto heard it too. Fear flashed through him. The black seal responded happily. The child's soul flickered. Ymigare whispered from the gate's crack, soft as a hand on his shoulder. "Let me help." Naruto's vision blurred. With me, no child need pass through fear again. The offer was quiet, reasonable, perfectly aimed. Naruto saw the girl's last memory. She had died in a village raid, hiding under floorboards while holding her breath. She had been brave, too brave for someone so small. The barbed hook dragged her toward the enemy's control. Naruto shook. "Let me help," Ymigare whispered again. "You do not have to be strong alone." That was the cruelest temptation, not power, relief. Naruto almost opened the door. Then Ymira stepped in front of him and placed her sword point against the ground. She did not touch him. She did not command him. She knelt. A princess of the dead, kneeling beside a living shinobi losing a fight inside a child's soul. "Naruto," she said. Her voice was unsteady. That steadied him. "You said you would stay yourself." Naruto looked at her. Her face was pale, frightened, and completely present. Not the gate's keeper, not the key. Ymira, something in Naruto's chest tightened. He thought of Uruka calling him by name, Sakura refusing to leave the chamber, Kakashi grabbing his arm as he fell, Kurama warning him not to lose himself. Bonds were not chains. Not when they pulled you back from becoming a monster. Naruto breathed. Sage stillness returned like a thin green thread through darkness. Kurama's chakra braced him, not taking over, supporting. Naruto smiled through gritted teeth. "Yeah," he whispered. "I did!" He pulled. The barbed hook ripped free. The child's soul burst into soft white light. For a second, she stood whole before him, no longer possessed, no longer afraid. "Thank you," she said. Then the gate took her. One of the dark archways lit blue. The river moved faster across the southern passage. Dozens of waiting souls began to turn toward the newly opened flow. A cheer did not rise. The dead did not cheer like the living. Instead, the entire passage exhaled. 1,000 burdens lightened by a single breath. Naruto collapsed onto one knee. The black lines reached his shoulder. Ymira's eyes widened. "Naruto," he clutched his arm. "I'm fine." "That is a lie." "Yeah, but it's traditional." His arm felt hollow. His fingers twitched without his permission. The heir's brand pulsed on his palm, a black ring shaped like a cracked spiral. Ymira reached for him, then stopped herself. Naruto noticed and gave a strained grin. "You can touch me. I'm not going to make you forget the gate or anything. That is not what I fear." The honesty silenced him. Before either could say more, laughter rolled across the river. This time it did not come from the possessed souls. It came from above. A figure stood on the far bridge. He had not been there a moment before. Tall, thin, and wrapped in dark gray robes lined with sealing tags, the man looked almost ordinary at first glance. His hair was black streaked with white, tied back loosely. His face was narrow, calm, and scholarly, with the faint smile of someone watching an experiment behave better than expected. But his eyes ruined the illusion. One was normal, dark, and tired. The other was Rinnegan, not natural, cultivated. The rings glowed faintly purple, with an unnatural black center focused on Naruto like a needle. Ymira stood immediately, sword raised. The pale guards formed ranks. Naruto forced himself to his feet. The man on the bridge clapped slowly. A living Jinchuriki using death authority to perform crude soul extraction while stabilizing himself with beast chakra and imperfect sage balance. He smiled wider. "Beautifully reckless," Naruto glared. "You're the one controlling them." "Some of them. The others were simply listening." "Name," the man bowed slightly. "Genro." The name passed through the guards like poison. Ymira's eyes sharpened. "Genro, the reliquary." Naruto glanced at her. "You know him." "I know of him. A mortal grave robber. A student of forbidden shinobi arts. He has circled Kakuryo's borders for years." Genro touched his chest as if honored. "Princess Ymira remembers me. I am moved." "You are not welcome in this realm." "No living shinobi should be," Genro replied. His Rinnegan shifted toward Naruto. "And yet your court has rolled out ancient titles for this one." Naruto stepped forward, ignoring the ache in his branded arm. "You use Edo Tensei. I improved it." "There's no improving that." Genro's smile thinned. "How moral, how young. You look at reanimation and see cruelty." "I see infrastructure." Naruto's expression darkened. "They're people." "They were people. Then they became resources wasted by sentiment and poor technique." The air around Naruto dropped several degrees. Ymira glanced at him. "Do not let anger feed the brand." Genro noticed. "Oh, excellent." "It reacts to outrage too." Naruto clenched his marked hand. "You're here for the gate." "I am here for what the gate proves possible." Genro spread his arms. "The shinobi world has spent centuries crawling around the edges of death like frightened children. The Reaper Death Seal, Edo Tensei, the Rinnegan's Outer Path, the Naraka King's Judgment. Pieces, broken tools, fragments of a greater mechanism. Your pale court has hoarded the complete machine while mortals suffer loss again and again." Ymira's voice went cold. "You seek to steal passage itself?" "Steal," Genro laughed softly. "No, liberate. Your father is failing. Your gate is cracking. Your princess is a key waiting to be consumed. Your heir is an untrained boy with a demon whispering inside his seal. I offer competence." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "What do you really want?" Genro's Rinnegan brightened. "The king of hell." The river stopped moving. Even the souls seemed to fade back from the sound of those words. Ymira whispered, Outer path, Genro smiled. Yes, the Rinnegan already allows communion with judgment, restoration, and soul custody. But in the living world, those powers are limited, borrowed through chakra. If I bind the Naraka authority to the reincarnation gate, I will no longer summon the king of hell as a technique. His gaze lifted toward the cracked gate above the passage. I will become its keeper. Naruto felt sick. Genro wanted what Ymigare wanted from another direction, not stillness through comfort, control through law. The demon offered Naruto a world without loss. Genro wanted a world where death answered to him. Ymira raised her sword higher. The gate will reject you. Perhaps. That is why I brought an army to argue. The far wall of the southern passage cracked, not physically at first, reality cracked. Black seams opened in the air beyond the bridge, and through them came figures wrapped in dust and paper tags. Edo Tensei bodies, dozens, then hundreds. Shinobi in old armor, samurai, missing nin, monks, warriors from lands Naruto had never seen. Their eyes were empty, their bodies marked by cracks, their movements perfectly synchronized, counterfeit dead. The true souls in the passage recoiled. The pale guards lowered their spears. Ymira's face turned grim. Naruto stared at the army, his branded hand throbbed. Genro looked pleased. Do you see the insult now, princess? Your court waits for souls to arrive. I went and collected mine. You dragged them from passage, Ymira said. I rescued them from irrelevance. Naruto's voice was low. You forced them back into pain. Genro tilted his head. And you will free them, I assume, one by one, touch every stolen soul, burn yourself hollow in the process. Naruto said nothing, because that was exactly what he had been about to try. Genro laughed. There. That is the difference between us. You have compassion, I have design. He lifted one hand. The Edo army stepped forward. Take the passage. The battle erupted without a war cry. The pale guards moved like moonlight. Their spears struck the Edo bodies, not tearing flesh but striking at the seals binding them. White sparks flashed. Some reanimations staggered, their paper cracks glowing. Then Genro's Rinnegan pulsed. The staggered Edo steadied. Their hands formed jutsu signs. Fire, wind, lightning, and earth techniques burst across the passage. Naruto moved on instinct. Ymira! He grabbed her wrist and leapt aside as a wall of flame washed over the platform. The fire was chakra-born, but thin in Kakuryō, unstable, more like memory of fire than true heat. Still, it would have hit her. Ymira looked at his hand around her wrist. For half a second, both of them froze. Naruto let go quickly. Sorry, she blinked. You pulled me away. Yeah, no one pulls the gate's keeper. Then the gate's keeper needs faster friends. A lightning spear tore through the air. Ymira cut it in half. Do you call yourself my friend? Naruto ducked under a kunai thrown by an Edo shinobi. I mean, I was going to wait until after the creepy death army, but sure. Ymira stared at him like the idea was more shocking than the army. Then one of the Edo broke past the guards and rushed toward a group of waiting souls. Naruto's expression changed. He moved. A clone formed beside him, then another. Only 6 this time, each unstable but determined. Together, they slammed into the Edo shinobi, driving it away from the souls. Naruto formed a Rasengan. He hesitated if it turned again. The Edo's hand shot forward, wrapped in chakra chains. Naruto twisted, but the chain grazed his shoulder. The black seal reacted. His Rasengan darkened at once. Ymira shouted, "Control it!" Naruto gritted his teeth. He did not let it grow hungry. He held the rotation small, focused. The Rasengan became gray-black, but not wild. Its edges gave off frost-like sparks. He struck the Edo body in the chest. The effect was silent. The reanimation did not explode. The paper tags did not scatter. Instead, the binding formula withered. The Edo shinobi froze for 1 second. His empty eyes cleared. He looked at Naruto. "Thank you," he whispered. Then his body collapsed into dust, and a pale soul rose from it free. The gate's southern archway flashed blue. Naruto stared at his hand. Ymira stared too. Genro stopped smiling. Naruto looked up slowly. So that's what it does. The heir's brand pulsed. A dangerous realization settled over the battlefield. Stage 2 did not only let him touch souls, it let him sever false claims over the dead. Genro's Rinnegan narrowed. Interesting, Naruto's grin returned, fierce and bright despite the black lines on his arm. Yeah, I get that a lot. Then he charged. For the first time since entering Kakuryo, Naruto did not feel helpless. He could not use his full chakra freely. He could not flood the field with clones. He could not rely on Kurama without risking the withering answering too, but he could see the hooks now. Every Edo body carried one. Some were crude, some layered, some reinforced by Genro's Rinnegan. To Naruto's branded hand, they looked like black needles stuck through pale light. He moved from enemy to enemy, using clones to distract, taijutsu to evade, and small withering Rasengan strikes to break the bindings without harming the souls inside. Each release hurt. Each one added weight, but each freed soul made the passage brighter. Ymira fought beside him, not behind him. Beside him, her sword did what his brand could not. She guided true dead away from danger, sealed cracks in the archways, and struck down Yamigare's creeping mist wherever it tried to feed on the chaos. At one point, an Edo samurai nearly reached her blind side. Naruto's clone intercepted it and vanished under a memory of a snowy battlefield. Ymira spun and destroyed the binding with a flash of white authority. She looked at Naruto. "You are slowing." "I'm fine. You are turning pale." "I'm always kind of pale compared to you." That joke was poor. Still counts. A massive shockwave tore through the bridge. Genro had stepped onto the battlefield. His Rinnegan glowed brighter now. Behind him, a dark shape flickered into view. Naruto recognized the outline from stories and nightmares. A monstrous head, a terrible mouth. An authority that judged souls, the king of hell. But this version was incomplete, like a shadow projected through broken glass. Ymira's breath caught. He can manifest it here. Genro extended his hand. The phantom king of hell opened its jaws. Several pale guards were dragged toward it, their soul light stretching. Naruto's eyes widened. "They're true dead." "They still have form," Ymira said. "The Naraka path can grip form." Naruto moved. Ymira grabbed his sleeve. "No, that path is strong against you." "I'm strong against it too." "You do not know that." Naruto looked at the guards being pulled toward the jaws. "I'll find out." He launched himself forward. Kurama's chakra flickered around him, red and fierce. The heir's brand burned black on his palm. Sage stillness strained between them like a thin rope. Genro smiled. "There you are." The Rinnegan pulsed. Gravity seized Naruto midair. He slammed down onto the bridge, hard enough to crack the white stone. Genro looked down at him. "You mistake emotional urgency for speed." Naruto pushed himself up. "You mistake talking for winning." Genro's expression cooled. The phantom king of hell turned toward Naruto. Its jaws opened wider. For one terrifying second, Naruto felt something grip his soul. Not his body, not his chakra. Him! The black seal flared in response, but weakly, strangely. Yamigare did not rush to defend him. It watched, curious, maybe even amused. Ymira had warned him. The demon was strong against decay and false death, but Rinnegan's soul authority could grab what the Withering wanted to keep unclaimed. Naruto's knees buckled. Genro stepped closer. "You are not the only route to godhood, heir." Naruto snarled and reached for Kurama. The fox answered with a roar. Red chakra erupted, breaking part of the gravitational hold. Then Naruto reached for sage balance. Green-gold awareness steadied his center. Finally, he clenched the branded hand. Black light sharpened, not taking over, not yet. Naruto slammed his palm against the bridge. "Get off me!" The heir's brand pulsed outward. The pull of the king of hell broke for one heartbeat. That was enough. Ymira's sword flashed. A white chain wrapped around Naruto's waist and yanked him backward out of the phantom jaw's reach. He landed beside her, gasping. She looked furious. "I told you." "Yeah," Naruto coughed. "You were right. You almost died. Probably not the last time. That is not comforting." Genro watched them with narrowed interest. "Princess, you pulled him away." Ymira's face became cold again. "I protect the gate's asset." Naruto glanced at her. She would not look at him. Genro smiled slightly. Of course. Then he lifted both hands. The remaining Edo army stopped fighting. All at once, they turned toward the gate's cracked archways. Ymira's eyes widened. He is going to collapse the passage. Genro's voice carried across the battlefield. You have shown me enough for tonight. The brand can sever my weaker bindings. The princess can redirect passage under stress. The heir is vulnerable to Naraka authority, valuable data. Naruto pushed himself upright. You're running. I am preparing. The Edo bodies began to glow with black sealing script. Naruto felt the pressure spike. Self-destruction, not of bodies, of bindings. If Genro detonated the Edo formulas inside the passage, the released backlash would flood the river with counterfeit death energy. The southern passage might break completely. Naruto's heart lurched. Ymira raised her sword with both hands. I can contain some of it. Some, not enough. Naruto looked at the Edo army, hundreds of stolen souls, hundreds of hooks, too many to free one by one. Ymigare whispered. Let me open wider. Naruto froze. The offer came with an image, one pulse, one wave of withering strong enough to erase every Edo binding at once. The passage saved, the souls freed, Konoha safe, and the black door inside him opening just a little more. Kurama snarled, do not. Ymira stared at him. She could not hear the words, but she saw the choice on his face. Naruto, she said, do not answer from fear. He looked at the Edo army, then at the souls behind him, then at the gate, then at Ymira. I'm not, he said quietly. He raised his marked hand. I'm answering from trust. Ymira's eyes widened. Trust in what? In you. Before she could respond, Naruto slammed his branded palm against her sword. The contact sent a shock through the passage. Ymira gasped. White gate authority and black withering power collided between them. For one instant, Naruto felt her. Not thoughts, not memories fully, just the shape of her life. Cold halls, lessons spoken by voices without comfort. A child standing before the gate while everyone bowed. No hands held, no warmth offered, no one asking if she wanted to live. Ymira felt him too, a swing under a red evening sky. A bowl of ramen steaming between lonely hands. A teacher's smile. A friend walking away into darkness. A promise shouted across rain. Both of them staggered, but the sword did not break. Ymira understood. She lifted the blade. Naruto poured the stage too withering into it, not as command, but as edge. Ymira wrapped that edge in the lore of passage. Together they struck the ground. A ring of white-black light swept across the southern passage. It hit the Edo army. For a second, nothing happened. Genro's smile vanished. Then every counterfeit binding withered at once. Not the souls, only the theft. Edo bodies collapsed into dust across the bridge and riverbank. Pale lights rose from them by the hundreds, stunned and free. Ymira raised her sword higher, guiding the released souls away from Yamigare's crack and toward the blue archways. The river roared, not with water, with passage. The southern archways lit one by one. Souls began to move. The waiting lines shifted forward for the first time in what might have been years. Naruto dropped to both knees. The black lines had reached his neck. Ymira nearly fell beside him but caught herself on her sword. Genro stared at the cleared battlefield. For the first time, anger touched his face. Then he smiled again, but now it was colder. Good, very good. The ritual harmony begins before the marriage. The prophecy has teeth after all. Naruto tried to stand. His body refused. Genro's Rinnegan fixed on him. Rest, Uzumaki. You will need strength when I return with bindings even your brand cannot chew. Ymira lifted her sword weakly. You will not enter this passage again. Genro bowed. Princess, I was never trying to enter. The air behind him opened like a torn scroll. Before he stepped through, he looked at Naruto. And air, be careful. The withering does not need you evil. It only needs you effective. Then he vanished. The battlefield fell silent except for the river. Naruto knelt on the bridge, breathing hard. The black lines slowly retreated from his neck, down his arm, back toward his palm. But they did not vanish completely. The cracked spiral mark remained burned into his skin, the heir's brand, stage 2. Ymira sat beside him, though it looked like sitting was something she had not been given permission to do often. For a long moment neither spoke. Released souls passed through the blue archways below. Some looked back at Naruto, some bowed to Ymira. Some simply moved on, too tired even for gratitude. That felt right to Naruto. Not every saved person had to smile, sometimes moving on was enough. Finally, Ymira said, "You frightened me." Naruto looked at her. He expected her to soften the words. She did not. "You frightened me when the brand reached your voice. You frightened me when you almost let the king of hell pull you apart. You frightened me when you trusted me without asking if I could carry it." Naruto lowered his gaze. "I'm sorry." Ymira looked at his marked hand. "But you also freed them." Naruto's throat tightened. "Yeah, and you did not open the chain." "No, and your village may have time." He looked toward the distant ceiling as if he could see Konoha beyond stone, gate, and world. "Iruka-sensei better be okay." Ymira studied him. "You love many people loudly." Naruto gave a tired laugh. "Yeah, it causes problems." It saved this passage. He looked at her. She looked away, but not fast enough to hide the faint warmth in her expression. Above them, the bone chain still held, cracked but closed. The gate still groaned. Ymigare still waited. Genro was still out there learning, but the southern passage flowed. For now, that was enough. Then the river darkened, only for a heartbeat. A reflection appeared in the moving mist. Konoha, the Hawkage Tower. Tsunade standing in the sealed chamber, staring at a black mark spreading across a map of the 5 great nations. Sakura beside her, one hand over her mouth. Kakashi looking toward the empty place where Naruto had vanished. And Sasuke standing in the doorway, his Sharingan active, face unreadable. Naruto's breath caught, the reflection changed. A message formed in the river, written in black light, not Yamigare's voice, not Genro's, the gate itself. "Return warning." Ymira stood slowly. Naruto forced himself up beside her. "What does that mean?" The river answered with a final image. In the mortal world, on the edge of Konoha, a dead man stood beneath a tree. He wore a leaf headband from a past war. His eyes were empty. A black hook glowed behind his heart. Then another dead shinobi stepped from the shadows. Then another. Then dozens, counterfeit dead, not in Kakuryo. In the living world, Genro had found another door. Naruto's marked hand burned. Ymira's face went pale. The final image showed Genro standing far beyond the village, smiling beneath a moonless sky. His cultivated Rinnegan gleamed. And behind him, faint but growing, the phantom jaws of the King of Hell opened toward the world of the living. Naruto clenched his fist. The air's brand pulsed. Deep in the crack of the gate, Yamigare whispered with terrible tenderness, "You see, child, everyone wants the dead. Only I would let you keep them." The southern passage flowed again. That should have felt like victory. Instead, Naruto stood on the bridge above the Mist River, watching freed souls pass through blue-lit archways, and felt the shape of the next disaster pressing against his back. Genro had found another door into the living world. Counterfeit dead were already moving near Konoha. Yamigare was still whispering from the cracks of the gate. And the black mark on Naruto's palm had not faded. The heir's brand sat burned into his skin like a promise he had never made. A cracked spiral, thin and dark, pulsing faintly whenever the river below carried another soul onward. Ymira noticed him staring at it. "It will not disappear," she said. Naruto flexed his fingers. "Yeah, I guessed that from the whole burning into my hand thing." "You reached stage 2 of the withering seal and survived. The brand is the proof." "Lucky me. It is not luck." Naruto looked at her. Ymira stood beside him with her sword held point down against the white stone. She looked composed again, but not untouched. Her face was paler than before. Her hand gripped the sword too tightly. A thin crack ran along the translucent bone blade where Naruto's withering power had met her gate authority. "You chose control," she said. "Most heirs would not." "How many heirs have there been?" Ymira did not answer. Naruto's stomach sank. "None," he said. "No living heir before you survived the mark long enough to stand here. That would have been nice to know earlier. The court does not like speaking of failed prophecies." Naruto laughed under his breath. Of course it doesn't. Below them, a freed soul paused before an archway. An old woman in a torn traveler's cloak turned toward Ymira and bowed deeply. "Gate's keeper," the old woman whispered. Ymira stiffened. Naruto watched her. The old woman then turned to him. "Warm child," she said, "do not let them make you cold." Naruto blinked. Before he could answer, she stepped through the archway and vanished in blue light. The river moved on. Ymira looked away. Naruto rubbed his marked palm. "People here keep saying cryptic stuff and disappearing. It's really annoying." "That was not cryptic. It was a little cryptic." "She warned you." "About what?" Ymira's eyes stayed on the river, about becoming what this realm needs. Naruto did not like that answer. A sound rolled through the passage before he could respond. 3 bells, low, slow, final. The souls stopped moving. The guards lowered their heads. Ymira closed her eyes. Naruto looked around. "What does that mean?" "The Pale Court has summoned us." "For what?" Ymira opened her eyes. For the first time since he had met her, Naruto saw something like dread without a mask over it, the binding. Naruto stared at her. "No." She gave him a tired look. "That word has carried you far, but it is not a bridge over every river. I'm not doing their marriage ritual. The counterfeit dead are in your world. Ymigare has threatened your village. Genro has learned your brand's limits. The southern passage flows, but the gate is still failing. I know that. Then you know why the court will force the matter." Naruto stepped closer. "I said no because you don't get a choice in it." Ymira's expression flickered. For one heartbeat, she looked younger than him. Then the gate's keeper returned. "My choice is irrelevant when the gate breaks." "Stop saying that." "It is true." "No," Naruto snapped. "It's trained." Ymira went still. The word hit something deep. Naruto softened, but he did not take it back. "You told me people raised you to be a key. That doesn't mean they were right. If I refuse, souls remain trapped. Your village suffers. The living world begins to crack open. Is that freedom?" "No, but being used up isn't freedom either." The 3 bells sounded again. This time the passage answered. White lanterns lit along the walls, one by one, forming a path back toward the palace. Ymira turned toward the stairs. Naruto caught her sleeve. She looked at his hand, then at him. He let go immediately. "Sorry." She stared at the place where his fingers had touched the cloth. "You apologize often for touching. People usually hit me if I don't." "That is sad." Naruto gave a small shrug. "I've had practice." For a moment, neither moved. Then Naruto said, "Ymira, do you want to do this?" Her lips parted, the bells faded, the river whispered below. Her answer, when it came, was barely louder than the mist. "I want the gate to hold." "That's not what I asked." Her hand tightened around the sword. "I do not know how to want something separate from that." Naruto's chest hurt. He understood loneliness. He understood being hated. He understood being treated like a weapon. But this was different. Naruto had spent his life shouting because no one listened. Ymira had spent her silent because everyone listened only to the role, never the person inside it. He wanted to say something brilliant, something warm and perfect. Instead, he said the only thing that felt true. "Then I'll want it for you until you learn." Ymira looked at him. The white lanterns reflected in her gray eyes. "You cannot want on someone else's behalf. Watch me." "That is impossible." "I do impossible stuff all the time." "You are very irritating." "Yeah," Naruto said, smiling faintly. "That means we're friends now." Ymira looked away, but not before he saw the warmth again, small, terrified, alive. They returned to the Pale Court through a different path. The palace had changed while they were gone. White banners hung from the bridges, each painted with silver symbols that moved like slow water. Blue lanterns had been replaced by pale violet flames. The masked guards no longer stood in defensive formations. They stood in ceremonial lines, spears crossed, heads bowed. The entire court had prepared for a wedding or a sacrifice. Naruto could not tell the difference here. The great hall had been opened to the courtyard of the gate. Nobles filled the steps in layers of white, black, and moonlit purple. True souls gathered beyond them, silent and waiting. Above the cracked gate, 7 chains stretched into their towers, each glowing faintly. The bone chain was cracked but intact. Naruto glared at it like it had personally offended him. At the center of the courtyard, a circular platform had risen from the ground. It was carved with two spirals crossing over each other. One spiral was black, one was white. Between them stood King Raigetsu. He looked weaker than before. The black veins in his crown had spread down one side of his face. His outline flickered at the edges, as if the king himself were becoming a poorly remembered ghost. When his eyes found Naruto, they held no triumph, only exhaustion. "The heir and the keeper return," announced the veiled noble from the court. A wave of murmurs passed through the gathered dead. Naruto walked up the platform steps with Ymira beside him. He did not bow. Ymira did. Naruto hated that too. King Raigetsu looked at his daughter. "You restored the southern passage." Ymira kept her head lowered. "Partially. You held the chain." "With Naruto's aid," the court murmured again. Some voices sounded relieved. Others sounded frightened. The veiled noble stepped forward, silver chains over her face chiming softly. "Then the prophecy has begun to complete itself. The living heir and the royal key have acted as one before the gate. The spectral marriage must proceed before the counterfeit dead breach the mortal seals." Naruto turned toward her. "I'm getting tired of you calling her a key." The noble stiffened. "She is the gate's keeper." "Then say keeper." "She is also the final." "Enough," King Raigetsu said. The noble stopped. Naruto caught the way Ymira's shoulders tightened. Final, final what? A bad feeling opened inside him. King Raigetsu lifted his hand. The platform glowed. Images appeared in the air around them. Konoha. The vision was clearer now. Naruto saw the forest beyond the village walls. Pale shapes moved between the trees. Not Yamige's true dead. These had bodies made of dust, cracks, and old violence. Edo Tensei, counterfeit dead, Leaf Shinobi had formed a perimeter. Kakashi stood at the front, his Sharingan uncovered, lightning flickering in his hand. Sakura was beside him, gloves tight, expression furious. Yamato held a wood-style barrier across the road, but the barrier was frost-covered and shaking. Then the image shifted. Tsunade stood in the sealed chamber beneath the Hawkage Tower, both hands pressed to a map. Black marks were spreading across the borders of the 5 great nations. Shizune and several seal masters worked frantically around her. Sasuke stood in the doorway, sword at his hip, eyes narrowed. Naruto's throat tightened. Everyone was moving without him. Everyone was in danger because of something inside him. Yamige whispered from the gate's crack, "They need you." Naruto's marked palm burned. Ymira's head turned slightly. She could not hear Yamige's exact words, maybe, but she felt the pressure. King Raigetsu lowered his hand. The visions faded. "The mortal world is already touched," he said. "Genro's counterfeit dead use the fracture your mark opened. Yamige uses fear to widen it. The gate cannot endure 2 invasions from opposite sides." Naruto clenched his fists. "Then send me back." The court reacted sharply. "That is impossible." The veiled noble said. Naruto glared at her. "People keep saying that like it's a challenge." King Raigetsu's voice was heavy. "If you return unbound, the withering seal returns with you uncontrolled. Your grief, fear, and bonds will become doors. Every person you love can be used against you." Yamige's warmth brushed his ear. "Not used, child. Protected." Naruto ignored it. "So this ritual controls the seal. It aligns it," Raigetsu said. For a time," Naruto repeated. "Everyone here loves leaving that part small." Ymira looked at her father. "What is the cost?" The question froze the court. King Raigetsu's face did not change, but Naruto saw something break behind his eyes. "Ymira," he said quietly, her voice sharpened. "What is the cost?" The veiled noble stepped forward. "The princess knows her sacred function." Ymira turned. For the first time, her voice cut like her sword. "I asked my father." The noble lowered her head. Naruto's heart began beating harder. King Raigetsu looked at his daughter for a long time. Then he said, "The spectral marriage binds living force to gate authority. It awakens the 3rd stage of the heir's mark and grants him command over the pale legions. It allows the keeper to anchor his withering so it does not spill blindly into the living world." Naruto listened carefully, too carefully. "And," he asked, Raigetsu's gaze dropped. And the final ritual, when the mortal crown is placed, requires the keeper to become the gate's heart. Ymira went very still. Naruto looked between them. What does that mean? No one answered. Naruto's voice hardened. What does that mean? The veiled noble said softly. The princess will be offered into the gate. Her identity will dissolve. Her royal essence will stabilize passage forever. For a second, Naruto heard nothing. Not the court, not the souls, not the gate, only his own heartbeat. Then he turned to Ymira. She had not moved. Her face was blank in the way Sai's face used to be blank when someone said something cruel and called it logic. Naruto stepped forward. No, King Raigetsu closed his eyes. Naruto's voice rose. No, that's not marriage. That's murder with decorations. The court erupted. Blasphemy? The keeper was born for this. The gate must endure. The living child insults the cycle. Naruto's chakra flared. This time, the platform did not drink it fast enough. Red sparks of Kurama's power curled around him. The heir's brand pulsed black. The violet flames around the courtyard bent away. You all knew, Naruto shouted. The silence that followed was answer enough. He looked at Ymira. Did you know? Her lips moved once. No sound came. Then, barely, I knew I would be given. That's not the same as knowing you'd be erased. Her eyes remained fixed somewhere beyond him. I was not told the word erased. Naruto turned on Raigetsu. She's your daughter. The king's composure finally cracked. And every soul outside that gate is someone's daughter. The words thundered across the court. Raigetsu descended one step toward Naruto, his crown flickering. Do you think I do not know what she is? Do you think I have not watched her grow in a realm that cannot give warmth? Do you think I wanted my child to become the price of passage? Then don't let it happen. I am king of a dying border, boy, not a god. I inherited a law older than my crown and a gate older than memory. You're hiding behind law because fighting it hurts, Raigetsu's eyes flashed. And you are hiding behind outrage because choosing costs more than shouting. The words struck Naruto hard enough to still him. Raigetsu's anger faded into grief. Do you know how many souls fail to pass each hour? How many living children begin hearing their dead mothers call from wells? How many old wars wake because mortals cannot leave bones undisturbed? The gate fails. Genro steals. Ymigare waits. If my daughter's dissolution saves the cycle, then I am cursed to permit it. Naruto's voice lowered. No, the court stared. Naruto looked at Ymira. She stood on the platform like someone had cut the strings but forgotten to teach her how to move without them. No, Naruto said again. I don't accept choices where every answer is cruel just because everyone is too tired to find another one. Ymigare whispered. That is why you are mine. Naruto's stomach turned. He felt the demons smiling in the crack, not because he refused sacrifice. Because his refusal was exactly the kind of love Ymigare knew how to twist. Ymira finally looked at him. Her voice was faint. Naruto. He softened instantly. I meant what I said. I'm not letting them erase you. Something trembled in her face. Hope, maybe, but hope frightened her more than duty. The veiled noble spoke, quieter now. The full sacrifice is not today. Naruto turned sharply. She continued, the spectral marriage begins the alignment. The keeper is not dissolved until the mortal crown is placed and the throne accepts the heir. Naruto looked at Raigetsu. Is that true? Yes. Then why do this now? Raigetsu's face grew grave. Because without the first binding, you cannot return to the living world without carrying the fracture uncontrolled. Your village needs you. The gate needs time. Genro must be stopped before he binds the Naraka authority to the world of breath. Ymira drew in a slow breath. If we do not complete the marriage, she said, Naruto cannot safely cross back. The king nodded. And if we do, Naruto said, stage 3 wakes. Yes. What does stage 3 do? Raigetsu looked toward the waiting souls. It grants the heir command over deathly passage. You will be able to summon and direct the pale legions, open minor thresholds, and strike counterfeit dead with authority instead of raw withering. But it also deepens Ymigare's claim. Naruto looked at Ymira, and her. Raigetsu's voice almost broke. She becomes your anchor. Ymira's face went still again. Naruto hated those words. Anchor sounded better than key, but it was still a thing, a function, a role wrapped around a person. He stepped close enough that the court had to strain to hear him. Ymira? She looked at him. Not gatekeeper, not princess. You! Her eyes searched his face like she was looking for a trap and finding none. I won't do this if you tell me no, Naruto said. I don't care what the court says. I don't care what your father says. I don't care what the prophecy says. Tell me no, and we fight our way to another answer. A sound moved through the gathered dead. Shock, fear, maybe wonder. Ymira lowered her gaze to the platform, to the white and black spirals beneath their feet. For a long time she said nothing. Naruto waited, not patiently. He was terrible at patient, but he waited. At last, Ymira spoke. I am afraid. The court seemed to stop breathing. Naruto's expression softened. Yeah, I was not trained to say that. You said it anyway. Her hand tightened around her sword. I am afraid of being erased. I am afraid of failing the gate. I am afraid that if I choose myself, thousands suffer. I am afraid that if I choose duty, I will never know whether I was alive at all. Naruto's throat tightened. Ymira looked up. And I am afraid that you make me want things. He had no joke for that. No loud answer, no heroic speech, only the truth. Good, he said quietly. Wanting means you're still here. Her eyes shone with something she refused to let fall. I will begin the binding, she said. Not because they ordered it, not because I was born for it. She turned toward the gate. Because Genro must be stopped, because the souls must pass, because your village needs you, and because I want time to find another ending. Naruto nodded slowly. Then we find it. If you break that promise, she said, I will haunt you. He smiled faintly. That's fair. King Raigetsu looked away. Maybe in shame, maybe in relief, maybe because he could not bear to see his daughter choose more bravely than he had allowed himself to. The veiled noble lifted both hands. The spectral marriage proceeds by chosen word. Naruto pointed at her, and no more key stuff. The noble paused. Then stiffly, by chosen word of the gate's keeper. Better. Ymira gave him a sideways look. Do not make the ancient rites awkward. I make everything awkward. It's part of my charm. I have not confirmed charm. You will. The ritual began. The court formed 7 circles around the platform. The outermost circle was made of masked guards. The next, nobles. The next, true dead waiting near passage. The next, lantern-bearers holding flames that burned without heat. The last 3 circles were empty at first. Then the gate opened its memory. Figures appeared, not fully summoned, not trapped, reflections only, the dead who had shaped Naruto, Uruka's parents, though Naruto had never known their faces. Hiruzen Sarutobi, old eyes sad beneath his Hokage hat. Asuma, smoke curling around a smile. Neji, calm and clear, and Jiraiya, Naruto stopped breathing. Ymira noticed immediately. They are not truly here, she whispered. I know. But knowing did not make it easy. Jiraiya's reflection looked at him with warmth and grief. Naruto wanted to look away. He did not. Ymigare whispered, almost lovingly, I can make reflection into return. Naruto clenched his fists. Ymira stepped closer, shoulder nearly touching his, not enough to anchor, enough to remind. Naruto breathed. No, he whispered. The ritual continued. King Raigetsu raised his staff. Living heir, marked by the withering. Name what you refuse. Naruto frowned. What? Ymira whispered. Answer honestly. Naruto looked at the gate, at the crack, at the reflections, at Jiraiya. Then he spoke. I refuse a world where love means owning people forever. The black spiral beneath his feet pulsed. The court murmured. King Raigetsu turned to Ymira. Gate's keeper, born of pale blood. Name what you refuse. Ymira's lips trembled once, then her voice steadied. I refuse to be only what I was made for. The white spiral beneath her feet lit bright enough to make the nobles step back. Naruto looked at her and smiled. She did not smile back, but her shoulders rose as if she had taken her first full breath. The 3rd circle filled. This time, the figures were not Naruto's dead. They were Ymira's living absence, a child standing alone before tutors. A little girl pressing her hand to the gate while adults bowed. A younger Ymira watching souls reunite briefly before passage, her face unreadable because no one had taught her longing was allowed. Naruto saw it all in flashes, his heart twisted. Ymira stood rigid. The ritual was showing her life to the court. The nobles looked uncomfortable for the first time. Good, Naruto thought, let them see. The veiled noble spoke the next rite. Living heir, offer warmth without possession. Naruto blinked, Ymira's face changed. She knew this part, he did not. What do I do? He whispered. Give me your hand, she said. Naruto hesitated. Will it hurt you? Yes. His hand froze. Ymira looked at him. Not all pain is harm. I hate this place. I know. Slowly, Naruto held out his unbranded hand. Ymira looked at it as if it were something impossible. Then she placed her fingers in his. The effect was immediate. Ymira gasped. Her eyes widened. Naruto nearly pulled back, but she held on. Warmth moved between them, not romantic fire. Not dramatic destiny, simple warmth, living body to almost living body. A pulse, a heartbeat, a reminder that existence could be more than duty. Ymira's grip tightened, trembling. Naruto kept his hand still. You okay? No, she whispered. Want me to stop? No, her voice broke on the word. The court watched in stunned silence. The gate hummed. The white spiral and black spiral began to turn around each other. The veiled noble's voice softened despite herself. Gateskeeper, offer passage without erasure. Ymira lifted their joined hands and touched Naruto's branded palm with her other hand. White light entered the heir's brand. Naruto cried out, not because it hurt exactly, because it opened too much. He saw the gate from inside, not stone, not a structure, a living law. Souls moved through it like seeds through winter soil. Death was not a wall. It was a season. Passage was not destruction. It was transformation. Then he saw Ymigare pressing against the crack. The withering dark was vast, not a monster in a cave, not a demon behind a door. A hunger spread across the underside of grief itself. Every living person who had ever begged for one more day fed it. Every shinobi who raised the dead as weapons fed it. Every ruler who wanted immortality fed it. Every lonely child who wished someone would come back fed it. Naruto staggered. Ymira held him. Stay, she said. He clung to her voice. The brand changed. The cracked spiral widened across Naruto's palm, then climbed in a dark ring around his wrist. At the same time, a white line appeared through it, thin as a thread, circling the black like a boundary. Stage 3 awakened. The courtyard exploded in pale light. Naruto felt the dead, all of them, not as ghosts to command like puppets, as presences at the edge of hearing, the pale legions, ancient guardians. Oath-bound soldiers of the gate, not stolen, not forced. Dead who had chosen to defend passage until their own rebirth came. They were sleeping beneath Kakuryo, and now they knew his name. Naruto fell to one knee, still holding Ymira's hand. Voices echoed inside him. Heir, warden, living shadow, gate-bound. Naruto gritted his teeth. I'm Naruto. The voices paused. Then, strangely, they adjusted. Naruto, Ymira knelt in front of him, her hand still wrapped around his. Her eyes were wide. You corrected them. They were getting it wrong. No one corrects the pale legions. I'm having a busy day. Above them, the gate's crack narrowed slightly. The court let out a collective sound of awe. Even King Raigetsu stepped back. For the first time in years, maybe longer, the gate looked less broken. Then Ymigare laughed. The sound did not come gently this time. It came from the crack like black water bursting through stone. The violet flames went out. The 7 chains screamed. Every soul in the courtyard dropped to their knees. Naruto rose unsteadily, pulling Ymira behind him. A shadow spread across the gate. Yamigare's voice filled the court. Oh, little king, little princess, little fools. Naruto's brand burned. You sound upset. Upset? Ymigare asked, warmth returning like poison poured into honey. No, I am delighted. The crack in the gate widened again. King Raigetsu lifted his staff. Seal the fracture. The pale guards moved. Too late. Black light poured into the courtyard, forming a shape above the platform. It had no true body, only suggestions. A crown made of antlers and ribs. Hands like smoke. A face that shifted between every person Naruto had ever wanted to see again. His mother, his father, Jiraiya, Neji. For a heartbeat, even Sasuke's face appeared, not dead but imagined lost. Naruto shut his eyes. Cheap trick. Ymira's hand found his sleeve. He opened his eyes again. Ymigare turned toward her. Ah, the keeper has learned to reach. Ymira raised her sword. I know what you are. You know what your father taught you. You do not yet know what you want. I want you outside the gate. For now, the shadow leaned closer. But you felt it, did you not? Warmth, choice, a self, dangerous things for a sacrificial mechanism. Naruto stepped forward. She's not a mechanism. No. Ymigare agreed softly. She is fuel. The word struck like a blade. Ymira went still. Naruto's blood turned cold. Ymigare's shape spread wider, blocking the gate behind it. Did they think I did not know the prophecy? Did they think the withering dark cannot read the fear carved into 1,000 years of royal law? King Raigetsu's face twisted. Silence. Ymigare ignored him. The Union does not crown Naruto Uzumaki to restore your precious boundary. That is the lie the Pale Court tells itself so it can sleep without dreaming. Naruto looked at Raigetsu. The king would not meet his eyes. Ymigare's voice lowered, tender and terrible. The spectral marriage aligns the heir and the keeper, yes. It wakes stage 3, yes. It prepares the mortal crown, yes. The shadow's crown unfolded like black branches. But the final rite does not save the gate. The chains shook. It erases the boundary. The courtyard fell silent. Naruto felt the words land in every soul present. Ymigare continued. When the keeper is offered, her royal authority does not stabilize passage. It opens it fully. Her essence becomes the last unlocked door. The living world and Kakuryou merge. Death no longer leaves. Life no longer escapes. No more separation. No more loss. No more cruel distance between hand and memory. Naruto's stomach twisted. The vision from Chapter 1 returned. A world haunted not as victory, but as rot. No one dead, no one reborn, everyone held forever. Ymira's voice was barely audible. My sacrifice does not repair the gate. Ymigare's face shifted into something almost compassionate. No, little key, it completes me. Naruto turned to King Raigetsu. Tell me it's lying. Raigetsu's silence was worse than any answer. Naruto took a step back. You knew. The king's face collapsed into grief. I suspected. Ymira flinched. That was the blow that struck deepest. Not Ymigare, her father, you suspected, she whispered. Raigetsu reached toward her. Ymira, she stepped away. The entire court watched their princess refuse her father's hand for the first time. Ymigare sighed happily. There. A bond breaks. A self is born. How beautiful. Naruto's anger ignited. Stage 3 answered. The pale legions stirred beneath the palace. White spectral armor rose from cracks in the courtyard, forming ranks of ancient guardians. Their weapons burned pale blue. They did not attack yet. They waited for Naruto's command. Naruto lifted his branded hand toward Ymigare. Get out. Ymigare turned to him with all the patience in the world. You felt the throne when the brand opened. Do not pretend you did not. Naruto said nothing, because he had. For one heartbeat during the ritual, when Stage 3 awakened, he had felt it. The mortal crown. The final throne. A place where all grief could be answered by command. He hated that some part of him still remembered the shape of it with longing. Ymigare whispered, You are tired of losing people? I am tired of watching children bury their hearts and call it strength. We want the same mercy. No, Naruto said, you will. Wrong. The pale legions raised their weapons. Ymigare's shadow smiled. Then defend impermanence, little heir. Defend funerals. Defend empty chairs. Defend children crying over graves. Tell yourself that is heroism. Naruto's hand shook. Ymira stepped beside him. Her face was pale, wounded, and furious. She is twisting the words, she said. Naruto glanced at her. Ymira lifted her sword. Death must mean something because life must move. That is not cruelty, that is passage. Ymigare's warmth vanished. For the first time, the withering dark sounded ancient and hungry. Then pass. A wave of black force erupted from the gate. Naruto shouted, Legions! The pale legions moved. Blue-white shields rose around the platform. The black wave struck them and shattered the first rank instantly, but the guardians reformed behind it. Naruto felt every impact through the brand, like blows landing on his bones. Ymira drove her sword into the platform. White chains erupted around the gate's crack, trying to force it closed. King Raigetsu lifted his staff and joined her, royal authority burning through his failing form. The court scattered. Souls fled toward the archways. The veiled noble stood frozen, horror finally breaking through ritual arrogance. Naruto poured stage 3 power into the legions. Not too much. Not blindly. The brand wanted command. Ymigare wanted him to enjoy it. He refused. Protect the souls, Naruto ordered. Not the throne, not the court. The souls. The pale legions obeyed. Ranks broke away, forming corridors of shields to guide the waiting dead toward safer passages. Others surrounded the platform. Ymira looked at him through the storm. You commanded them against court priority. Naruto grinned tightly. Yeah, they listened. The gate groaned. Ymigare withdrew slowly, not defeated but satisfied. Its shadow thinned back into the crack. Before vanishing, it spoke one last time. The marriage is sealed. The anchor holds. The throne wakes. Genro comes with stolen kings and borrowed hells. The living world fears you already. Its voice softened again, aimed only at Naruto. And when they turn on you, I will still offer mercy. The black light snapped back into the gate. The chains stopped screaming. Silence fell over the courtyard. Then Naruto nearly collapsed. Ymira caught him. This time she did not hesitate. Her arms went around him, awkward and stiff, like she had no practice holding anyone upright. But she held him. Naruto blinked down at her. You touched me first. She looked startled by her own action, then embarrassed, then annoyed that he had noticed. You were falling. That's usually when people catch someone. Yeah, be quiet. He smiled faintly. The smile faded when he saw King Raigetsu. The king stood at the edge of the platform, leaning heavily on his staff. The black veins in his crown had spread further, but he was not looking at Naruto, he was looking at Ymira. Daughter, he said. Ymira turned, her face closed, but not fully, not anymore. You suspected, she said. Raigetsu's grief deepened. I feared the prophecy had been corrupted. I feared if I spoke, the court would fracture before the gate did. I feared losing the only chance we had. You feared, she said softly, so you prepared to give me anyway. The words cut him. Naruto almost felt sorry for the king. Almost. Raigetsu bowed his head. Yes. Ymira's hand tightened around Naruto's sleeve, not because she needed balance, because she chose to hold on to something. I will not be fuel, she said. The court heard, every noble, every guard, every waiting soul. Ymira lifted her chin. I will guard the gate. I will fight Genro. I will bind the withering where I must, but I will not dissolve into a lie and call it duty. Naruto grinned. That's my friend. She shot him a look. The court stared. The gate rumbled faintly, as if the word friend had entered an ancient equation and ruined several centuries of planning. Then a horn sounded from the highest tower. Once, twice, a guard appeared on the balcony above the courtyard. My king, a breach in the mortal reflection. The air above the platform rippled. An image formed, the living world. The forest outside Konoha. Kakashi, Sakura, Yamato, and squads of leaf shinobi stood surrounded by counterfeit dead. Tsunade's slug summons moved among injured shinobi. The Edo bodies were not attacking to kill. They were dragging shadows from the living, testing the boundary. At the rear of the undead army, Genro stood beneath the moonless sky, one hand resting on a black coffin marked with Rinnegan seals. Beside him floated the incomplete phantom of the King of Hell. Genro looked up. As if he could see through the image, his smile was calm. Then he opened the coffin. A figure stepped out. The court gasped. Ymira went rigid. Even King Raigetsu whispered, "Impossible!" The figure was not merely Edo Tensei. It wore a crown of cracked bone. Its body was dust and royal armor. Its eyes were empty, but its chest burned with stolen gate script. Genro had reanimated one of Kakuryo's ancient kings. A dead ruler of the Pale Court. Naruto's brand screamed. Ymigare whispered from the crack, amused and hungry. The grave robber brings a king to steal a throne. Genro's voice carried through the vision. Living heir, princess, Pale Court, your ritual was useful. His cultivated Rinnegan glowed. Now let us see whose dead obey better. The reanimated ancient king raised its hand. Across the gate, one of the 7 chains went dark. The stone chain covered in names began to crack. Ymira's face paled. Naruto stepped forward, stage 3 burning around his wrist. The spectral marriage had not saved them. It had only made them powerful enough to understand how close the end truly was. Naruto looked at Ymira. She looked back. No prophecy between them now, no court command, only a promise. "We find another ending," he said. Ymira raised her sword. Yes. Behind them, the pale legions knelt, not to the throne, not to the court, to the living heir and the keeper who had refused to be fuel. Above them, the gate cracked wider, and in the world of the living, the counterfeit king began to march on Konoha. The dead king marched on Konoha beneath a moonless sky. That was the image hanging above the pale court when the 7th bell began to ring, not one bell now, all of them. Across Kakuryo, from the towers of black glass to the river passages beneath the palace, bells sounded in uneven waves. Some were deep enough to shake dust from ancient carvings. Some were high and thin, like cracking ice. Together, they made the realm tremble. The reincarnation gate shuddered behind Naruto. The stone chain covered in names was dark now, not broken, not yet, but the names carved into it were fading, one by one. Naruto watched the vision of the living world with his jaw clenched. Konoha's forest edge had become a battlefield without screams. That made it worse. The counterfeit dead advanced without anger. Edo Tensei shinobi moved through the trees in perfect formation, their cracked bodies lit by the cold glow of forbidden seals. Some wore armor from old wars. Some wore headbands from villages that no longer existed. Some looked young enough that Naruto's stomach twisted. They were not choosing this, they were being used, again. Kakashi stood at the front of the leaf defense, lightning in his hand, Sharingan burning red. Sakura moved like a storm beside him, smashing the ground hard enough to throw reanimated bodies backward without destroying the forest around civilians. Yamato held a wall of wood across the road, but the barrier was freezing from the inside. Behind the Edo army, Genro stood calmly beside the open coffin, and before him walked the reanimated ancient king of Kakuryo. The dead ruler wore armor of pale bone and black metal. A cracked crown sat on his head. His face had the calm emptiness of Edo Tensei, but Royal Gate script burned across his chest in stolen blue-white lines. Every step he took made the chain of names behind Naruto lose another word. Ymira stood beside Naruto, sword raised, face pale with fury. "That is King Shiger," she said. Naruto glanced at her. "One of yours?" "My ancestor, the 3rd ruler of the Pale Court. He sealed the first breach between Kakuryo and the mortal world. And now Genro is using him to open one." "Yes." Naruto's branded wrist burned. Stage 3 had awakened fully after the spectral marriage. He could feel the pale legions kneeling behind him, thousands of oath-bound dead waiting for his command. Not puppets, not tools. Warriors who had chosen to defend passage. He hated that he needed them. He hated more that Genro had stolen those who never chose. King Raigetsu stood at the edge of the platform, leaning heavily on his staff. The black veins in his crown had spread down his neck. His voice, when he spoke, was thin but steady. "If the chain of names breaks, Genro will gain royal recognition." Naruto looked back. "Meaning?" "He will not merely invade Kakuryo. The gate will be forced to acknowledge him as a claimant to the throne." Ymira's eyes hardened. "A false claimant." "False," Raigetsu said, "but named through royal blood and stolen authority." Naruto looked at the vision again. The ancient king lifted one hand. In the living world, the forest shadows stretched toward him like loyal dogs. The stone chain groaned. Naruto clenched his fist. "Then we stop him." The veiled noble stepped forward, her silver chains trembling. "The heir cannot simply cross into the mortal world with the pale legions. A full opening risks weakening the gate further." Naruto turned on her. "Then give me a half opening." "That is not how sacred passage works." "It is today. The noble stiffened. You speak as if law bends because you dislike it. Naruto's eyes narrowed. No, I speak as someone who just found out your sacred law almost fed Ymira to Ymigere because everyone was too scared to question old words. The noble fell silent. Ymira lowered her sword slightly, looking at Naruto from the corner of her eye. King Raigetsu's expression tightened with shame. Naruto did not apologize. There was no time. The vision shifted again. Kakashi's lightning blade pierced an Edo shinobi's chest. The body cracked apart for half a second, then reformed around the wound. Sakura smashed another reanimation into the ground, only for dust and paper to pull the body upright again. Yamato shouted something Naruto could not hear. Then the ancient king raised his hand. A pale circle opened beneath several leaf shinobi. Their shadows stretched downward. Sakura saw it first. She grabbed one shinobi by the vest and threw him backward. Kakashi cut the edge of the circle with lightning, but the technique swallowed the chakra and kept widening. Naruto's breath caught. It was not killing them. It was pulling their living shadows toward Kakuryo, testing the boundary. Dragging the living into the law of the dead, Ymigere whispered from the gate's crack. So many doors, so many frightened hearts. Naruto ignored it and stepped toward the vision. Ymira, I know. She raised her sword and pointed toward the reincarnation gate. The pale legions stirred behind them. Naruto felt their question through the brand. Command, he looked at Ymira. This has to be choice, he said. Not me ordering dead people into war. She blinked once, then nodded. Ymira turned toward the assembled legions. Her voice rang across the courtyard. Guardians of passage. Genro, the reliquary, has stolen royal dead and counterfeit bodies. He seeks to make the gate answer to theft. We ask defense, not conquest. We ask release, not slaughter. We ask only those who choose. The legions were silent. Then one warrior stood. He wore armor that looked older than the leaf itself. His face was hidden behind a smooth white mask marked with a blue tear. He slammed the butt of his spear against the ground. Once. Another stood. Then another. All across the courtyard, the pale legions rose by choice. The sound of their spears striking stone became thunder. Naruto felt something loosen in his chest, not relief, respect. Thank you, he said. The masked warrior at the front turned his head toward Naruto. Through the brand, a voice answered, Defend passage, free the stolen, guard the keeper. Follow Naruto, not heir Naruto, he smiled faintly. Okay, he said, let's bring everybody home. King Raigetsu lifted his staff. Ymira opened the threshold. Naruto, hold the withering inside the boundary of your brand. Do not let it flood the crossing. If Ymigere tastes a full doorway now, it will force itself through. Naruto nodded. Got it. No giant death flood. Ymira gave him a sideways look. You summarize ancient warnings strangely. It helps me remember. She moved to the center of the platform. Naruto stood opposite her. Between them, the black and white spirals from the spectral marriage still glowed faintly. Ymira placed her sword between them. Naruto pressed his branded palm against the flat of the blade. The moment they touched, the gate roared, not angrily, like a beast waking. White light from Ymira's authority wrapped around Naruto's black stage 3 mark. The pale legions formed ranks behind them, their blue flames dimming so they would not burn the threshold too quickly. Naruto felt the living world ahead, warm, loud, full of heartbeat and fear. Konoha, his home. His promise. The black seal under his stomach stirred. Ymigere whispered like a parent waking a sleeping child. They are afraid. Let me make fear unnecessary. Naruto gritted his teeth. Not today. Ymira's eyes met his. Hold. I am. You are shaking. I can shake and hold at the same time. I am learning that about you. The threshold opened. A vertical river of mist split the air before them. On one side, the pale court. On the other, the forest outside Konoha, where the counterfeit dead marched in cold silence. Naruto stepped through first. The living world hit him like fire. Air rushed into his lungs, full of dirt, sap, smoke, sweat, and chakra. Real chakra. Thick and bright compared to Kakuryo's thin current. His body almost surged with it on instinct. The air's brand burned a warning, too much. If he pulled fully on living chakra while the withering seal was open, Ymir would ride the flood. Naruto forced himself steady. Ymir stepped through beside him. The moment her foot touched mortal soil, she gasped. Naruto turned. Ymir! She stood frozen under the trees, eyes wide. The night wind moved her pale hair. A leaf brushed against her sleeve. She stared at it. Naruto realized with a shock that she had never felt wind like this. Not memory wind, not spirit mist, living wind. Ymir lifted one hand slowly. Another leaf fell into her palm. It was small, green, and ordinary. Her fingers curled around it with terrifying care. "Is it always this loud?" she whispered. Naruto listened. The forest was full of battle, crackling jutsu, shouting shinobi, breaking wood, and marching dead. Usually not this loud. "No," she said softly. "The world itself." For one heartbeat, the war paused inside Naruto. Ymir stood under a real sky for the first time, holding a leaf like it was a miracle. Then an Edo kunai flew toward her throat. Naruto caught it between two fingers. "Enjoy nature later," he said. "Duck now!" Ymir ducked. Naruto threw the kunai back. It pinned the Edo shinobi's sleeve to a tree, buying only a second before the reanimation tore free. Behind Naruto and Ymir, the threshold widened. The pale legions emerged in silent ranks, blue flames burning inside white armor. The battlefield stopped. Leaf shinobi turned. Kakashi's visible eye widened. Sakura froze mid-strike. Yamato stared. The Edo army halted too, sensing a different kind of dead. Genro smiled from beneath the trees. "There they are," he said. "The true inventory." Naruto's face hardened. "They're not inventory." Sakura took a step forward. "Naruto!" He turned toward her. She looked exhausted. Dirt streaked her cheek. One sleeve was torn, but she was alive. Relief struck him so hard it almost hurt. "Sakura." Her eyes dropped to his branded wrist, then to Ymir, then to the ghostly army behind him. "Naruto?" Kakashi said carefully, "What happened?" Naruto opened his mouth. There were too many answers. Second seal. Ghost realm. Dead court. Demon. Princess. Marriage ritual that was not exactly marriage. Stage 3. Genro. King of Hell. Gate failing. Please do not panic about the ghost army. Before he could choose where to start, Genro raised his hand. The ancient king moved. King Shiger lifted his cracked crown toward the pale legions. The royal gate script on his chest flared. Half the pale warriors staggered. Ymira's face changed. "He is calling old oaths." The reanimated king spoke. His voice was hollow, but it carried law. "By crown and name, obey the throne." The stone chain in Kakuryō trembled through the open threshold. Several pale legion warriors lowered their weapons unwillingly. Naruto felt their resistance through the brand. They did not want to obey, but the stolen king's authority had hooks in ancient vows. Genro watched closely, pleased. "This is the weakness of tradition," he said. "Enough old words properly stolen and even honor becomes a leash." Ymir stepped forward, sword shining. "That throne is false." King Shiger turned toward her. "Keeper," the hollow voice said. "Yield passage." Ymira's hand tightened around her sword. Naruto felt her pain. That thing wore her bloodline, her history. A face from the sacred stories used like a puppet. Genro lifted two fingers. The Edo army surged forward. At the same time, the Pale Legion ranks wavered under Shiger's command. Leaf Shinobi shouted. Chaos returned all at once. Kakashi flashed to Naruto's side. 30-second version. Naruto almost laughed. Kakuryō is real. Gate between death and rebirth is breaking. That guy Genro uses Edo Tensei and Rinnegan soul powers to steal it. Shadow demon inside my second seal wants to erase death. Ymir is helping. Don't attack the blue ghost army. Kakashi stared at him. That was a lot for 30 seconds. I talk fast. Sakura landed beside them, cracking her knuckles. Are you okay? No, she blinked. Naruto gave her a tired grin. But I'm me. Sakura's expression softened for half a second. Then an Edo shinobi lunged at them. She punched it so hard it flew through 3 trees. Good enough for now. Ymir raised her sword. Pale legions hold the line by chosen oath, not stolen crown. Her voice pushed against Shiger's command. Some warriors straightened. Others remained trapped, trembling between old royal law and present choice. Genro's Rinnegan glowed. Choice is inefficient. He flicked his wrist. The phantom king of hell appeared behind him, larger than before. Its jaws opened toward the battlefield. Naruto felt the pull immediately, his soul, his brand. The weak place Ymira had warned him about, he staggered. Sakura caught his shoulder. "Naruto, don't let that thing bite me," he rasped. Kakashi moved instantly, lightning blade flashing toward Genro. Genro did not move. An Edo body stepped into the attack and took the Chidori through its chest. Its binding reformed, but slower. Kakashi's eye narrowed. His reanimations are reinforced. "Rinnegan hooks," Naruto said, forcing himself upright. "I can see them." Sakura glanced at him. "Can you break them?" "Yeah, safely." Naruto hesitated. Sakura's eyes sharpened. "That's what I thought." The Edo army clashed with the Pale Legions. For the first time, Naruto saw the difference clearly. Edo Tensei bodies fought like weapons. The Pale Legions fought like vows. Counterfeit dead attacked with jutsu, kunai, blades, and stolen techniques. They regenerated through damage, moved without fear, and obeyed orders without hesitation. True dead did not regenerate because they were not bodies. They flickered when struck, reformed by oath, and struck not at flesh but at the bindings that insulted passage. When a pale spear pierced an Edo shinobi, the cracked body froze. For a heartbeat, the stolen soul inside heard something older than jutsu. "You may go." Some collapsed immediately into dust, freed. Others resisted because Genro's hooks pulled tighter, those Naruto handled. He moved through the battlefield with Sakura and Kakashi guarding his flanks. Small, controlled withering Rasengan in his branded palm. Not full power. Never full. Each strike hit an Edo binding and withered the formula, leaving the soul beneath unharmed. A reanimated fire user spat a massive stream of flames toward a group of leaf shinobi. Naruto thrust his marked hand forward. The withering pulse met the fire. The chakra technique turned gray, then black, then nothing. It did not explode, it did not scatter, it simply lost the right to continue. The fire vanished like a memory forgotten. Kakashi saw it and went very still. Sakura stared. Naruto swallowed. "That's new." Ymira, fighting several yards away, shouted, "Do not overuse that." Naruto ducked a wind blade. "Everyone keeps saying that, because you keep overusing things." She cut through a black seal thrown by an Edo monk, then drove her sword into the ground. White chains erupted, pulling 3 possessed souls away from Genro's control long enough for pale warriors to free them. Yamato's wood barrier cracked under the pressure of an Edo earth technique. Naruto sent another withering pulse. The earth jutsu crumbled into pale dust before it reached the wall. Again, the chakra extinguished. Demonic essence was poison to living chakra techniques when Naruto shaped it right. But every time he used it, the black ring around his wrist grew darker. Every extinguished jutsu made Ymigare hum beneath his seal. So effective, the demon whispered. "Think what you could prevent if you stopped fearing yourself." Naruto ignored it. He broke another Edo hook, then another. The battlefield shifted for a few minutes, hope returned. The Pale Legions learned the rhythm of Genro's reanimations. Sakura smashed bodies apart, forcing bindings to expose themselves. Kakashi cut seal paths with precise lightning strikes. Yamato kept civilians and injured shinobi behind living wood walls. Ymira guided true dead into formation and severed Yamigare's creeping mist whenever it tried to slip through fallen shadows. Naruto became the hinge. Where he went, counterfeit dead fell, not destroyed, released. One reanimated warrior collapsed before him, dust peeling away from a tired face. "Is it over?" the man whispered. Naruto nodded. "For you?" "Yeah," the soul smiled and vanished into pale light. Then King Shigure raised his hand again. The chain of names screamed through the threshold. Every released soul light shuddered. Genro stepped behind the ancient king and placed one hand on the stolen script burning in his chest. Enough field data. His Rinnegan widened. The phantom king of hell lowered behind him, jaws opening around both Genro and the reanimated king. Ymira's eyes widened. He is binding Naraka judgment to royal authority. Naruto turned. What does that mean? It means, Genro said calmly, that passage will answer to verdict. The phantom jaws closed around Shigeru, not devouring him, installing something. Black-purple Rinnegan chakra poured into the dead king's royal script. The stolen gate markings turned darker, sharper. King Shigeru lifted his head, his empty eyes filled with rings. Ymira staggered as if struck. The pale legions cried out. The counterfeit king spoke with Genro's authority layered beneath his own. All souls present are held for judgment. The battlefield froze, not completely, but enough. Pale warriors locked in place. Edo bodies stopped mid-step. Leaf shinobi slowed as their shadows stuck to the ground. Naruto's knees buckled. The king of hell's grip closed around his soul again, far stronger than before. Kakashi lunged toward him but froze halfway, his shadow pinned. Sakura forced one foot forward through raw strength, cracking the earth beneath her. Naruto? Ymira raised her sword, but King Shigeru's command pressed on her bloodline. Her arms trembled. Genro walked forward through the frozen battlefield. Do you see now? The gate is inefficient because it lacks judgment. It passes the worthy, the unworthy, the wasted, the dangerous, the weak, the strong, all into the same blind cycle. The Naraka path corrects that. With royal access I can decide who returns, who waits, who serves, who is restored. Naruto tried to stand, the grip on his soul tightened. Genro looked down at him. And you, Uzumaki, are a remarkable but unstable bridge. I do not need you crowned. I only need the brand long enough to open the final architecture. Naruto spat dirt from his mouth. You talk too much, Genro smiled. You say that because you have no theory. I have friends. Yes, Genro said, your most exploitable flaw. He lifted his hand toward Sakura. The phantom king of hell's pull shifted. Sakura gasped as her shadow stretched toward the jaws behind Genro. Naruto's eyes widened. No, Ymigare surged under his seal. There it is, the demon whispered, the shape of useful love. Naruto fought to move. He could not. Genro watched with scholarly interest. If I threaten one bond, the brand spikes. If I threaten many, perhaps stage 4 begins. Let us test capacity. The phantom pull widened. Kakashi's shadow stretched, Yamato's, several leaf shinobi, then Ymira's. Naruto saw her face tighten as the king of hell's authority hooked the edge of her gate-bound soul. Something inside him cracked, not the seal, his restraint. Black light erupted from his branded wrist. Kurama roared. Do not open it. Sage stillness shattered under panic. Ymigare did not force the door. It simply placed its hand against Naruto's grief and waited for him to push. Sakura's shadow stretched closer to the phantom jaws. Ymira dropped to one knee, sword shaking. Naruto's eyes darkened. Let them go. Genro smiled. Or, Naruto lifted his head, his voice came out layered, his own voice, and the cold echo beneath it, or I stop asking. Ymira's eyes snapped toward him. Naruto, no, too late. He reached deeper, not stage 4, not fully, but deeper than before. The withering seal opened inside him like a black flower. The forest temperature plunged. Leaves turned silver and fell upward. The phantom king of hell paused. For the first time, Genro's smile disappeared. Naruto stood. The soul grip did not vanish. He withered it. Black light spread from his feet in a circle, swallowing the frozen shadows and cutting them loose from judgment. Sakura collapsed forward, coughing. Kakashi dropped to one knee. Ymira gasped as her soul snapped back into alignment. Naruto raised his hand. A Rasengan formed. But this was not the small controlled technique from before. This one was silent, no spinning roar, no blue light. It was black at the center, pale at the edges, and everything around it seemed to lose color. Ymira pushed herself up. Naruto, he heard her. Barely, Genro took a step back. Remarkable. Naruto moved. He crossed the battlefield faster than the Edo could react. The first reanimation in his path raised a lightning technique. The lightning died before forming. Naruto's withering aura extinguished the chakra at the source. A wind blade vanished. A fireball collapsed into ash. An earth wall lost cohesion and fell as gray dust. Demonic essence ate chakra techniques as if they were candles in rain. But Naruto was not smiling. His face was blank, that scared Sakura more than anger would have. "Naruto," she shouted. He did not answer. He struck the first Edo body with the black Rasengan. The binding vanished instantly. The soul inside was freed, but the body did not crumble gently. It erased. No dust, no reformation, just gone. Naruto froze for half a heartbeat. A tiny part of him realized the difference. Controlled withering severed theft. This deeper pull erased the vessel completely useful, clean, dangerous. Yamigare whispered with pride. There. No more suffering. Naruto advanced on Genro. The counterfeit king stepped between them, raising one hand in royal command. Yield. Naruto's eyes flickered black. No. The pale legions broke free from Shigure's stolen command as Naruto's withering aura smothered the false royal script. Ymira seized the moment. She sprinted forward, sword blazing white. "King Shigure!" The reanimated king turned toward her. For the first time, something moved behind the empty eyes, a trapped soul hearing its name. Ymira drove her sword through the stolen script on his chest, not as an attack, as a call. "You sealed the first breach," she said, voice shaking. "Remember why," Genro snapped. "Obey judgment." The Rinnegan rings in Shigure's eyes flared. Naruto thrust his hand toward Genro. A withering pulse blasted across the space between them. Genro raised the phantom jaws of the King of Hell. The pulse struck the Naraka authority and stopped. Not vanished, stopped. The two powers ground against each other, black withering and purple judgment, neither fully superior. Naruto staggered, Genro's eyes widened with delight despite the danger. There is the gap. The withering can end chakra, rot bindings, silence false bodies, but judgment has a grip on you. It can name the soul the demon wants unjudged. The phantom jaws opened wider. Naruto felt the pull again. Weaker now, but precise. Genro was aiming at the brand. If he hooked that, he could turn Naruto into a door. Ymira saw it. She abandoned her struggle with Shigure and ran toward Naruto. The reanimated king lifted a hand to strike her, then stopped. His fingers trembled. Ymira turned back. King Shigure's empty face cracked, not physically but spiritually. The soul within pressed against Edo control. Ymira lifted her sword again. "Remember passage." The ancient king whispered through dust lips. "Gate. Holds. By release." The royal script on his chest flashed white. Genro snarled and tightened control. Naruto, half-gripped by Naraka judgment, saw the opening. He forced his branded hand upward. Legions! The pale legions moved as one. Not to attack the Edo, to speak. Every true dead guardian raised a weapon and struck the ground. The battlefield filled with a single oath, release. The word passed through the forest, through the threshold, through Kakuryō, through the chain of names, release. The Edo bodies shuddered. Not because they were destroyed, because the souls inside heard a truer command than Genro's, release. King Shigure's head lifted, the Rinnegan rings in his eyes cracked. Ymira stepped close and placed her free hand over the stolen script. Her fingers shook, not from fear, from grief. "You are not his tool," she said. "You are our ancestor. You are allowed to pass." Naruto saw the truth hit the dead king. The soul inside stopped fighting to obey old royal duty. It chose release. King Shigure turned toward Genro. For 1 second, his eyes were his own. No throne, through theft. Then the royal script on his chest exploded in white light. The stone chain of names behind the threshold blazed. Every fading name returned. The chain held. Genro's connection to royal authority snapped. The phantom king of hell recoiled. Naruto tore free of the soul grip with a shout. He lunged. Genro barely raised a barrier in time. Naruto's black Rasengan struck it. The barrier died. Genro vanished backward through a summoning seal, reappearing several meters away. For the first time, his calm had real cracks. The reanimated King Shigure collapsed to one knee. His Edo body began to dissolve. Ymira knelt before him. The ancient king looked at her. "Keeper," he whispered. Her voice trembled. "Rest." His gaze moved to Naruto. "Living one, do not crown grief." Then he dissolved into pale light. The battlefield exhaled. The pale legions surged forward. With Shiger freed and the chain restored, Genro's Edo army lost its strongest protection. True dead overwrote counterfeit command. Pale spears pierced Edo bindings. Sakura and Kakashi drove reanimations into exposed positions. Naruto, still burning with too much withering, severed the strongest hooks. Genro watched his army collapse. One stolen soul after another rose free. Some passed through the threshold toward Kakuryo, some vanished into light, some only whispered thanks before moving on. But Naruto barely heard them now. The deeper withering still moved inside him, efficient, merciful, too easy. An Edo shinobi rushed at Sakura from behind. Naruto turned. He did not use a clone. He did not shout. He simply looked. The reanimated body stopped, its chakra extinguished. Its binding withered, its vessel erased. Sakura slowly turned toward him, her face changed, not disgust, not hate, fear, small, immediate, instinctive fear. Naruto saw it, and Yamigare saw him see it. There the demon whispered gently, "They fear the hand that saves them, but I do not." Naruto's breath caught. Yamira stepped toward him. "Naruto," he looked at her. The black lines had climbed past his neck. One thin mark curved along his cheek like a crack in porcelain. His eyes were still blue but darker around the edges. Yamira stopped 2 steps away, not because she wanted to, because some part of her body warned her not to get closer. Naruto saw that too. It hurt worse than Genro's soul grip. The battlefield was nearly won, but the look on Yamira's face told him something had gone wrong, not with the battle, with him. Genro laughed softly from the far edge of the trees. Everyone turned. He stood beside the last of his reanimations, blood at the corner of his mouth, one sleeve withered gray from Naruto's strike. His cultivated Rinnegan still glowed, but the light flickered. "A costly test," he said, "but successful." Naruto's voice was low and cold. "You lost." Genro smiled. "No, I confirmed the hierarchy." He lifted one finger. Demonic essence extinguishes chakra techniques. True dead can overwrite counterfeit reanimations when properly led. Royal oaths can reject theft if reminded of release. His Rinnegan fixed on Naruto. But Naraka judgment can grip the heir's soul, and the heir, under sufficient emotional pressure, opens himself beautifully. Naruto's fists shook. Yamira's voice sharpened. "Silence." Genro bowed to her. "Princess, you should thank me. Your fear now may save the worlds later." Yamira's eyes flashed. "I do not fear him." Genro's smile widened. Naruto looked at her. She did not look back quickly enough. That was answer enough. Genro stepped into a dark seal opening behind him. "Next time I will not bring an army to the gate." Kakashi raised a kunai. "Stop him!" Lightning flashed. Sakura launched forward. Too late. Genro's body faded. His final words remained in the cold air. "I will bring the gate to the army." The seal closed. The remaining Edo bodies collapsed as Genro's control withdrew. Pale souls rose, guided by the legions through the threshold. The forest grew quiet. Too quiet. Naruto stood in the center of the battlefield, withering aura still leaking from his body. No one moved toward him, not at first. That was the moment he would remember, not Genro's army, not King Shiger's release, not even the phantom king of hell nearly pulling his soul apart. He would remember the silence after. Leaf shinobi staring, pale legions waiting, Sakura breathing hard, one hand half raised as if to help him, but unsure whether help would be safe. Kakashi watching with the sorrowful eye of someone already calculating how the village would react. Yamato lowering his wood-style barrier slowly, Yamira standing closest, yet not close enough. Naruto looked at his hand. The black Rasengan was gone. The brand remained. His skin was colder than it should be. Kurama growled deep inside him, not angry now, worried. "Pull back, brat." Naruto tried. The withering did not want to close. It had saved them. It wanted him to understand that. He clenched his teeth. "Close," he whispered. Nothing happened. Yamigare's voice curled inside him like a blanket around a freezing child. "Why close, mercy?" Naruto shook. Sakura took one step forward. "Naruto?" Her voice helped. Kakashi took another step. "Naruto, look at me." His teacher's calm helped too, but the withering still held. Then Yamira moved, slowly, carefully. She walked until she stood directly in front of him. Every instinct in Naruto screamed for her to stay back. Not because he wanted distance, because he did not trust the cold leaking from his skin. "Ymira," he said, voice rough. "Don't." Her face was pale, her hand shook around her sword, but she stepped closer. "You said you would stay yourself. I'm trying, I know." "I scared you." She stopped. The truth hung between them. Then she said, "Yes." Naruto flinched. "Ymira did not soften it, but I am still here." That struck deeper. She raised one hand, not her sword, her hand. Naruto stared. "You don't have to, I know." The words were quiet, but they were hers, not duty, not prophecy. Choice. Ymira placed her palm against the black mark on his cheek. Warmth did not flow from her. She was not warm like the living, but the white boundary of the spectral marriage answered her touch. A thin line of pale light circled the darkness in Naruto's skin, reminding it where to end. The withering aura trembled. Naruto closed his eyes. He reached for sage stillness again. This time it came slowly, life around him, wind, leaves, Sakura's heartbeat, Kakashi's chakra, Yamato's wood roots drinking from living soil, Ymira's hand, cold but present, Kurama's fire behind the seal. The black door beneath all of it, Naruto breathed. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki," he whispered. The withering seal pulled back, not happily, but it pulled back. The black lines retreated from his face, then his neck, then his arm, until only the cracked spiral brand remained around his wrist and palm. The forest color returned. Leaves stopped falling upward. The cold eased. Ymira lowered her hand. For a moment, both of them only looked at each other. Then Sakura crossed the distance and punched Naruto in the shoulder. Hard. "Oh, that's for disappearing into a death realm and coming back with a ghost army." Naruto rubbed his shoulder. "I missed you too." Sakura's eyes shone with anger and relief. Then she hugged him. Naruto froze, not because of Sakura, because he felt Ymira watching. Sakura pulled back, gripping his shoulders. "We're going to explain everything to Lady Tsunade, slowly, with charts if needed." Kakashi approached. I curved faintly. "I second the charts." Yamato looked at the threshold and the pale legions beyond it. "I may need several charts." Naruto almost laughed. Then the moment shattered. A huge slug summon appeared on a branch nearby. Tsunade's voice came through it, sharp and urgent. "Naruto, Kakashi, report." Kakashi straightened. "The immediate Edo assault is neutralized. Naruto has returned with allies from Kakuryo." Genro escaped. There was a pause. Then Tsunade's voice hardened. "Allies!" The pale legions stood in silent ranks behind Naruto. Ymira stood at his side, sword lowered but ready. Naruto stepped toward the slug. "Grandma, listen, they helped save the village." Another pause. When Tsunade spoke again, her voice was quieter. "Your chakra signature just turned every sensor in the tower white with fear." Naruto's mouth went dry. Ymira's fingers tightened around her sword. Sakura looked away. Kakashi did not. Tsunade continued. And it didn't only happen here. Every hidden village felt a death chakra surge through the border seals. The Reikage is calling it an invasion. The Mizukage wants emergency talks. The Tsuchikage has mobilized. Gaara is asking for confirmation before he moves. Naruto's stomach sank. The 5 cages. Fear spreading faster than truth, Yamigare whispered. "They will see what saved them and call it conquest." Tsunade's voice softened with effort. "Naruto, tell me exactly what happened." He looked around, at the freed battlefield, at the pale legions. At Ymira, whose face had gone still again because the living world she had just touched was already preparing to reject them. At Sakura and Kakashi, who trusted him but looked afraid of what came next. Naruto opened his mouth. Before he could answer, the threshold behind him flickered. The reincarnation gate appeared faintly through it. One of the 7 chains pulsed, then another, then all of them. A message burned across the air in Kakuryo script. Ymira read it and went pale. Naruto turned to her. "What?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. Genro's assault was not meant to take the gate. The message burned brighter. Mortal fear recognized, throne pressure increased, prophecy accelerates. Naruto felt the words sink into the brand. Ymira looked at him, horror clear now. He wanted the nations to feel your withering. Kakashi's eye narrowed, to make them fear Naruto. Tsunade's voice through the slug went quiet. And if they fear him? Yamigare answered inside Naruto with terrible tenderness. Fear makes them reach for permanence. Fear makes you reach for control. Fear builds the throne. Naruto looked toward the distant village lights. Konoha was safe for tonight. But beyond those lights, the world had felt him. Not Naruto the bridge builder, not Naruto the friend, not Naruto the boy who refused to let bonds break. They had felt the air of the withering dark extinguish chakra and command the dead. And somewhere far away, Genro was smiling because the tragedy had begun exactly as he planned. Yamira stood beside Naruto. This time, she did not step away, but the fear in her eyes remained. That hurt. And beneath that hurt, the black door waited patiently. Because Yamigare now knew the shape of the next battlefield, not Kakuryo, not Konoha's forest, the hearts of everyone Naruto loved. Fear traveled faster than any shinobi. It crossed borders without papers. It passed through mountain watchtowers, desert patrol lines, mist-shrouded docks, and lightning-split valleys before sunrise had even reached Konoha's rooftops. It moved through sensor divisions as a single impossible report. Death Chakra surge, unknown army manifestation, Konoha border breach. Naruto Uzumaki at the center. By morning, every hidden village knew something had happened in the land of fire. By noon, most of them believed Naruto had caused it. By evening, the 5 great nations were preparing for war against the boy who had just saved Konoha from the dead. Naruto stood on the roof of the Hokage Tower and watched the village try to pretend it was calm. It was not calm. The streets below still had people in them. Vendors still opened stalls. Children still ran between buildings. Shinobi still moved across rooftops with practiced speed. But everything felt tightened, as if the whole village had drawn one breath and forgotten how to release it. People looked up at him, then looked away. That was the part that hurt, not hatred. Naruto knew hatred. He had grown up with villagers glaring at him like he was a wound that had learned to walk. This was different. This was memory returning. The old fear had found a new mask. Monster, Jinchuriki, heir, death king, the words changed. The eyes did not. Behind him, Yamira stood near the roof's edge, staring at the living village with a stillness that had become harder to read since she touched the mortal world. Her pale robes moved in the warm wind. A few fallen leaves had caught in her hair, and she had not noticed. Or maybe she had, and simply did not want to remove them. Naruto had noticed that about her. Ever since she felt real wind for the first time, she paid attention to small things like they were secret miracles. A cracked roof tile warmed by sun. The smell of smoke from breakfast fires. The distant shout of an academy teacher. A dog barking at nothing. Living noise. She looked at Konoha like it was impossible. Konoha looked back at her like she was a warning. The Pale Legions were not in the streets. Tsunade had made that decision immediately. No ghostly army inside the village. No spectral ranks near civilians. No blue-flamed warriors standing at the gates, no matter how much Naruto argued that they had helped. The legions waited beyond the forest threshold, hidden behind Yamira's pale ward and Naruto's Stage 3 brand. Konoha did not trust them. Konoha barely trusted him. Naruto rubbed his branded wrist. The cracked black spiral sat around his palm and wrist, circled by the thin white boundary Yamira had given him during the spectral marriage. It no longer burned constantly, but it pulsed whenever fear gathered near him. Today it pulsed a lot. "You are staring at the village as if it might leave," Yamira said. Naruto gave a small, humorless laugh. "It kind of feels like it already did." She turned toward him. "That is not true. The buildings remain. The people remain." "Yeah, that's not always the same as staying." Yamira was quiet. Naruto regretted the words as soon as he said them. She was still learning the difference between place and home, duty and choice, presence and belonging. Throwing his bitterness at her was not fair. "Sorry," he muttered. "For what?" "Being dramatic. You are often dramatic." "Usually people say, 'No, Naruto, you're not.'" "I will not lie to comfort you." He looked at her. She looked completely serious. Despite everything, he smiled a little. "Thanks, I guess." Before she could respond, the roof door opened. Sakura stepped out first, followed by Kakashi and Yamato. Sakura's eyes went straight to Naruto's wrist, then his face. Kakashi's visible eye moved to Ymira, then the village, then Naruto. Yamato looked like he had not slept since the forest battle, which was probably true. Lady Tsunade is ready, Sakura said. Naruto's stomach tightened. The cages. On call first. Physical summit after that if nobody starts throwing lightning through the transmission seal. Naruto sighed. That sounds like the rakeage. Kakashi's eye curved faintly. That sounds like several people actually. Ymira tilted her head. They will judge from a distance. Sakura crossed her arms. They'll try. Naruto looked down at the village one more time. A little boy in the street noticed him and stopped walking. His mother grabbed his hand and pulled him gently but quickly away. Naruto looked at his sandals. The brand pulsed. Ymigare whispered beneath his seal, soft as a hand over an old bruise, "They fear you after you saved them." Naruto clenched his fist. Ymira's hand twitched as if she had sensed the whisper through their bond. "Naruto," she said quietly, "I know." "No," she said, "you feel." "That is not the same as knowing." He looked at her. The words should have annoyed him. Instead, they steadied him. Sakura stepped closer. "Whatever happens in there, we're with you." Naruto tried to smile. "Yeah," Kakashi put one hand on his shoulder. "Listen more than you argue," Naruto frowned. "That advice feels targeted." "It is." Yamato nodded. "Very targeted." Naruto groaned. Ymira looked between them. "This is friendship." Sakura smiled faintly. "Unfortunately, yes." Ymira considered that. "It is noisy." Naruto's grin returned for half a second. "Best kind." Then they went inside. The emergency chamber beneath the Hokage Tower had never felt smaller. Naruto had been examined there when Tsunade found the second seal beneath Kurama's. Now, the same walls were covered in newer barrier tags, sensor scripts, and maps marked with black spreading lines. The room smelled like ink, medicine, old stone, and stress. Tsunade stood at the center table with both hands planted on the wood. She looked furious. Not at Naruto, at the situation. That difference mattered more than anyone understood. Shizune stood beside her with scrolls stacked in her arms. Sai leaned near the far wall, expression blank but eyes alert. Several sealing specialists worked quietly in the corners, pretending they were not terrified of the pale princess standing beside Naruto. Sasuke was there too. He stood near the entrance, arms folded, sword at his hip, dark eyes fixed on Naruto's wrist. Naruto stopped. Sasuke's gaze lifted to his face. Naruto. That was all, but it carried too much. Sasuke had come back to the village recently enough that some wounds were still learning how to close. He and Naruto had fought, bled, shouted, and dragged each other out of darkness in ways nobody else could fully understand. Their bond was not simple. Nothing important ever was. Ymira looked at Sasuke with immediate caution. Sasuke looked back at her. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You're dead." Ymira's hand moved toward her sword. "I am not." Sasuke's Sharingan flickered. "Not alive either." Naruto stepped between them. "Can we maybe not start with that?" Ymira's gaze sharpened at Sasuke over Naruto's shoulder. Sasuke did not look away. Kakashi sighed. "I missed normal team meetings." Sai tilted his head. "Were they ever normal?" "No," Sakura said, "but we had snacks sometimes." Tsunade slammed her fist into the table. The room went silent. "Enough." Everyone straightened. Tsunade looked at Naruto. For 1 second, her face softened. Then the Hokage returned. "The 5 cages are waiting. Naruto, you will speak only when I tell you to speak. Ymira, you are here as a witness and representative of Kakuryo, but understand this clearly. The other cages do not recognize your realm, your court, or your authority." Ymira's face remained still. "I did not expect them to." Tsunade studied her. Something passed between them. 2 women raised around different duties, both familiar with sacrifice. Then Tsunade nodded to Shizune. "Open the transmission." Shizune and the sealing specialists activated the array. 5 circles of light rose around the table. Tsunade's own position remained at the head. In the other 4 circles, figures appeared like chakra projections. Gaara of the Sand stood calm beneath his Kazekage robes, his pale eyes already on Naruto. The Reikage appeared with arms crossed, massive shoulders tense, lightning chakra sparking faintly around him even through the projection. The Mizukige's expression was elegant but guarded, her eyes moving quickly between Naruto and Ymira. The Tsuchikage hovered slightly in his circle, old face wrinkled into a scowl that looked carved there permanently. The room grew colder, not from the withering, from politics. The Reikage spoke first, so it's true. Naruto clenched his jaw, Tsunade's voice cut in. What's true is that Konoha was attacked by Edo Tensei forces under the command of a rogue shinobi named Genro. Naruto returned from Kakuryo with allied forces that helped repel the assault. The Tsuchikage snorted. Kakuryo, Ghost Realm, convenient name for an army of the dead appearing under the Leaf's Jinchuriki. He is not under command of any ghost army, Tsunade snapped. The Mizukige's eyes shifted to Naruto's wrist. Then what is that seal? Silence. Naruto hated silence. Tsunade answered. A secondary seal hidden beneath the Nine-Tails' containment since birth. It appears connected to a realm governing death and reincarnation. The entity influencing it calls itself Ymigare, the Withering Dark. The Reikage's chakra flared. You admit an unknown death entity is inside him. Sakura stepped forward before she could stop herself. It's not controlling him. The Reikage looked at her. Yet, Naruto's brand pulsed. Ymira's eyes moved to him immediately. Gaara spoke before Naruto could. Naruto has carried a feared power since childhood and used it to save others. We should not decide from fear alone. Naruto looked at him. Relief hit hard. Gaara still believed in him. Then Gaara continued. But fear exists. We must address it honestly. The relief became heavier. Naruto understood. Gaara was his friend. Gaara was also Kazekage. Those two truths were not enemies, but today they were not comfortable standing side by side. The Tsuchikage leaned forward. My sensors detected a wave that extinguished chakra signatures across miles, not disrupted, extinguished. We are not discussing a normal Jinchuriki transformation. The Mizukage nodded slowly. In the land of water, 3 shrine villages reported ancestral spirits appearing at wells. They spoke Naruto Uzumaki's name without having heard it from any living messenger. Naruto stiffened. Ymira's face tightened. The Reikage slammed one fist into his palm. In the land of lightning, border seals froze black for 9 minutes. 9. My men thought the dead were marching through the mountains. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Genro staged that. Can you prove it? Kakashi stepped forward. We can prove Edo Tensei involvement. We recovered binding ash and Rinnegan pattern residue. The Tsuchikage's eyes sharpened. Rinnegan pattern? Sasuke spoke from the back of the room. Cultivated Rinnegan. Unnatural. Focused on Naraka and outer path applications. All projections turned toward him. The Reikage's expression darkened. And why is Uchiha Sasuke present in a cage security briefing? Sasuke's voice was flat. Because I recognize stolen eyes. The room tightened further. Naruto rubbed his face. This is going great. Sakura elbowed him. Tsunade ignored him. Genro wants to seize authority over the reincarnation gate. If he succeeds, death itself becomes a weapon. Naruto and Ymira are currently the only reason he failed at our border. The Mizukage looked at Ymira. And you are, Ymira stepped forward, the gate's keeper of Kakuryo. The Tsuchikage muttered, another title. Ymira did not blink. Titles matter less than function. The reincarnation gate governs the passage of souls from death toward return. It is failing. Your world's use of forbidden techniques, especially Edo Tensei, worsens the fracture. Genro exploits that fracture. Ymigare seeks to erase the boundary entirely. The Reikage stared at her. Erase death? No, Ymira said. Erase separation, the dead would not pass, the living would not remain untouched, rebirth would stop, your world would become haunted permanence. The chamber went silent. That silence was worse. Because for the first time the cages believed the scale, and belief made them more afraid. The Tsuchikage's projection lowered slightly. And Naruto is bound to this entity that wants permanence? Ymira's jaw tightened. Yes, Naruto looked at her. She did not look away from the cages. He is also resisting it. The Mizuki's voice softened, but not enough to be gentle. For how long? The question struck exactly where Yamigare wanted it. Naruto's brand pulsed again. Yamigare whispered, "They measure your breaking point while asking you to save them." Tsunade noticed Naruto's hand twitch. "Naruto," she warned quietly. He closed his fist. "I'm fine." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "No, you're not." Naruto turned toward him. Sasuke stepped away from the wall. "That thing reacts when they doubt you." Naruto gave a harsh laugh. "Thanks for pointing that out in front of everyone. It means Genro's strategy is working." Tsunade's face darkened. Sasuke continued. He did not attack to win. He attacked to make every nation see Naruto as the source. Fear increases pressure on the throne. Gaara looked at Yamira. "Is that true?" Yamira nodded. "Fear feeds the withering, not as chakra, as consent. When enough living hearts believe permanence is safer than loss, Yamigare gains weight against the gate." The Raikage's expression twisted. "So we cannot fear him because fear empowers the demon inside him?" Naruto snapped. "I'm standing right here." The chamber went still. Everyone looked at him. Tsunade said, "Naruto?" "No," he said. His voice was not loud. That made it heavier. "I get it. I really do. Your cages, you have villages. People to protect. You felt something terrifying, and I was in the middle of it. Fine." He lifted his branded hand. "You want to know if I'm dangerous? Yes, this is dangerous. Yamigare is dangerous. Genro is dangerous. The gate breaking is dangerous." His eyes moved from one projection to another. "But I am not your enemy." Gaara's face softened with pain. The Raikage's remained hard. Naruto looked at him. "I saved Konoha last night, not conquered it, not attacked it, saved it. Yamira and the Pale Legion saved it too. The dead you're scared of were the only reason the stolen dead got released instead of tearing through the village." The Tsuchikage folded his arms. "And yet the power you used nearly erased chakra techniques from the battlefield. Because Genro was dragging my friends' souls toward the King of Hell." The brand flared. White boundary lines sparked around it. Yamira stepped closer. "Naruto?" He breathed hard. The cages watched. That was the problem. Every emotion became evidence. Every flare became proof. Every attempt to defend himself made him look more like the prophecy. Naruto forced his hand down. "I'm trying," he said. For once, he did not sound like a hero. He sounded like a boy. Gaara lowered his gaze. "I know," the Raikage spoke. "Trying is not a containment plan." Tsunade's eyes flashed. "You will not speak of him like a weapon to store. He is a Jinchuriki with a death entity inside him and command over an army of spirits. He is Naruto Uzumaki. And if Naruto Uzumaki loses control..." The room froze. Tsunade had no immediate answer. That hurt almost as much as if she had agreed. Naruto saw it. Yamigare saw it too. "There it is," the demon whispered. "Even the woman who fought to keep you free must imagine your cage." Tsunade's hand curled on the table. "I am working on a stabilizing seal." The Tsuchikage nodded. "Good. Until then, Naruto Uzumaki should remain under cage supervision." Sakura's face darkened. "Supervision?" the Raikage answered. "Containment." Kakashi's chakra sharpened. Tsunade's voice dropped dangerously. "No," the Mizukage lifted one hand. "We are not calling for imprisonment. But we cannot ignore the risk." "Risk," Naruto repeated quietly. Gaara looked at him with pain. "Naruto, the nations are frightened. If we do not create an agreed response, each village will prepare separately. That could lead to battle." Naruto swallowed. "So what are you saying?" Gaara took a slow breath. "I am saying we need you to submit to a joint seal assessment, temporarily, with witnesses from every village. No chains, no prison, but limits until the gate is stabilized." Naruto stared at him. Gaara's face was calm, but his eyes were not. His friend was trying to save him from something worse. Naruto knew that. It still felt like betrayal wearing careful words. Yamira stepped forward. "The brand cannot be stabilized by mortal seals alone. If you place foreign restraints on him, Yamigare will turn restraint into fear and fear into pressure." The Tsuchikage scoffed. "How convenient. We cannot fear him, cannot seal him, cannot oppose him, and must trust the ghost princess who arrived with him." Yamira's eyes went cold. "You may oppose me, you may question me, but if you bind him wrongly, you may open the very throne you fear." The Raikage crossed his arms. Or you say that because his rise gives your realm power. Naruto stepped forward. Don't, the Raikage looked at him. Don't what? Talk about her like that? The brand pulsed black. Ymira's white boundary flared. Every sensor seal in the room lit at once. Shizune gasped. Tsunade snapped. Naruto, control it! He froze. The words landed before Tsunade could pull them back. Control it, not yourself. It, the old word, the old fear. Naruto's face changed. Tsunade saw it and went pale. Naruto, I didn't mean... But the damage had already happened. Ymigare moved gently through the crack inside him. They love you until love becomes difficult. Naruto shook his head once. No, Sakura stepped toward him. Naruto, look at me. He looked, her face was open. Scared, yes, but still Sakura, still stubborn, still reaching, that helped. Then Sasuke spoke. We may need to test force. Naruto turned slowly. The room went silent. Sakura stared at Sasuke. What? Sasuke's eyes remained fixed on Naruto. If Genro can grip his soul with Naraka authority, others can exploit his weak point. If Naruto loses control in battle, who can stop him? We need to know now, before Ymigare forces the question. Naruto's mouth went dry. You want to fight me? I want to know if I can bring you back. That's not what it sounded like. Sasuke's voice hardened. Then hear it clearly. I won't let you become a throne for that thing. The words hit hard because they were not cruel. They were Sasuke's version of love, sharp, ugly, ready to bleed. Naruto hated it anyway. You think I don't know that? I think your pretending determination is enough. Naruto stepped closer. And your pretending cutting things is the same as saving them. Sasuke's Sharingan spun. At least I know what darkness does when someone keeps calling it power. The brand burned. Ymira moved between them. Stop. Sasuke's eyes shifted to her. You anchor him? Yes. Then anchor him while I test the limit. Naruto's voice went low. I'm not your experiment. Sasuke's hand moved toward his sword. No, you're my friend. He drew the blade. And I know exactly how dangerous that makes you. The transmission chamber erupted. Tsunade shouted. Sakura moved to block Sasuke. Kakashi grabbed Naruto's shoulder. The cage projections flickered as chakra spiked. But fear had already done what Genro wanted. The room was full of it, not cowardice, protective fear, political fear, love fear. Due to fear. Every kind of fear Ymigare could use. Naruto felt the gate behind the world tremble. Somewhere in Kakuryo, chains groaned. Ymigare whispered, almost tenderly, they are building the throne around you. The floor beneath Naruto darkened. Not much. Enough. Ymira's eyes widened. Naruto stepped back from anger. I'm not angry. That is also a lie. Sasuke moved, not to kill, not even to wound. He vanished in a burst of speed, sword angled toward Naruto's branded wrist. A precise strike. Disarm. Test reaction. Force the brand to answer. Naruto knew Sasuke's movement too well. His body answered before thought. He slipped aside and caught the flat of the blade with his marked hand. Sasuke's eyes widened. The sword's lightning chakra died instantly. The metal frosted black where Naruto touched it. Kakashi shouted, "Stop!" Too late. Naruto pushed. Sasuke slid backward across the chamber floor, boots carving lines through stone. The cage projections flickered. The Raikage's face hardened. The Tsuchikage muttered, "There." Naruto heard it. There, proof, monster, air threat. The black lines crawled up his arm. Sakura rushed between them. Both of you stop. Sasuke's Mangekyo flickered. A dark flame sparked near Naruto's feet, not full Amaterasu, a warning. Naruto stared at it. Black fire, black seal. Everything in the room suddenly looked like a cage made of people who loved him. Ymigare whispered, Stage 4 would end this fear. Naruto froze. Stage 4, the promise behind the door, death ends, loss ends, no one can be taken, no one can leave, no one can turn away. Ymira felt the shift before anyone else. Her face went white. Naruto. The chamber lights dimmed. The temperature dropped. The black seal under Naruto's stomach burned through his jacket. The brand opened wider, the cracked spiral unfurling past his wrist, up his forearm toward his heart. Kurama roared inside him. Brat, Naruto barely heard. He saw everything Ymigare wanted him to see. Sakura safe forever. Kakashi never kneeling at another memorial stone. Tsunade never losing another person under her hands. Gaara free from the fear of failing his village, Sasuke unable to disappear into darkness again. Ymira alive, not erased, not sacrificed, never taken by gate, court, prophecy, or death. The offer was not selfish, that was why it was so dangerous, it felt like love. The chamber floor cracked. Outside, bells began ringing in Kakuryō through the hidden threshold. Ymira stepped toward Naruto. Sakura grabbed her arm. "Is he?" "Almost," Ymira whispered. "Almost what?" Ymira's voice shook. Stage 4. Every cage projection went silent. Tsunade moved around the table. "Naruto." Her voice was no longer Hokage. It was Tsunade, the woman who had lost too much and still kept healing people anyway. "I'm sorry," she said. The black lines slowed. Naruto looked at her. Tsunade's eyes shone, but her voice did not break. "I'm afraid, not of you, for you. There is a difference, but I forgot to show it." Naruto's breathing trembled. Ymigare pressed harder. Difference does not matter when the cage closes. Sasuke lowered his sword. His expression had changed. For the first time he looked afraid not of Naruto's power, but of what his own action had nearly done. "Naruto," he said quietly, "I'm not trying to cut you loose." Naruto stared at him. Sasuke's jaw tightened. "I'm trying to be the person who follows if you fall." That reached him, not enough, but it reached. Then Ymira stepped past Sakura. This time Sakura let her go. Ymira stopped in front of Naruto. The withering aura pulled at her robes. The air around him was so cold that frost formed on her lashes. Every instinct in her body must have screamed danger. She still lifted her hand. Naruto's voice came out layered and distant. "Don't touch me." Ymira's answer was quiet. "I choose to." Her palm pressed against his chest, directly over the burning black seal. The white boundary of the spectral marriage flared. Ymira gasped in pain but did not move away. Naruto saw her, really saw her, not as anchor, not as keeper. Not as the girl the prophecy wanted to consume. Ymira, who was terrified and still reaching. Ymira, who had just begun to want life and was risking it to pull him back. Her voice reached him through the dark. "You told me wanting means I am still here." Naruto's eyes flickered. She leaned closer, voice trembling. "Then hear what I want. I want you to return, not as heir, not as throne. As Naruto." The black door inside him stopped opening. Kurama surged. Sage stillness returned like dawn touching frozen ground. Naruto grabbed the edge of himself with everything he had. The vision of a world without death cracked apart. He saw the truth behind it. No funerals, yes, but no rebirth. No growth, no release. Jiraiya not laughing freely, but held like a lantern trapped in glass. His parents not living, only kept. Everyone loved preserved until love became a prison. Naruto screamed, not in rage, in refusal. The withering seal slammed shut. The force threw him backward into the chamber wall. Ymira collapsed to one knee. Sakura caught her. Tsunade reached Naruto first, hands glowing with medical chakra. The chakra flickered at the edge of his skin, but this time it did not blacken. Naruto coughed. His voice was his own. "I'm here." The room exhaled. Kakashi closed his eye. Sakura looked like she wanted to punch everyone and cry at the same time. Sasuke sheathed his sword slowly. The cage projections remained silent. Then the Raikage spoke. That was almost a catastrophe. Gaara's voice was quiet. It was almost prevented by trust. The Raikage glared at him. It was caused by hesitation. Tsunade stood. No, it was caused by fear, ours. The Tsuchikage's face hardened. "So we do nothing." Tsunade turned toward the projections. "We stop, Genro. We stabilize the gate. We do not hand Ymigare exactly what it wants by treating Naruto as a future enemy." The Mizukage looked thoughtful. "And if he reaches stage 4 during battle," Naruto pushed himself upright with effort. "Then stop me." Everyone looked at him. His face was pale. His wrist still smoked with black markings, though the white boundary held them in place. He looked at Sakura, Kakashi, Sasuke, Tsunade, then Gaara through the projection. "But don't stop believing it's me in there." The chamber was very quiet. Sasuke's voice cut through it. "If it comes to that, I'll drag you back." Naruto gave him a weak grin. "You and what army?" Sasuke glanced toward Ymira, the ghost one, apparently. Ymira, still supported by Sakura, looked genuinely offended. The Pale Legions are not yours to reference casually. Naruto laughed once. It hurt. But it was his laugh. For one fragile moment, the room remembered who he was. Then every seal on the wall turned black. Shizune screamed. The map on the table split down the center, not physically, but through its chakra lines. Black marks spread from the land of fire to every nation at once. Tsunade spun toward it. "What now?" Ymira stepped forward, face draining of color, the gate. A vision burst above the table. Kakuryō, the reincarnation gate convulsing, souls packed before it in impossible numbers, the 7 chains shaking. And beyond the gate's crack, Ymigare pressing closer than ever. But that was not all. Genro stood at the edge of the vision inside a ring of coffins, no longer near Konoha, somewhere else. A battlefield graveyard, thousands of old markers surrounded him. Behind him hovered the phantom king of hell, larger, more solid, its jaws open over the earth. Genro raised his hands. Coffins began opening across the graveyard, not dozens, thousands. The Tsuchikage whispered, "No!" The Mizukage covered her mouth, the Reikage's fists clenched. Gaara's sand rose around him through the projection. Genro had not brought the army to the gate. He was bringing every buried war back to the world. Yamigare's voice filled the chamber, gentle and victorious. "See, Naruto, they fear losing the dead. He fears not owning them. You fear failing them." The reincarnation gate cracked wider. "And all fear opens me." Naruto's brand burned. Ymira's hand found his sleeve. The vision shifted one final time. The final throne appeared inside the gate. A seat of ash, bone, moonlight, and black branches. Waiting, the prophecy had accelerated. The world's fear had fed it. Genro's army was rising. The cages had not united, and Naruto had almost reached stage 4 in a room full of friends. Ymigare whispered only to him now. "Next time, child, you will not stop at almost." Naruto stared at the throne. His hands shook. But he did not look away. "Then there can't be a next time," he said. Ymira's grip tightened. Sasuke stepped beside him. Sakura stood on his other side. Kakashi moved behind them. Tsunade faced the cage projections like a wall. For the first time that day, Naruto was surrounded by people who were still afraid. But they stayed. And that, for now, was enough. Far away, beneath a moonless sky, the graves of old wars opened. In Kakuryō, the gate began to fail. And on the edge of the final throne, a crown of ash turned slowly toward Naruto Uzumaki. The graves opened before dawn, not in one country. Everywhere, in the land of fire, old battlefield markers cracked beneath roots and rain-soft soil. In the land of wind, bones buried under desert glass stirred below dunes that had kept their names secret for generations. In the land of lightning, mountain tombs rang like hollow bells. In the land of water, drowned dead rose as pale shapes beneath mist-covered lakes. In the land of earth, ancient war pits broke open under stone shrines older than most villages. The shinobi world had buried too many wars. Genro had found them all. The first reports reached the Hokage Tower as screams through transmission seals, not screams of pain, screams of recognition. A border captain saw his grandfather walking across a field with empty eyes. A retired medic found patients she had failed to save standing outside her home. A group of young shinobi on patrol froze when a squad from the Second Shinobi War emerged from the trees. Their uniforms torn, their faces calm, their hands already forming jutsu signs. Edo Tensei had always been an insult. Now it became an invasion. But Genro's reanimations were different from the ones Naruto had seen before. These bodies did not rise merely to fight. They rose carrying hooks. Each one dragged a thread of deathly authority behind it, tied to the phantom king of hell hovering somewhere beyond the living world. Every time a reanimated shinobi stepped on mortal ground, the boundary thinned. Every time the living struck them down in fear, that fear fed the gate's fracture. Every time someone recognized a face they had mourned, grief became another open door. And in Kakuryō, the reincarnation gate began to fail. Naruto felt it through the brand before anyone explained. He was still in the emergency chamber beneath the Hokage Tower when the first pulse hit. His knees buckled. Sakura caught him by the shoulder. "Naruto!" The room vanished for one heartbeat. He saw Kakuryuo. The courtyard before the gate was no longer orderly. Souls pressed in from every direction, crowding the white stone paths, filling the mist streets, spilling down from broken passages beneath the palace. Blue lanterns burst one by one, their names smearing into smoke. The 7 chains strained against the gate, but black light poured between the cracks like water through broken hands. The dead were no longer passing, not slowly, not partially, not at all. The gate had stopped. Naruto gasped and came back to himself. The chamber swam around him. Tsunade stood over the map, barking orders. Kakashi spoke into a transmission seal with Gaara's projection. Sasuke watched Naruto with eyes sharp enough to cut lies out of the air. Ymira stood completely still, one hand pressed to her chest as if she had been struck in the same place. Naruto looked at her. "You felt it too." Her face was pale. "The gate has locked." The words silenced the room. Tsunade turned. "What does that mean?" Ymira swallowed. Naruto had never seen her struggle to speak like that. She was the gate's keeper. She could describe laws older than nations without blinking, but now the law was breaking. "It means the dead cannot pass toward rebirth," she said. "Not until the lock is released." Sakura's voice was careful. "And if it stays locked?" Ymira looked toward the walls as if she could see beyond them, through stone, village, forest, world, into the broken realm waiting underneath. "Then the dead will gather until they spill backward." Kakashi's eye narrowed. "Backward into the living world?" "Yes." The room grew colder. Naruto's brand burned. Ymigare whispered beneath the seal, "No more leaving." "No more goodbye." Naruto clenched his teeth. "Shut up." The cage projections had been reopened. The Raikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Gaara watched through unstable circles of light. Their faces were grim now. The fear was still there, but it had changed shape. Before, they feared Naruto. Now they feared the world ending. The Tsuchikage spoke first. "Can the gate be repaired?" Ymira's mouth tightened. "Yes." Naruto looked at her sharply. He did not like the way she said it. Tsunade noticed too. "What is the cost?" Ymira did not answer. Naruto stepped toward her. "Don't." Her eyes flickered to him. "Naruto?" "No, I know that face. That's the I'm about to say something awful and call it duty face." Sakura looked between them. Ymira's voice was soft. "The final throne has awakened. If the mortal crown is taken, the gate will open again." Naruto's stomach sank. "The crown that Ymigare wants me to take." "Yes. And the part where you get used as fuel." Silence. That was answer enough. Naruto shook his head. "No." The Raikage's projection leaned forward. "If taking this crown restores the cycle, then we need to discuss." "No," Naruto snapped. The brand flared black. The Raikage stopped speaking, not from respect, but caution. Naruto took a breath and forced the darkness down. "No," he repeated, quieter. "That crown doesn't restore anything. Ymigare already said it. The final ritual erases the boundary. It doesn't fix the gate. It turns the whole world into one giant cage where nobody passes on and nobody really lives." The Mizukage looked at Ymira. "Is that true?" Ymira's eyes lowered. "It is the truth I was never given." King Raigetsu's projection appeared suddenly inside the chamber's largest seal. The pale king looked worse than before. His crown had cracked down the center. Black veins crawled over half his face. Behind him, the pale court was chaos. Guards moving souls away from collapsing paths, nobles shouting, lanterns burning out above the courtyard. "Ymira," he said. She went rigid. For one moment, Naruto saw the daughter inside the keeper. The hurt had not healed. It had only been set aside because disaster had come faster than grief. King Raigetsu bowed his head. "I have failed you." The chamber went silent. Ymira did not speak. Raigetsu continued, voice breaking under centuries of lore and one father's shame. "I feared the truth. I feared the court. I feared the withering. I feared that if I questioned the prophecy, everything would collapse sooner, so I taught you to stand beneath it." Ymira's face trembled once. Naruto looked away. This was not his moment to interrupt. Raigetsu lifted his eyes. "But now the gate is locked. Ymigare presses from within." Genro tears at the border from without. The final throne calls for the heir and the keeper. Naruto's fists tightened. Don't ask her to die. I am not. Ymira looked up sharply. Raigetsu straightened, though the effort clearly hurt him. I ask you to come to Kakuryo, both of you, not to complete the old prophecy. The king's gaze moved to Naruto, to break it. Those words changed the room. Even Sasuke's expression shifted. Ymira stared at her father like she did not trust hope from him. How? Raigetsu's answer was grim. The throne cannot be ignored now. If no one reaches it, Ymigare will force the gate open through Genro's fractures. If Naruto takes it as the prophecy commands, Ymigare wins. But if he reaches the throne and refuses it from within the law itself— He paused. Naruto's eyes narrowed. What happens? The crown loses its claimant. The withering loses its route to permanence. Tsunade's voice sharpened. And the gate— Raigetsu looked at Ymira— that depends on the keeper. Ymira understood before anyone else. Her face went pale, but this time not with fear, with choice. I would need to stand at the threshold while he refuses. Raigetsu nodded. Not as fuel, as witness, as boundary. The old ritual consumes the keeper because the court believed the boundary needed blood to hold, but the gate is not held by blood. His voice lowered. It is held by release. Naruto remembered King Shigeru's final words. Gate holds by release. Ymira whispered. Then the keeper does not open the door. No, Raigetsu said. The keeper names where it ends. Ymigare laughed inside Naruto, soft, patient, not worried enough. That worried Naruto. Tsunade looked at Naruto. You understand what this means? Naruto gave her a tired grin. I go to the creepy death throne and tell it no. That is not a plan, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at him. It's my kind of plan. Sasuke crossed his arms. It usually needs someone dragging you back afterward. Yeah, Naruto said. That's why you're coming. Sasuke blinked. Sakura immediately stepped forward. I'm coming too, Kakashi sighed. Naturally, Tsunade's expression hardened. No, Naruto's head snapped toward her. Grandma, no, listen before yelling. Tsunade pointed to the map. The living world is under attack in every nation. Genro's reanimations are not just distractions. They are anchors pulling the boundary apart. The cages must hold the mortal side while you and Ymira reach the throne from Kakuryo. Gaara's projection nodded. The sand will hold our grave fields. The Raikage's jaw tightened. The cloud will burn every counterfeit body Genro raises. Ymira spoke sharply. Do not burn blindly. Destroying vessels without releasing souls feeds the fracture. The Raikage scowled. Then how do we fight them? Naruto raised his branded hand. Pale legions. Everyone turned to him. Naruto looked through the threshold inside himself toward the army of oath-bound dead waiting in Kakuryo. They can guide your forces. True dead can weaken Edo bindings. Shinobi can expose the hooks, but nobody treats them like weapons. Nobody commands them like tools. They choose where to stand. The Tsuchikage muttered. Now the dead get voting rights. Gaara looked at him calmly, considering the circumstances. That seems wise. The Mizukage nodded slowly. My forces will cooperate. The Raikage was silent for several seconds. Then he growled. Fine. But if any spirit army turns on my village— They won't, Naruto said. The Raikage stared at him. Naruto held his gaze. Because they're not Genro's dead. For once, the Raikage did not argue. Tsunade began giving orders. The world split into two wars. One war would be fought on the living side. Cages, shinobi, and chosen pale legions against Genro's counterfeit dead. The other would be fought in Kakuryo. Naruto and Ymira against the final throne. No one said which war was more dangerous. They all knew. When the threshold opened again, Naruto stood at the edge of it with Ymira beside him. Konoha waited behind him. Kakuryo waited ahead. Sakura hugged him first. Hard. Don't make me come into the death realm and punch you, she said into his shoulder. Naruto smiled weakly. That threat is getting weirdly normal. She pulled back, eyes bright but fierce. I mean it. I know. Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's head, just like he had when Naruto was younger and shorter and easier to pretend was not carrying the weight of impossible things. You know what the hardest part of refusing power is? Kakashi asked. Naruto frowned. Not taking it! No, believing you are still useful without it. Naruto went quiet. Kakashi's visible eye softened. You are not your strongest technique, Naruto swallowed. Yeah, Sasuke approached last. For a second, neither spoke. Then Sasuke held out a kunai. Naruto stared at it. What's this? A marker. Naruto took it. The handle had a small seal carved into it, not a teleportation seal, something simpler, a tracking mark. If the throne tries to convince you nobody can reach you, Sasuke said, remember I already marked the path. Naruto looked at him. That's sentimental for you. Sasuke looked away. It is practical. Sure, Sasuke's eyes returned to him. Naruto, the joking faded. If you hear a voice offering to keep everyone forever, remember this. People who stay because they cannot leave are not bonds. They are prisoners. Naruto's grip tightened around the kunai. He thought of Sasuke leaving, the pain of it, the rage, the years of chasing, and the truth that made it matter. Sasuke had been free to leave, and Naruto had chosen to follow anyway. That was different from a cage. Naruto nodded. I'll remember. Then Tsunade stepped in front of him. For a moment she said nothing. Then she flicked his forehead. Oh, that's for almost turning into death royalty in my basement. Naruto rubbed his forehead. That's a very specific punishment. Tsunade's eyes shone, her voice lowered. Come back, brat, Naruto smiled. I will. Ymira watched the exchange silently, then Tsunade turned to her. The Hokage and the gate's keeper studied each other. Tsunade said, don't let him do something stupid. Ymira answered, he specializes in stupid. Good, then you understand the mission. Ymira blinked. Naruto groaned. I'm standing right here. Sakura said, we know. For a fragile second, everyone smiled. Then Kakuryo screamed. The threshold tore wider and black wind burst through. Naruto grabbed Ymira's hand. Ready, she looked at their joined hands. This time she did not look surprised. No, she said. Naruto grinned. Good enough. They stepped through. Kakuryo was dying. Naruto had seen the realm cold, strange, and broken before. But now it looked wounded. The pale sky had cracked open into black veins. Rivers of mist had stopped moving. Souls crowded the roads in frightened silence, unable to pass, unable to return, unable to understand why the world between death and rebirth had become a locked room. The palace of the Pale Court leaned toward the gate as if gravity itself had changed. And the gate, Naruto stopped. The reincarnation gate was no longer merely cracked, it was bleeding darkness. The 7 chains strained around it. The bone chain, the silver chain, the frozen water chain, the braided hair chain, the white fire chain, the stone name chain, and the black iron chain all pulled against the widening fracture, but every link trembled. At the base of the gate stood the final throne. It had not been there before. Or maybe it had always been there, hidden until the world became desperate enough to see it. The throne was made of ash-colored bone, black branches, moonlit stone, and the dust of forgotten crowns. It stood on a platform of cracked glass directly before the gate's wound. Above it hovered the mortal crown, antlers, ribs, winter branches, and a black flame burning without smoke. Naruto felt it call his name, not loudly, intimately, as if it had been shaped around the empty spaces inside him. Ymira's hand tightened around his. Do not listen. Kind of hard not to. Then hear me louder. He looked at her. She was afraid, but she stood between him and the throne anyway. Around the courtyard, the Pale Court struggled to hold back panic. King Raigetsu stood near the first chain with a circle of guards, pouring what remained of his authority into the failing links. The veiled noble and others of the court guided souls away from the platform. Some nobles were crying. Others prayed. The old arrogance had burned away when the end came close enough. Even pride wanted something to hold. Then Ymigare spoke, not from the gate, from the throne. Naruto Uzumaki. The black flame above the crown bent toward him. The voice was beautiful now, not gentle like before, beautiful. Every lost thing in the world had been woven into it. You came. Naruto released Ymira's hand and stepped forward. Yeah, Ymira moved with him. Yamigare's shadow unfolded around the throne, taking no single shape. It wore his mother's smile for a heartbeat, then Jiraiya's eyes, then the lonely boy on the swing, then nothing at all. You came to refuse me, Ymigir said. That's the idea. No, the voice softened. You came because you still hope refusal will save everyone. Naruto stopped at the foot of the platform. Isn't that what heroes do? Ymigir laughed softly. Heroes bury friends and call the grave meaningful. The throne pulsed. The courtyard vanished. Naruto stood in Konoha, not ruined, perfect. Sunlight poured across clean streets. Children laughed. No one looked at him with fear. No memorial stone stood beneath the trees. Instead, there was a garden where every fallen shinobi sat in peace. Jiraiya waved from Ikaraku. Yo, kid, took you long enough. Naruto's breath caught. Minato stood beside him. Kushina smiled with tears in her eyes. Naruto, she said, his entire body shook. He knew it was a vision. He knew Ymigir was doing this. It did not matter. Some wounds did not stop hurting just because you knew who pressed them. Ymigir spoke from everywhere. This is not conquest. This is mercy. You have carried loneliness like a badge because the world taught you pain is proof of strength. I offer something kinder. Naruto watched his mother step closer. Kushina reached for his cheek. He could feel warmth before she touched him, real warmth. Or something close enough that his heart betrayed him. No more funerals, Ymigir whispered. No more children alone on swings. No more teachers dying for students. No more friends walking into darkness. No more princesses born to be erased. The vision shifted. Ymira stood in Konoha's sunlight. Alive, truly alive, warm skin, wind in her hair, no gate behind her, no court calling her keeper, no prophecy waiting to consume her. She looked at Naruto and smiled without fear. The temptation struck deeper than his parents, because this was not the past restored, it was a future saved. Naruto took one step forward. Somewhere far away, Kurama roared. The sound barely reached him. Ymigir's voice filled the gap. Take the crown. Sit the throne. End the cruelty called impermanence. Naruto's hand rose. The mortal crown hovered above him. Black flame reflected in his eyes. Then a thin green warmth touched his palm. Not Ymira, sage mode. Natural energy, life. Naruto inhaled. The perfect Konoha wavered. He felt the living world beyond the vision. Forests burning under battle, cages fighting counterfeit, dead. Sakura smashing Edo bodies apart to expose hooks. Sasuke cutting through Rinnegan seals. Kakashi guiding squads away from shadow traps. Tsunade pouring medical chakra into people who could still be saved. He felt pain, fear, heartbeats, living, fragile, unfinished things. The vision tried to cover it. Naruto held on, the garden flickered. Jiraiya's smile became still, too still. Minato and Kushina stood like lanterns trapped behind glass. The perfect villagers did not age. The children did not grow. The sunlight did not move. Ymigir's mercy had no tomorrow. Naruto lowered his hand. No, the vision cracked. Ymigir went silent. Naruto opened his eyes. He was back before the throne. Ymira stood beside him, one hand gripping her sword, the other pressed to her chest. She had been seeing something too. Her face was wet with tears she did not seem to understand. What did it show you? Naruto asked. Her voice shook. A room with a window. Morning light, no gate, no one calling for me. I was ordinary. Naruto's chest hurt. I'm sorry. Ymira shook her head. No, it was beautiful. She looked at the throne. That is why it is evil. Ymigir's shadow rose higher. Evil because I show you what you want. Because you use wanting to erase choice, Ymira said. The gate's chains screamed. Across the courtyard, King Raigetsu fell to one knee. Naruto, he shouted. The throne must be answered. The mortal crown descended slowly. Naruto felt the law of the gate forming around him. Claim, crown, sit. Complete. Ymira stepped onto the platform. The throne reacted to her immediately, white lines lit beneath her feet, racing toward the crown. The old sacrificial machinery remembered her. Fuel, key, keeper, final offering. Naruto grabbed her arm and pulled her back. No. Ymira looked at him. I have to stand at the threshold. Stand, yes. Get eaten, no. The lore is pulling. Then pull back. She tried. The white lines tightened around her ankles. Ymigir's voice became tender again. She wants to live because of you. That desire makes her perfect fuel. Do you see the poetry? Naruto's eyes darkened. Let her go. You can free her. The crown hovered inches above his head. Sit, crown yourself. Make her life permanent. Make all life permanent. Ymira gritted her teeth, fighting the white chains. Naruto, do not listen. The throne showed him again. Ymira alive. His parents alive. Jiraiya alive. Neji alive. No one lost. No one gone. No one able to leave. The black door inside Naruto opened wider than ever. Stage 4 waited behind it. Not rage, not destruction. Peace. A terrifying, absolute peace. Kurama slammed against the inner cage of Naruto's soul. Brat, death is not the enemy, stagnation is. Naruto froze. Kurama's words cut through the vision like claws through silk. Death is not the enemy, Naruto thought of the fox. Kurama had been hatred once. A living disaster made from fear and war. Naruto had not saved him by locking him into obedience forever. He had reached him, fought him. Listened. Let the bond change. That was life. That was the thing Yamiger's world could never allow. Naruto looked at Ymira. She was not smiling in sunlight now. She was here, afraid, fighting. Choosing, alive in the only way that mattered, not permanent, present. Naruto stepped toward the throne. Ymira's eyes widened. Naruto, he looked back at her. Trust me. That phrase has caused many disasters. Yeah, he said, but some miracles too. He climbed the platform, the crown lowered. Yamiger's shadow wrapped around him like a cloak. The world fell away. Naruto stood before the throne of ash. This close, he could feel everything it offered: command over passage, authority over death, the end of grief, the power to keep every bond from breaking. He could become the god the prophecy promised, and it would be horror. Because a bridge that never lets anyone cross becomes a wall. Naruto reached up. He took the mortal crown in both hands. The courtyard erupted. Ymira screamed his name. The chains began to snap inward. Yamiger's voice became vast. Yes. Naruto held the crown above his head. Black flame poured over his arms. The brand opened fully. Stage 4 touched him for one moment. Death stopped around Naruto Uzumaki. Every soul in Kakuryo froze. Every Edo body in the living world stopped moving. Every battlefield fell silent. Every living person marked by grief felt a hand lift from their heart. The world held its breath. Naruto could end it, all of it. He could make this stillness eternal. No more loss, no more endings, no more pain of letting go. His arms shook. Then he smiled. Not happily, not easily, but like himself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The crown trembled. I'm not a king. Yamiger's voice sharpened. Naruto. I'm not your heir. The black flame twisted violently around his hands. I'm not the throne. Ymira struggled against the white chains, watching him with tears on her face. Naruto looked at her, and she is not your fuel. He pulled the crown down, not onto his head, against his knee, and broke it. The sound was not metal snapping. It was 1,000 old fears losing their favorite shape. The mortal crown shattered into black ash and white sparks. Yamiger screamed. The throne cracked beneath Naruto's feet. Stage 4 tore open and collapsed at the same time, flooding through him without a crown to hold it. Naruto felt the full withering surge toward his heart. Ymira broke free of the white chains and drove her sword into the platform. I name the boundary, she cried. White light exploded from her blade. Not sacrifice, not erasure, witness, choice, boundary. The light wrapped around Naruto as the crown's ashes spun through the air. The gate behind them convulsed. The 7 chains snapped tight, holding the fracture for one final, impossible second. Naruto fell to one knee. Yamiger's shadow towered above him, furious now, no gentleness left. You would give them death. Naruto looked up. His eyes were blue, tired, human. I give them life. The throne shattered. The gate screamed open, not into permanence, into judgment, into choice, into the final cost of refusal. A blast of black-white force tore across Kakuryo and the living world at once. The last thing Naruto saw before the light swallowed everything was Ymira reaching for him. Not as keeper, not as key as herself, and Naruto, already falling, reached back. Their hands almost touched, then the boundary broke. For one impossible moment there was no boundary, no living world. No hidden ghost realm, No Konoha, no pale court, no graveyard, no battlefield, no river, no gate. Only a white-black silence where every soul, living and dead, stood at the edge of the same breath. Naruto fell through it. He did not fall alone. Ymira's hand caught his. Their fingers locked in the space between worlds, and the silence cracked around them like thin ice under spring sunlight. Naruto could not see her clearly. Her form flickered, half pale court princess, half living girl under Konoha's wind, half something neither realm had a name for. Her sword was gone, her robes burned at the edges with white flame, her eyes were wide, terrified, and completely awake. "Naruto," she shouted. He heard a voice from far away and right beside him. "I'm here," the words came out as a promise before he knew whether they were true. Around them, fragments of the shattered mortal crown spun through the void. Each piece carried a memory. A mother crying over a child, a shinobi kneeling at a friend's grave, an old king fearing the collapse of his realm, a lonely boy on a swing pretending he did not care, a princess standing before the gate, waiting to become useful enough to deserve existence. Ymir moved through those fragments like ink through water. It had no gentle mask now. The withering dark stretched across the broken boundary, vast and furious, its crown shape shattered, its voice no longer kind. "You broke the vessel," it said. Naruto gritted his teeth as black flame crawled up his arm. "Yeah, I noticed. You broke the only shape that could have held mercy." "No," Naruto said. "I broke your favorite lie." The darkness struck. Ymir pulled him sideways, and a blade of black nothing passed where his heart had been. It did not cut the void. It removed the idea of space for one breath before the world remembered itself. Naruto's brand screamed. The heir's mark had opened beyond Stage 3 when he broke the crown. Stage 4 had touched him and failed to settle. Now its power surged through his body without a throne to complete it, wild and dangerous. It wanted to become law. It wanted to freeze all endings. It wanted to keep everything. But Ymira's white boundary still circled his wrist, thin, cracked, holding. She saw him looking at it. "Do not let go," she said. Naruto gave her a strained grin. "That's usually my line. Then hear it back." Below them, the two worlds began to return, not separated yet, overlapping. Naruto saw Konoha's forest and Kakuryo's courtyard in the same space. Trees grew through pale stone. Souls stood beside living shinobi. Blue lanterns floated above battlefield graves. The reincarnation gate towered behind everything, cracked wide open, while Genro's graveyard army moved through the mortal side like dust-filled shadows. The counterfeit dead had stopped when Naruto shattered the crown. Now they began moving again, but differently. The Edo bodies no longer marched only under Genro's control. They were being pulled in every direction at once, by their stolen bindings, by the gate's broken passage, by Ymiger's hunger, by the memories of the living who saw their faces. It was chaos. And Genro stood at the center of it, laughing. He had found the fracture. The rogue shinobi stood inside a ring of thousands of coffins, one hand raised toward the half-open gate, the other pressed against the phantom king of hell. His cultivated Rinnegan bled dark light. His robes were torn, one sleeve withered from Naruto's earlier strike, but his face shone with triumph. "You broke the crown," Genro called through the overlapping worlds. "Excellent, no king, no heir, no complete ritual, only exposed architecture." His Rinnegan widened. The phantom king of hell opened its jaws behind him. Now the gate can be seized by technique. Ymira's face hardened. He is trying to replace the throne. Naruto stared down at him. With himself? Yes. Genro raised both arms. The Edo army shuddered. Hooks of Rinnegan chakra shot from every counterfeit body, spearing upward toward the gate. At the same time, the phantom king of hell bit into the fracture, trying to claim judgment over passage itself. The gate screamed. The sound struck every soul. Living shinobi dropped to their knees. Pale legions staggered. Cages across the battlefield clutched their heads as the cry passed through transmission seals and border wards. Naruto felt it inside his bones. Every dead person waiting to pass. Every living person afraid to lose. Every stolen soul begging to be released. Ymigere laughed above him. See, without the crown there is only theft. You refuse permanence and control comes wearing another face. Naruto's hands shook. The darkness pressed closer. Take me back. Let me rebuild the crown through you. Better a world held in mercy than a world owned by men like him. For one heartbeat, Naruto looked down at Genro. He saw the truth. Ymigere was not wrong about Genro. That was the poison. Genro's dream was monstrous. A world where death needed permission from a scholar with stolen eyes. A world where souls could be sorted, stored, judged, used, returned, or denied depending on one man's design. Ymigere offered protection from that, absolute protection. All Naruto had to do was stop the cycle forever. His brand pulsed. Ymigere gripped his hand harder. Naruto. He looked at her. She did not say, do not listen. She did not say, be strong. She said, choose. That was what saved him, not command, choice. Naruto looked away from Ymigere and down at Genro. You want judgment? He shouted. Genro looked up. Naruto's voice rang through both worlds. Then hear mine. He pulled Ymigere with him and dropped. They fell through the broken boundary like a comet of black and white light. Genro's Rinnegan snapped toward them. The Phantom King of Hell turned, jaws opening wide. Naruto felt the Naraka grip reach for his soul again, sharper than ever, now strengthened by the fractured gate. It caught the edge of his brand and pulled. Pain split him open. Ymigere screamed his name. Genro smiled. There, the same weakness. Naruto's descent slowed. The King of Hell had him. The phantom jaws widened, ready to swallow the brand and turn Naruto into the door Genro needed. Ymigere whispered from the darkness, let me break it. Naruto almost answered. Then another voice roared inside him, Kurama. Use your own teeth, brat. Naruto's eyes widened. Kurama's chakra erupted through him, not as domination, not as emergency rage, but as partnership. Red gold fire wrapped around the black withering lines. Sage stillness threaded through the storm. Yamire's boundary flared white around his wrist. For the first time, the three powers did not merely resist each other. They aligned life, beast, boundary, and the withering forced into shape by Naruto's will instead of grief. Naruto grabbed the invisible hook, pulling his soul. He snarled. Mine, he tore it out. The Phantom King of Hell recoiled. Genro's smile vanished. Naruto hit the ground in front of him hard enough to crack both forest soil and Kakuryo stone at once. Ymigere landed beside him, one hand braced on the ground, pale light spreading from her palm. All around them, the battlefield froze. Not by Yamigere's stillness, by attention. The living and the dead watched. Naruto stood slowly. His body was marked with black lines, but they did not crawl wildly now. White boundaries crossed them. Red chakra burned beneath them. His eyes were blue, brighter for all the darkness around them. Genro stepped back. Impossible. Naruto rolled his shoulder. I get that a lot. Ymigere rose beside him, her sword reformed in her hand, no longer pure bone white. Now a thin black line ran down the blade's center, not corruption, but acknowledgement. Boundary was not the denial of darkness. It was the line that kept darkness from becoming everything. Genro's expression twisted. You broke the crown. You rejected the throne. You have no authority. Naruto looked at the Edo army, then at the pale legions, then at the countless souls waiting behind the cracked gate. I don't need a crown to tell stolen souls they can go home. He raised his branded hand. Pale legions, the true dead answered. Across every battlefield in every nation, ghostly guardians lifted their weapons, not in conquest, in witness. Naruto's voice carried through them. Expose the hooks. The living shinobi moved. Cages, village squads, medics, samurai, patrol teams, and exhausted defenders all acted at once. They had spent the whole night learning how to fight without feeding the fracture. Sakura smashed Edo bodies apart with precise force, revealing the Rinnegan hooks inside. Kakashi cut seal paths with lightning shaped as thin as thread. Sasuke's blade flashed through black-purple anchors before they could sink deeper. Gaara's sand wrapped reanimations and held them open for pale spears. The Raikage tore through battlefield ranks, no longer trying to destroy everything, but to rip open bindings for release. The Mizukage missed isolated clusters of counterfeit, dead, so the legions could reach them. The Tsuchikage lifted entire gravefields, separating bodies from Genro's anchor seals. For the first time, the living world and Kakuryo fought together, not perfectly, not without fear, but together. Genro snarled and thrust his hands forward. Judgment belongs to the one strong enough to enforce it. The Phantom King of Hell lunged. Naruto moved to meet it. Ymira moved with him. The jaws came down. Naruto slammed his marked palm upward. Ymira drove her sword into the lower jaw. Black withering and white passage light exploded between them. The King of Hell's phantom form shook. It was not alive, not dead, not truly summoned now, but dragged into the fracture by Genro's cultivated Rinnegan and ambition. Naruto felt its authority, judgment, restoration, punishment, custody, tools that could heal in one hand and enslave in another. Genro had taken sacred terror and turned it into machinery. Naruto pushed harder. You don't get to own them, Genro's Rinnegan bled. I studied what cowards worshipped. I mastered what kings feared. I built a path beyond grief without begging demons or obeying ghost courts. Ymira's voice cut through the storm. You built nothing. You stole endings. She twisted her sword. The phantom jaw cracked. Naruto formed a Rasengan in his free hand, not blue, not black, not red. It spun with all three forces held inside a white boundary. Chakra, Kurama's fire, sage life, and withering shaped only to sever theft. A mortal Rasengan, not because it ended life, because it honored endings. Naruto drove it into the Phantom King of Hell. The impact made no sound. The phantom froze. For 1 second, Naruto saw every soul Genro had hooked, thousands of them. Warriors, children, healers, enemies, strangers, some afraid, some angry, some too tired to care, all of them held. Naruto spoke into the silence. You're allowed to leave. The hooks broke, one by one. Then all at once, the Phantom King of Hell shattered like black glass. Genro screamed. His Rinnegan went dark. Across the world, Edo bodies collapsed. Dust broke open. Paper seals burned away. Souls rose in pale streams from battlefields, graveyards, forests, deserts, mountains, and mist. For a moment, the sky over every nation filled with lights. The living did not cheer. Many wept, some bowed. Some simply watched the faces of old pain finally pass beyond reach. Genro fell to his knees. His normal eye was wide with disbelief. His cultivated Rinnegan cracked down the center like a broken mirror. No, he whispered. No, I was so close. Naruto stood over him. Genro looked up, hatred and terror fighting in his face. You think release is victory? He spat. They will die again. They will suffer again. Your precious cycle will grind them into new lives, new losses, new graves. Naruto's expression softened, not with pity, with certainty. Yeah, he said, life hurts. Genro stared at him. Naruto lowered his hand, but it moves. Ymira stepped beside Naruto. Genro laughed weakly. And you? Will you move? Or has the gate already claimed you? The words hit their mark, because Naruto could feel it. The boundary was still broken. Genro's army was collapsing. The crown was shattered. The throne was cracked. Ymigare had been denied completion, but the gate was still open too wide. Souls were passing now, yes, but in a flood. If no one held the threshold, passage would tear both worlds apart. The living world would remain permanently haunted by overflow. Kakuryo would bleed into breath. Ymigare would not need a throne. It would seep through every wound. The final cost remained. Someone had to hold the boundary, not as king, not as sacrifice, as warden. Ymigare rose behind the broken throne, weakened but not gone. The withering dark had lost its crown shape. It moved now like a storm beyond glass, furious and hungry. You delay me, it hissed. You do not destroy me. Naruto turned toward it. I know. You cannot kill grief. I'm not trying to. You cannot stop the living from begging for the dead. No, you cannot stop fear. Naruto's eyes moved across the battlefield, to Sakura, breathing hard and bloodied but standing. To Kakashi, helping a young shinobi lower his weapon as a freed soul passed. To Sasuke, watching the broken gate with the expression of someone who understood cages too well. To Tsunade, visible through a distant projection, one hand pressed to the seal array, tears in her eyes because she already knew what Naruto was about to choose. To Ymira, standing beside him with the same terrible understanding. Naruto smiled sadly. "No," he said, "but I can stop fear from choosing for me." Ymir recoiled as if struck. Ymira looked at him. "Naruto," he turned to her. "I'm not letting it take you," her voice shook, "and I am not letting you vanish alone." The words settled between them, not dramatic, not romantic like a fairy tale. Something heavier, a promise made by two people who had both been mistaken for functions and had chosen to become persons anyway. Naruto shook his head. "You just learned how to live." Ymira's eyes shone. "Then I choose where that life stands." Behind them, King Raigetsu appeared through the threshold, supported by two pale guards. His form was nearly transparent now. The black veins had reached his heart. "Ymira," he said softly. She looked at him. For once he did not speak as king, "My daughter." Her face trembled. Raigetsu stepped down from the threshold and bowed to her, not the shallow bow of royalty, a true bow. "I should have taught you that duty without self becomes cruelty. I did not. You learned it without me." Ymira swallowed. "I am still angry with you." He closed his eyes. "You should be." "I still love you." The king broke, only for a second, but everyone saw it, a father beneath the crown. "I know," he whispered. "That is more mercy than I earned." He lifted his staff and pointed it toward the gate. "The old royal line ends today, not in sacrifice, in release." The white branches of his crown cracked apart. Light poured from him into the 7 chains. Each chain tightened, no longer binding the gate closed, but shaping the flood of souls into 7 rivers of passage. Raigetsu looked at Naruto. "Living one, you refused godhood?" Naruto gave him a tired look. People keep making that sound fancy. It was mostly terrifying. The old king smiled faintly. "Good, only the terrified refuse honestly." His gaze moved to Ymira. "Keeper, name the boundary." Ymira turned toward the gate. The broken throne collapsed fully behind them, becoming ash scattered by a wind from both worlds. The 7 chains stretched wide. The reincarnation gate opened not as a wound, but as a circle of moving light. Souls began to pass in true order, not trapped, not forced, not stolen, released. Ymira raised her sword. Her voice rang across Kakuryō and the living world. "The dead may pass," the gate answered. "The living may remain." The chains blazed. "The lost may be loved." The lanterns were lit. "And love shall not become a prison." Naruto lifted his branded hand beside her. The withering dark surged one final time. "You will tire," Ymir whispered. "Both of you. You will watch generations die. You will hear every plea. You will feel every hand reaching back. One day you will want what I offer again." Naruto looked at it. Maybe, he thought. That was the honest answer. He would miss Konoha. He would miss ramen under warm lights. He would miss Sakura yelling at him, Kakashi pretending not to care, Sasuke insulting him like it was affection, Tsunade calling him brat, children running through the village, wind over rooftops, ordinary mornings he had barely learned how to treasure. He would miss life. But missing life was proof it mattered. Naruto smiled. "Then I'll refuse you that day too." Ymira stepped beside him. "And if he weakens, I will remind him." Naruto glanced at her. "And if she weakens, I'll remind her." Ymigar's darkness twisted. 2 wardens against endless grief. Naruto and Ymira answered together. "Yes." They drove their hands into the threshold. The world split, not violently, cleanly. The living world pulled back into warmth, breath, and heartbeat. Kakuryō settled into moonlight, mist, and passage. Between them formed a new border, not a wall. A bridge with guardians. Naruto felt the seal inside him change. The black door beneath Kurama's chamber did not vanish. It moved. It unfolded outward, no longer hidden under his skin like a secret infection. The withering seal became part of the threshold, held by his will, Kurama's fire, sage life, and Ymira's boundary. Ymira's role changed too. The gate no longer pulled at her like fuel. It stood behind her like a responsibility she had chosen. The white chains around her ankles shattered. For the first time, she stood before the gate with nothing holding her in place except herself. The boundary sealed. The blast of light faded. Silence fell. Naruto opened his eyes. He stood at the threshold between worlds, not fully in Konoha, not fully in Kakuryo. A narrow shore stretched beneath his feet, made of white stone and living grass. On one side, the reincarnation gate rose in pale light. On the other, through a shimmering veil, he could see the forest outside Konoha. The battle was over. The Edo bodies were gone. The Pale Legion stood in quiet ranks, then lowered their weapons and bowed to the passing souls. Some of them began to dissolve too, their oaths fulfilled at last. Genro lay on the ground, alive but emptied. His cultivated Rinnegan had gone blind, its stolen authority burned out. Sasuke stood over him with a sword drawn, but he did not strike. Genro looked toward Naruto through the veil. His voice was weak. "You chose a cage too?" Naruto shook his head. "No, a post." Genro laughed once bitterly. "There is no difference." Ymira answered from beside Naruto. "There is. A cage is built to stop leaving. A post is held so others may pass." Genro had no answer. Sasuke bound him with sealing tags, his face unreadable. On the living side, Sakura was the first to run toward the veil. "Naruto!" She hit the boundary like glass, not hard enough to hurt, but enough to stop her. Naruto stepped closer from the threshold side. Sakura. Her hands pressed against the shimmering divide. "No, no, don't do that voice. Don't you dare do the goodbye voice." Naruto tried to smile, failed. Kakashi arrived behind her, then Yamato, then Sasuke dragging the sealed Genro. Tsunade appeared through a teleportation seal moments later, breathing hard, hair loose from battle. The cage projections flickered in the distance through communication seals, but Naruto barely saw them. He saw his people, his home, just out of reach. Tsunade stepped forward. "What happened?" Naruto looked at Ymira. She nodded once. He faced Tsunade. "The gate is stable. The dead can pass again. Ymigare can't cross unless the boundary fails." Tsunade's eyes narrowed. "And what holds the boundary?" Naruto did not answer. He did not need to. Tsunade's face changed. "No." Naruto's throat tightened. "Grandma, no." Her voice cracked. The strongest medical ninja alive, the woman who had fought death with her own hands for decades, stared at him like she was about to lose another person to something she could not punch, heal, or gamble her way around. Naruto pressed his hand to the veil. "I'm not dead." Sakura's tears finally fell. "That is not as comforting as you think," Naruto laughed weakly. "Yeah, I guess not." Kakashi stepped closer. "How permanent?" Ymira answered gently. "As long as the withering waits, as long as the gate needs wardens, as long as grief tries to become a throne." Kakashi closed his eye. "In other words," Naruto looked down. "Yeah," Sasuke's jaw tightened. "There has to be another way." Naruto smiled sadly. "That's my line." Sasuke glared at him. "Don't joke. I'm trying not to make this worse. You are failing." "Yeah." For a moment, they stared at each other through the veil. Then Sasuke lifted his hand and placed it against the boundary opposite Naruto's. No warmth passed through, but the gesture did. "You said people who stay because they can't leave are prisoners," Naruto said quietly. Sasuke's eyes darkened. "This isn't the same." "No, because I chose it." "That doesn't make it fair." Naruto's smile trembled. "No, it makes it mine." Sakura wiped her face angrily. "So what? We just go home and tell everyone Naruto saved the world but can't come back for ramen?" Naruto's eyes brightened. "Wait. Can someone bring ramen to the boundary?" Ymira looked at him. "This is your concern." "It's an important concern." Sakura laughed through tears, then punched the veil. It made a soft sound. "You idiot." Tsunade stepped forward slowly. The Hokage looked older than she had that morning. But her voice, when it came, was steady. "The world will know what you did." Naruto shook his head. "Will they?" Tsunade went silent. Beyond them, the cage projections flickered. The Raikage stood with arms crossed, still wary. The Tsuchikage looked disturbed rather than grateful. The Mizukage watched Ymira with thoughtful sadness. Gaara's eyes held grief and pride in equal measure. Naruto understood. The villages would know Genro was defeated. They would know the dead had passed. They would know the hauntings stopped. But they would not fully understand what nearly happened. They would not understand the crown. They would not understand Yamigare's offer. They would not understand that the most dangerous apocalypse had looked like mercy. Maybe that was fine. Heroes did not always get understood. Sometimes they held the post anyway. Gaara stepped closer through his projection. Naruto? Naruto smiled faintly. Hey, Gaara bowed his head not as Kazekage, as friend. The sand will remember. Naruto's throat tightened. Thanks. The Raikage grunted. The cloud will monitor the boundary. Tsunade glared at him. Naruto laughed. That's basically his thank you. The Mizukage smiled sadly. The mist will send records of hauntings and passage disturbances. If your duty guards all nations owe support. The Tsuchikage looked away. We will review what happened. Naruto grinned weakly. That means thank you in old man language, right? The Tsuchikage scowled. Kakashi's eye curved. Close enough. One by one, the projections faded. The battlefield emptied slowly. The living had wounded to heal and dead to mourn properly this time. The freed souls passed through the gate behind Naruto, and with every passage, the air grew lighter. King Raigetsu stood near the gate, almost transparent now. Ymira turned toward him. Father, he smiled, not as king, as a tired man finally setting down a crown. The royal line ends, he said. The wardens begin. Ymira stepped toward him. Will you pass? Yes. Her face tightened. He reached out, then stopped before touching her. This time, he asked. May I? Ymira's eyes filled. She nodded. Raigetsu placed his hand against her cheek. It was not warm, but it was gentle. I am proud of the person you became despite what I made of you. Ymira closed her eyes. Goodbye, father. Not goodbye forever, he said softly. Passage. Then King Raigetsu turned and walked through the gate. His crown of white branches dissolved into blue light. Ymira stood very still. Naruto moved beside her. He did not touch her at first. He waited. After a moment, she reached for his hand. He took it. Together, they watched the last king pass. Days later, the world began pretending it understood. Official reports called the event the Night of Returning Ash. The 5 great nations agreed, after much arguing, that Genro the Reliquary had attempted a forbidden mass Edo Tensei operation using stolen Rinnegan power. They admitted that Naruto Uzumaki, Princess Ymira of Kakuryo, and the Pale Legions had stopped him. They did not agree on what Kakuryo was. The cloud called it a death-adjacent dimensional territory. The stone called it an unstable metaphysical border zone. The mist called it a spirit passage realm. The sand, because Gaara insisted, called it Kakuryo. Konoha called it the place Naruto was guarding. That was enough. At the edge of the forest, where the boundary was thinnest, Tsunade ordered a small shrine built. Naruto complained immediately. I'm not dead. Stop building sad stuff. Sakura brought paint and wrote in bold letters on the wooden sign, no mourning. Ramen delivery area. Naruto laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Ymira stared at the sign for a long time. Then she asked, Is ramen sacred? Naruto put a hand over his heart. Yes. Sakura rolled her eyes, but she brought 2 bowls the next day. The boundary allowed objects through if given freely and not meant to bind. That became the first practical law of the new threshold. Naruto considered it a great legal victory. Over the weeks, people came. Uruka came first. He stood at the veil with tears in his eyes and tried to scold Naruto for making everyone worry. He failed halfway through and simply pressed one hand to the boundary. Naruto pressed his hand back. No warmth passed, but love did. Kakashi came often, sometimes with reports, sometimes with books he claimed were mission-relevant. Sakura came with medical notes and food, always pretending she was not checking whether Naruto's markings had spread. Sasuke came at night and said little. Sometimes he stood beside the boundary for an hour in silence. Naruto understood. Some bonds did not need constant words. Tsunade came when she could. She complained about paperwork, threatened to punch the gate if it mistreated him, and once left an entire bottle of sake for the princess, which Ymira examined like a dangerous artifact. Ymira learned the living world in pieces: leaves, food, jokes, weather, anger that did not become law, grief that did not become a cage. She also learned Kakuryo differently now, no longer as a mechanism. as a realm full of souls passing through, stories ending and beginning, sorrow moving instead of rotting. Naruto learned too. He learned that guarding a boundary was not dramatic most days. It was listening, watching, refusing small temptations before they became large ones, helping lost souls find the gate, stopping frightened living people from clawing after the dead, reminding himself again and again that love did not mean keeping. Some nights were harder. Some nights Ymigere whispered from beyond the gate, weak but patient. A mother begs for her child. A brother refuses the grave. A village fears war. You will tire, Naruto. He did tire. But Ymira was there. And when Ymira stood too long before the living veil, watching Konoha's lanterns with longing sharp enough to cut silence, Naruto was there too. They reminded each other. Not always beautifully. Sometimes Naruto yelled. Sometimes Ymira went cold and distant. Sometimes Kurama shouted at both of them from Naruto's inner world, calling them dramatic hatchlings and emotionally incompetent guards. But the boundary held. The dead passed. The living remained. And life, fragile and unfair and painfully temporary, continued. Months after the night of returning ash, a child came to the shrine with his grandmother. He could not see Naruto clearly at first. Most civilians saw only a warm shadow behind the veil unless Naruto stepped close. But the boy squinted, then waved. "Are you the Death King?" he asked. His grandmother nearly fainted. Naruto made a face. "Nope." The boy tilted his head. "Ghost Prince?" "No, Monster Guard." Getting colder. Ymira stood beside Naruto, amused in her quiet way. The boy thought hard. "Then what are you?" Naruto looked past him, at Konoha's rooftops, at the Hokage monument, at the village that had feared him, loved him, lost him, and still sent ramen. Then he looked back at the gate, where a line of souls moved gently toward blue light. He smiled. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki." The boy considered this, then nodded as if that explained everything. Okay, he ran back to his grandmother. Ymira watched him go. He accepted that easily. Kids are smarter than councils. That is a low standard, Naruto laughed. The sound carried through the threshold, warm enough that several passing souls turned toward it and smiled before moving on. Ymira looked at him. "Do you regret it?" Naruto knew the answer was supposed to be simple. Heroes were supposed to say no. But Naruto had never been good at lying to people who mattered. "Sometimes," he said. Ymira's fingers brushed his. He took her hand. "Do you?" She looked toward the living world. "Yes." Then she looked toward the gate. "And no," Naruto nodded. "Yeah, same." Above them, the reincarnation gate turned slowly, no longer cracked open like a wound, but marked forever by a scar down its center. Beyond that scar, deep where light did not reach, Ymigere waited, not defeated, starved, denied permanence. Its voice came faintly, almost tender again. "Wardens grow old." Naruto looked toward the darkness. "So do threats." Ymira lifted her sword, and vows can be renewed. The gate brightened, the whisper faded. For now, Naruto knew there would be other nights, other griefs, other people desperate enough to bargain with darkness. Maybe even other heirs, other cults, other grave robbers who believed death was a problem to solve instead of a passage to respect. The withering only waited. The bargain held exactly as long as its wardens did. But that was the point. Nothing meaningful lasted because it was impossible to lose. Meaning came because loss was possible, and people chose love anyway. Naruto stood at the border between breath and return, holding Ymira's hand while souls passed behind them and leaves fell in the living world ahead. He had not become a god. He had not conquered death. He had given the world back its endings. And because life could still end, it could still begin. The final lantern of the evening floated toward the gate. Its blue flame reflected in Naruto's eyes. He watched it pass through. Then he smiled toward Konoha, toward Kakuryou, toward every fragile tomorrow still allowed to arrive. Death still meant something, so life did too.